his door.
Right.
Left, and then Pridwen found it and found me out in the crater. After which, Soma explained that he is planning something and that he needs to trust him, in which Pridwen said yes. Later, let's see. Oh yeah, Soma also went to the store at the very beginning to go grab a bunch of things for his, plan and his little, what did I?
As you do.
Yeah, for his little, uh, depiction of what's going on. And then afterwards, some time passes, and we get everyone together, and actually we end up following, uh, what is it? Sadie, Liam, and Katya. Sadie wasn't exactly there for all of it, and we investigated the werewolf man's secret, not so secret lair, and found some things, including a unloaded gun, which Soma took, some files, all also having pictures of everyone in the entire party, a curse tag that we destroyed, and Soma had a lot of fun destroying, and some vials of black blood. Afterwards, we all met up in the silence with whoever decided to come with, and Soma explained his grand plan to absolutely annihilate the witches and demons. Uh, and everyone seemed to have agreed. Afterwards, we tried finding Sadie, well, not Sadie, we tried finding Katya and Liam, and we found them in the warehouse district with some old man locked up in a chamber. Pidge was also with us, and was there for reasons, and we
Reasons.
decided to interrogate the shit out of this guy. Soma was trying to figure out if he knows who Soma is and tries to know if he knows anything about him or the party, which he wouldn't budge. So we got Apollyon to do a nice, good old Hellraiser trick and fucked with his head. Um, and then after that, Katya, being the terrifying 9-year-old kid she is, decided to break this man emotionally, mentally, pretty much everything. Uh, Before we came in, she beat the ever living shit out of him with Pridwen in hand, in which I stopped her, and then gave him a less painful death. Um, Ate his soul, so now I have another soul. And after that, it was more scheming from Soma. He went to go check on the coins, and I can't think of anything else that happened other than us just settling down after the event, and I think that's it.
And then Pridwen and Katya got emotional as fuck.
Yes, they got
Yep.
emotional. Soma actually entered the room and joined the conversation, and then he went back to create a statue out of ice.
Pridwen, you want to talk about that at all, or you just want to
Yeah,
keep going?
so Pridwen, realizing that there's a lot of shit that he doesn't know that he's probably got locked away in his head, um, extended an invitation for a brain dive to everybody.
Uh-huh.
Um, Also, when he was talking to Kat, um, she made him promise to kill her if she ever succumbed to the Black Blood, and he made the promise, and he
Soma's gonna have
meant
to
it.
do it tonight, or he's fucked. Because
Yeah.
he quite literally has to if anything happens. But you can also help if it happens.
God, and Pridwen gave his basically a medal that was on his armor as basically a keepsake to prove that he's going to uphold his end of that bargain.
Hmm.
So,
Yeah.
at this point, Pridwen went to bed. Or rather, tried to go to bed. Laying and wondering what it is that these memories of yours could be hiding. And before you know it, the day has arrived. Sunlight begins peeking in as the sky has lightened from that deep, deep indigo to a lighter pink gold hue to that soft sky blue. Xavier. You have just arrived on campus. It has been a long series of flights. You started your day in the UK branch recovery wing. Your very last day there, you said goodbye to the few friends that you made, all apart for one. This is Solon. You guys have been traveling together, and you've finally arrived at the Colorado branch of the DWMA. You are stepping out of the Jeep, and the woman who was driving you very hurriedly went off to do something in the garage, and Solon has excused himself to go find the bathroom, and you're just hanging out in the garage. Is there anything you would like to do?
So I'm at the garage of the. I'm finally at the school.
You are finally at the school. You made it.
Just take a deep breath in. With the new school means a new me.
Oh God. That's fair, I guess.
I'll just go to the administrative branch or office.
Okay. So Solon has actually told you that he'll meet up with you in the admin wing. So you start walking, and you don't really have any idea where the fuck you're going, because this campus is huge. You're in mountains. You're not used to mountains. You don't know what's going on, but finding the academy is easy enough. Seems to be the massive building in the center of the area. And you get inside, and there are a couple people who are willing to point you towards the academic wing. You're catching a lot of stares from your fellow classmates.
Is this something I'm wearing? Or is it
You see a couple girls giggle and shuffle into a classroom nearby, both of them kind of peeking out and looking at you.
Do you guys know where the administrative wing is by any chance?
They giggle some more and disappear inside the classroom.
Rude. I guess I'll just keep finding myself.
So you start walking down the hallway, and it's about this time you hear a, "Oh! I wasn't expecting you so early."
Who's there?
You turn to look, and coming down the hallway is a rather old-looking man wearing a sweater vest, straightening a bow tie as he, rights himself and walks towards you briskly.
I meet him. I'm just gonna try and meet him halfway.
You do so. He immediately extends a hand to you. "Gregory Vale, I am the headmaster of the Colorado branch. It is a pleasure to meet you, Master Greaves."
I give him like a nice firm handshake, not too much to like hurt his hand or anything. I'm just like, and I'm happy to finally
roll
be
for
here.
handshake.
Oh no.
Roll for this handshake. I'm curious.
5. Was
You
out of a D20,
thought-
right?
You thought it was gonna be a firm handshake, but like compared to the grip of the man before you, it is like nothing. And you let go of his hands, and you're like, "God damn, I lost a lot of strength when I was in recovery." Like, "Ooh, baby!" Like.
Out of context, is this the first? Remember the first time I shook your dad's hand?
Yes! Oh my God! That's pretty
Really
characteristic.
hard.
Yeah. Side note for the campaign, my dad is a very, if you ever want to impress my dad, you have to look him in the eye and shake his hand, and it better be a damn good handshake. And Lewis did not pass the test.
I was like ready just to give like a nice just handshake off, and then it was just like, oh, oh, hi.
Oh no, you fool. Yeah, but that's basically exactly what happens. Like you're like, "I'm gonna give a good handshake," and then nothing good comes of it.
My laptop fucking
You're all good. So yeah, he shakes your hand and he says, weren't there supposed to be 2 of you? And he's looking around in confusion.
Yes, but he's just busy using the bathroom at the moment. I can handle the informational stuff for the both of us.
Of course. Well, your transfer papers have all arrived and everything seems to be in order. You see faces peeking out from doorways, catching hints of this conversation. If you'd like, I can show you to where you're going to be staying.
Please.
And he nods you towards the doors that you have just come through, and you guys start walking back out into the courtyard. Apollyon.
Yes.
Can I like skip next to him? Just
Yeah.
I'm just that happy.
Yeah, sure. Apollyon, you see the headmaster of the campus. Someone that you do not see often is walking with somebody you don't recognize, heading for the residential district.
A close eye on them.
Okay.
He's gonna sort of shadow them from a distance.
Are you in spine chill range is why I'm asking.
No.
Okay. Yeah, so you guys keep walking. You are led into what looks to be a series of varying sizes of log cabins. You're led down a path that kind of weaves in between them, and finally he stops in front of one of them and he gestures to the door, grabbing it and opening it and holding it for you.
To me?
Yes.
Is this the dorm that we're gonna be in?
Yes, for now. This is the dorm that the newer students tend to take before they find a team to shack up with.
Is all my belongings already here, or should I get them off, or?
They will be moved shortly. Don't worry about that. We can handle that ourselves. You hear Kale groaning in the distance.
I give him like a faint smile. I'm just like, sorry.
He gestures and he says, there are several rooms available. Please take whichever one you like. I'm sure the others will be eager to meet you. If you have any questions, please feel free to find me or one of the professors and let us know.
One more question before you go.
Of course.
Where's the teacher that was supposed to be teaching me? I was part of the psychological department.
Right.
Psychology.
They have not currently arrived yet. However, your advisor is already on campus, and she would be most eager to speak with you. I believe you're familiar with her. I'll let her know that you've arrived. And after cryptically saying that, he turns and starts to walk off.
Bro, I dropped my phone on my fucking computer on accident, and it just fucking froze. I had to restart it.
Oh god.
Like, I had to like force restart it. The shit froze, and it was just this like loud ass noise. Like, you guys were talking as it froze.
That's horrifying. I hate it when that happens.
Horrifying.
Yeah.
Thankfully, it's good. I thought I broke it on accident.
Xavier, you're standing in the entryway to this cabin. There's a cute little living area and a fireplace. There's a very large kitchen. You, the player, would recognize this layout. It is very much like Redacted's cabin, except it is a little bigger. It seems that there are more dorms than that one, just from a player standpoint. But Xavier, you've never seen a place like this before. Yeah, the dorms are very different in the South American branch. Definitely not cabins. You've never seen cabins before.
Huh. Man, if all the cabins are like this is you said it's bigger than the South American branch?
The South American branch's dorms are bigger.
Oh.
These are like they're like actual dorms. Like full buildings. Think like a college dorm. These are cabins made specifically for teams, so they're smaller and they're in groups, and there's a lot of them.
Not bad.
You're standing there looking around when you hear a door to your left open and close rapidly, and a girl with long whitish blonde hair tying a barista's apron around her neck kind of hurries out. She doesn't even seem to notice you, lost in her own world. She's rushing towards the door in a hurry.
I give her a smile and a wave and just say, later.
The noise is enough to kind of get her eyes to move up. She pauses for a moment, not recognizing you, and then gives you a hasty wave and hurries out the door.
Shoot, probably should have asked her something. I forgot.
It is also about this time that you see... Who? Oh, right. There is a strange girl coming down the opposite hallway, and her footsteps are really quiet. But that's weird to you because the girl is in full plate metal.
I walk up to her. I'm just like, I'm sorry, I'm just kind of new here. Which room is actually mine to stay in?
The girl seems to stop, looks at you, and she slowly tilts her head, like, all the way over to the side, peering at you.
Oh, right. My name is Xavier.
She looks at you, and then she, like, peers down the hallway, and you see her point to, like, several doors that don't have anything on them. Like, no names, no flair, nothing.
Oh. Just one of those. Hey, I can just take either one.
She nods.
Okay. Are you also new around here?
She nods again.
Oh. Are you going to class right now?
She shakes her head no.
Are you leaving to go to the school?
She shakes her head no again.
Oh. I see. Well, it's no biggie. Thank you for showing me the room.
She kind of, like, starts walking again and then stops and turns to look at you. You can't see her face, but you get this almost pity feeling from her.
I try to look at her. I'm guessing it's like a plate armor mask type of thing.
Yeah, so if you want to see, Prid, you've posted her in art, haven't you?
Yeah, she's in NPC face claims.
Let's see.
Yeah, she's actually the very bottom picture.
Oh. Let's see. I'm all the way at the top. Oh, I see. I say, is there something wrong?
She, like, starts to shake her head no, and then stops, and then she considers for a minute. And then she kind of gives you the tilt of her hand.
Is it here? Or where you're going?
She points out the door.
I smile and I say, well, I'm with you.
She kind of, you hear this soft sigh come from behind the mask, and then she grabs your wrist with her plate gloves, and it's like freezing. And she just starts walking, pulling you along.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay.
Oh, no.
So it is about this time that, let's see, I need Pidge, Pridwen, and Soma to all roll me d20s. Let's see who gets up first.
Oh boy. A 19.
Huh.
Pridwen was already away.
Yep, Pridwen didn't sleep. That makes perfect sense.
16.
Oh,
Soma got what?
16.
Okay, so Prid, you're the first one up. You finally gave up on sleep and you got up to make coffee, and you were just kind of sat down at the counter looking at the food that Cody and Osamu have left for you guys, just inhaling your coffee, about to take your mask off when you hear the door behind you open.
He looks over.
It is your sister walking in, but she appears to be dragging somebody with her. Not really dragging, because the guy seems to be kind of skipping.
Oh, Minerva. Did you bring a? Is that a friend of yours?
She looks at Xavier, and she looks at you, and she looks at Xavier, and she looks back at you, and she just shrugs.
I
Hi.
see. Hello. What's your name?
Xavier, but people
Um,
just call me Xavier for short.
Pridwen.
You see Minerva point to Xavier and then do that like tear symbol from the corner of her eye down her cheek.
God. Pridwen, like, he was looking pretty sullen. Like, he was probably like a whole foot shorter just because of like how sulky he was, and seeing Xavier, he kind of brightens up a bit, and he like stands up and extends a hand to you and says, it's a pleasure to meet you, Xavier."
Pidge, you hear this exclamation that there's somebody new in your cabin, and this fills you with both intrigue and like eager curiosity at the prospect of a new friend, and also absolute fucking dread.
What about Soma? Does he also?
Yeah. You're gonna come out right around the same time.
Okay.
With
Soma's gonna go for another glass of coffee without really even acknowledging Xavier.
I bring Pridwen in for a big hug, and I say, well, "You're more talkative than."
Oh yes, my sister. She doesn't like to talk.
Paige comes out, and she's just saying this out loud to everyone in the room, anyone at all. You know how I was working on the holy hand grenade? I was testing it, and the consistency was just not right. Uh, Liquid's just hard to get into a good splash when it's, full shrapnel and all that. So I present to you the cherry jam cherry bomb, and just throw it into the middle of the room.
Ah,
What
Pridwen immediately
happens when it
leaves.
impacts? I need to know.
It's quite literally a cherry bomb in a cherry jam jar
Oh my
with
god.
an
Oh no.
unextinguishable wick.
Oh my god.
What
You
is he
see,
talking about?
so like as this gets yeeted, you hear from the other side of the room. Well, she seems to be handling his death a lot better than some people. It is Liam who has come out, his hair looking all frazzled. His like eyes are just dark rimmed.
Yeah. Soma's. That's the one thing Liam and him haven't had in
Probably.
common.
Do I hear
Uh,
him say this?
Yes.
it's
So
actually around the time that you hear this. Sorry to interrupt, Pidge. Um, Soma has begun walking up to you with a glass of coffee in hand.
Is that decaf?
but to be clear, the cherry bomb does go off.
Yeah, no,
Oh,
no, so
no.
it's like, all of this is happening, they're like walking, and Xavier, you realize, like, there's an explosive on the floor, and nobody seems to mind? Like, Liam is walking over to get a mug of coffee without even paying attention to it. Soma's casually walking, sipping his cup of coffee to Pidge. Pridwen's just standing there next to you, and the only one who seemed to do anything is Minerva just sidestepped slowly to get behind you and Pridwen.
I
Oh,
close
no.
my eyes and I say, I think I'm gonna like this place.
And then it goes off, and there's just this explosion in the center of the room, and the air is filled with this strange scent of like explosive residue and gunpowder and cherries.
Soma like looks at it and he says, "I'm gonna need to replace that coffee table again."
Again.
I'm gonna have to replace my clothes.
Pridwen, now covered in cherry jam, just pulls out a handkerchief and starts wiping it off.
Soma used Pridwen as a shield.
I think most everybody used Pridwen as a shield at this point.
God.
Soma looks to Xavier and says, "So, a new replacement already, huh? Hope you're What needs to be done in the last one?
Replace who?
There's just this solemn look for a second as eyes flicker toward a doorway to your right in the corner of the area.
There has been an incident.
Resulting in the deaths of one of our own.
Well, I think I'm actually part of a different dorm. It's kind of bigger. I don't know.
Well, you're here
If they
now.
do bring me over here, that'd be... Oh.
Congratulations, you are
What?
being adopted.
But you're gonna be my new buddy.
Yay,
The
I'm not
other
the
dorm had-
baby anymore. You hear a soft, small voice coming from down the hallway that that Liam came from. There's a small, short figure that walks into the kitchen, and grabs Liam by the waist, shifts him over about a foot, walks over, grabs a mug, and begins pouring herself coffee black.
And
Oh.
someone looks to you and he says, "Let's just hope you don't end up the same way as the last one."
Well, fine. Then whose room am I going to take?
His.
His?
To be clear,
Oh.
there are other rooms available in your cabin.
I think we should probably not send him in there until we've sorted everything out.
Yeah, that's a great idea, Pridwen. Let's not go in there right now.
That's fine. I guess I'll just tell them.
Do
they already know to move my stuff over here? Because I was just over there.
Do you? Pridwen points at you and asks, "Do you already have a partner?"
Yeah, he doesn't really do the paperwork stuff. He's in the bathroom.
I see. So I suppose, yes, if you already have a partner, I wouldn't see an issue with you being moved in here.
Okay, well, could you at least make me one of those plaque name tags?
Everybody collectively looks at Katya.
Someone thinks to himself and he says, "Let's just hope you don't want metal, because the last one who made metal, well, I think you know."
He also made
Katya, who is sipping the black coffee, she's sitting on the counter now, and you finally get a look, Xavier, at this. It looks to be like an 8 or 9-year-old girl, bright red hair, yellow hoodie, and she, looking over the rim of her coffee cup with the most dead stare, says, "If he survives more than a few weeks, I'll make him a name tag," and sips her coffee again.
Sounds like a big.
By the way, as an added accessory to Pidge's set, there is a necklace with a silver bullet with a massive dent in it.
No! My heart hurts.
Well, I guess a sticky note will do. For right now.
Just don't use any red twine.
Jesus. I can't use red twine either? I mean, I wasn't going to, but what's the background around that?
Bit of a sore subject.
Okay. I didn't mean to offend anyone.
No offense taken. Just make sure that if some mysterious figure offers you a rock, don't take it.
This is getting pretty vague.
Unfortunately, a lot of things around here are vague.
So you see Minerva kind of point to Xavier, and she starts signing something to you, Pridwen.
Pridwen would so I'm thinking Minerva's mute, so Pridwen would probably know sign language.
She's not mute. She's mute by choice.
Yeah.
So you guys kind of have your own sign that you developed. It's not really ASL, but it's enough. And she signs briefly to you. I'm actually going to message your room real quick.
Oh boy. Oh. You. You were. Pridwen points to Xavier and says, "You were from the South American branch."
I definitely was part of that branch.
And you. Um. I don't want to pry if it is rude, but
I put my arm on his shoulder. What are you getting at, man?
well,
Well,
I simply.
Piece
You
of you.
were you there during the attack?
I was only at the end. I was on a mission and got knocked out.
What?
Woke up,
I don't know how that feels.
knees busted.
Eh,
If you're
that
gonna
sounds
ask me
normal.
what happened, I don't really remember much of what happened per se, but I mean,
Xavier, as you're talking about it, just the same as every time you've mentioned, you get a flash of an image. Your partner dangling, her feet and the bottom of her hands, really the only thing visible to you, dripping with blood.
my smile kind of cracks, and then I'm just hurrying to move the subject along.
Soma, like, eyeing him, he says, well, make sure to get your soul examined by the little one over there.
My who? Examined?
Your soul?
She can just look inside me for that.
She can see. If there is going to be a lot that we're going to have to explain to you.
Young one over there?
Yep.
Katya has finished her mug of coffee, by the way, much faster than all of you. Liam's just standing there kind of watching dumbfounded as she, like, places the mug in, like, the sink, rinses it out, and then puts it in the dishwasher, and then just turns around and starts walking away.
He looks over to her and he says, do you need some paper?
If he makes it a few days, I'll draw it for him.
Um,
I'm not in the
Uh,
mood, she says under her breath and starts walking
You
back
heard the
to her
That's-
room.
fair enough. We do have a lot to do today.
He just
What?
whistles. Wow, busy schedule, huh?
Yeah,
You have no idea.
you could say that. Let's get you oriented, I suppose. I'm Soma, the impromptu team leader.
I shake your hands, shake your hand with both hands.
Roll for handshake.
Roll for handshake.
Good.
I'm gonna make you do it now. Soma, what did you get?
14.
Okay, so yeah, pretty evenly matched handshake between the two of you. You fucked up on the first one, Xavier. You're coming back for seconds.
Oh yeah, what was Pridwen's handshake quality?
Oh shit, did they shake
I gave
hands?
you a whole hug.
Oh
Yeah.
no, he hugged him.
Right. What's the hug quality, damn it?
I didn't roll the hug. Fuck. I don't know.
Here, I got you. 11. It was a shitty hug.
It kind of was.
Yeah, Pridwen didn't hug back. It was incredibly awkward.
Yeah.
Looks to Xavier and he says, oh, one more thing. Don't trust anyone else with pink hair except for me.
Excuse me, what?
It's about this time that you say this that Sadie walks out of her room and she has reddish pink hair.
Except for her. Her hair isn't bright. She's fine.
Oh. Well, I guess I'll just trust that person too. and I try to shake Sadie's hand with 2 hands.
Sadie, who is half awake, comes out of the door kind of hazily. She's like in a pair of your sweatpants, Soma, and like a t-shirt. She's barely awake, and she just sees this person approaching her, and she instantly like goes into a defensive stance.
Oh, hi,
Oh.
Sadie. This is our new team member.
Another one?
Yes.
A little early.
Hope he lasts longer than the last one.
Oh, so do I.
Gosh, how long did the other guy last for here?
Feel like 4 months.
You see Minerva start counting on her fingers.
He was only here for 4 months?
Yeah.
I assumed that he was here longer.
No.
I knock on Pridwen's
yeah.
armor, so that makes you recently new as well?
Yes, me and my sister transferred, I believe, only about a week or so ago.
She's nodding.
You wouldn't have seen a freak with red hair around, have you?
You have not, Xavier. But the
No?
instant you hear freak with red hair, your mind flashes back to Elena.
I give another wavering smile, and I'm just like, no red hair or anything, but
It's around this time that Apollyon walks into the dorm.
I feel like he doesn't like walk, like he comes in through the window, like
yeah,
not the front door, like he
Like a
comes in
fucking
through the...
spider.
Yeah.
The window. He was just been sitting there, but it's just about now that the spine chill sets in for Xavier.
So you're standing there, Xavier, and then you just feel this awful, like, fingers trailing up your bones spine chill.
ugh.
Ah, Apollyon.
Hi, who's the new guy?
I don't know. My sister brought him in here.
You see her signing, "Don't blame this on me." And then you see her point to Xavier again and do that thing where she points to the corner of her eye and makes the teardrop symbol down her cheek.
Yes.
Can I battle stance just to see what Apollyon's weaknesses are?
Wait, you want to do what?
I just want to check his weaknesses before I shake his hand.
Okay.
You're going to try to get a tactical advantage on your handshake? Tactically assess your handshaking opponent?
Pidge is starting to take notice of everyone shaking hands.
Oh my god.
Immediately wants to join in.
If you get weakness, I can tell you what it is.
I am intrigued to know what Dylan's gonna say. I will tell you otherwise.
Yeah.
Oh, should I? Okay, let me see. 16.
Oh shit.
Oh god.
Oh, 16 was the right one.
So Dylan, what were you gonna say?
You would have taken notice of his bandages on his arms.
You
When I go
also will notice that he has multiple crit spots
I see.
in different locations of his chest.
Is his hand shaking arm the one?
Wait, what?
What?
I can't fucking
Like,
believe this.
is his hand the one that's covered in bandages, the one that's injured? Because I was gonna go for the other hand.
Oh, the one you... Oh, so he's asking the hand that you're about to shake, is it injured?
No, they're not injured, but they're
Okay, so I don't have to go for the other hand just in case.
Nah.
Yeah.
Should be
Okay.
good.
I walk up to Apollyon slowly, and I hesitantly offer him my hand.
He wraps his scythe around him and he pulls him closer, and he just begins eyeing him down before shaking his hand.
Yeah, so 1 second, Apollyon's just standing there, and then this massive blade of a scythe is around your shoulders. That primal fear is aback for a moment as he's looking you over, and then he grabs your hand.
I smile and I squeeze his hand.
He seems alright.
So, like, are you guys gonna make out now, or what? Katya says, her head peeking around the corner.
Into him like that. He says as he demanifests that.
I was joking, Katya says!
Well,
You see Minerva this time points at Katya and then does the teardrop symbol on her cheek.
Yeah.
She kind of throws her hands up a little bit.
Yeah.
Stoba looks to Xavier. He says, "That's Apollyon. He's sort of our lookout."
he's a good guy.
Yeah, he's something like that. Apollyon eyes him.
With like the spooky fingers, I'm like kind of mysterious in a way.
Apollyon eyeing Xavier, confused.
Do you guys not get cold when he arrives, or?
Oh no, we've gotten used to it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's just something he does.
It just
yeah.
kind of is on, but you know, it's not so bad once you get used to it, unless he wants you to feel fear.
Oh, I see.
There's also another member you haven't met, Apollyon, and he re-manifests the second he sighs.
Who's the new blood? He's kind of cute.
Oh,
You see this wide maniacal grin spread across the blade of the scythe.
is the whole? That's you.
Why'd you have to demanifest me before I could take a bite out of his shoulder? I almost had it too.
Because I didn't want you to take a bite out of the new guy's shoulder. What else?
You're no fun. I bet it would have been tasty.
And you're actually insane.
I'll take that
I
as a
kinda
compliment.
Grip my shoulder. I don't know if I would have tasted nice.
Well, she does love the taste of fear, so make sure you have none of that in your system.
I'll always try to bring nothing but positivity and joy.
Pidge is now hovering near Xavier. She's got her hand outstretched a little bit as if to reach for a handshake.
Very
But
aggressively
always-
staring at Xavier's hand.
But she's always seems to be right there in his blind spot.
I pick Pidge up and put her over my shoulders.
Oh! Wait a minute! Hold on! So you just approached the tiny little white-haired girl and pick her up?
Who just threw a grenade into the middle of the room, by the way.
On God! What?
Spunk.
Why do I feel like this is the start of how to talk to short people memes?
God.
Sorry, I had to make eye contact.
There is now a grenade sitting in one of your hands.
Can I toss it up and back to you? Catch.
Xavier, it's about this time that you get a message on your PDA.
I just kind of look down while my other hand's busy. I'm just like, oh.
Yeah, it says, "Where the hell are you?" It is from Solon.
Young one, I'll be back. I guess. I live here now. Yeah, I just run and put my sticky note on one of the empty dorms.
Solon, you came out of the bathroom. You're on this new campus, and Xavier's gone.
Not again. Already run off to this time. I guess I text him at that point.
Yeah. Xavier, what are you typing back to him?
OMW.
Okay.
TTYL.
God. Jesus Christ. Yeah, so you get that string of letters.
Kek Lamau.
Heck. Lamau.
Oh my fucking
I
god.
hate it here.
Why do people pronounce LMAO as if it were a French person laughing? LMAO. That's so Lamau.
Oh my god. So yeah, are you, you've slammed a sticky note on a door, and, now what?
Well, I hope that your adventures go good, guys. I'll be back. I have to go pick up my partner.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Pridwen's sister, for showing me around this place.
So you turn to say that, and Minerva is gone.
Pridwen,
Oh.
Pridwen, goes over to shake your hand.
Huh. And again, I bring him in for another embrace.
I would prefer to just shake hands.
Ah, fine.
Apollyon, you feel your own spine chill?
He looks up in sort of a...
You look around and you realize you're being watched, and fucking Minerva is like peeking around the corner at you.
He like better, sort of confused.
The second you look at her, she disappears around the corner again.
God.
Pridwen, before I go, what's your family name?
Oh, I am of the Rhizostomas.
Xavier, you do know that name. You know that that is an extremely... use the word famous? They're a very well-known witch hunting family out of Italy.
Huh. If you had told me I was going to be hugging a famous person, I told you that I would be on the moon.
Oh, I wouldn't exactly call us famous. Oh,
He's
yes.
also not a vampire.
It's okay, we checked!
God.
I you suspiciously.
Okay, hold on. I need backstory. Why are we asking if people are vampires?
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry!
Um,
It's okay though, because Pridwen has the garlic, so we're gonna be okay.
he's Italian. He can't be a
There's
vampire.
a rumor that a vampire's in the fucking school now. Great.
God. Everybody knows it's definitely not Pridwen.
It's
though,
not
'cause he's
Pridwen or
Italian.
Minerva.
I don't know that you're Italian.
I
Wait, you-
don't know that you're Italian.
Oh my god.
God. Pridwen just when he's shaking your hand, he says, "My sister's name is Minerva, by the way." And he leans in and whispers and says, "Whatever you do, do not call her Minnie. She will kill you."
You feel the spine chill, Pridwen? She is now peeking around the other corner at you.
Do I see her as well?
Yes.
Apollyon has let out a good chuckle.
Pridwen,
While
Pridwen
Pridwen's
just-
shaking my hand, I'll say, "Don't call her Minnie."
You see her, like, slowly begin to emerge from around the corner.
if you want to live, do not say that.
Don't call her. What? Minnie? You said?
By this point, Pridwen's shoving you out the door and saying, "Run, run, before she gets to you. Run."
Later, Ruby.
Yeah, and so you head out the door. Solon, you saw this random string of letters, which you sort of think you recognize, but you're not really sure.
It's all no spaces, by the way. There's no spaces.
One long.
Just a long string of letters.
Unintelligible string of letters that you just received. You're standing in the garage, staring at your PDA, like, what the absolute fuck?
Holy shit.
I'll address that later. I'm gonna just kind of start wandering around trying to get my bearings of the new campus.
Okay, so you start heading into the courtyard, and it is very quickly that Xavier runs into you.
Like, actually bumps into me?
Yes, quite literally.
Oh, yeah, look at that. All roads lead to Rome.
Unfortunately, that seems to be the case. Where did you run off to this time?
So guess what? I found. Well, at first I thought I found where we were living, but now I found a second place where we were living, and all the people there are great.
God.
You see that he has a teensy bit of what looks like maybe cherry jam and also gunpowder on his, like, hoodie?
What did you break into the cafeteria and then the armory?
No, they
Where did
just have-
you go?
They have a weird form of breakfast there, but I feel like we will fit in pretty nice. All we have to do is last longer than that last guy, and we'll get plaque name tags as well.
And what happened to the last guy?
They never said.
You never asked.
It never crossed your mind to ask what happened to the last guy.
It just seemed kind of unlucky.
God.
Nice. Hold on, quick pause from the DM. Considering what was on your profile, that hurt a lot to hear you say that out loud. Okay,
This got
sorry. Continue.
unlucky. Gun, meat, foot.
Crying. I'm crying again. It's fine. Continue. Sorry.
God.
And we've been assigned to this dorm, or have you just taken it upon yourself to say we're taking you some space?
They assigned it to us. I guess.
Who?
So there's this scary guy, Apollyon, right? And he gave me a little chill when I first seen him. But he's not the one that really assigned us the room. What was his name? I'm like snapping my fingers. I think it was Soma. Yep. Soma, tall guy. And then there's this guy with armor on. He's famous. He's a famous guy. You'll meet him when we get there.
Are you just
If they're
taking
still
him
there.
back to the cabin?
Yeah. You have to
Okay.
drop off your stuff anyway. Come on, let's go.
Solon, you are being pulled down the walkway by your over-enthusiastic partner.
I kind of like shrug him off. Like, I am fully capable of walking on myself. I might be losing a limb, but it's not a leg.
Okay.
DM?
Yeah.
Can Pidge have gone outside and started working on her yeet technique?
Yup.
She's going to be practicing with about 3 times as much explosives as she's normally doing.
Oh no.
So, just a heads up.
Yeah, so, Solon, you and your over-enthusiastic partner, who is a few steps ahead of you, skipping, really, you guys come around the corner and you've entered this residential district, which are made up of cabins, which is very weird to you, because you're not used to this kind of living, as far as dorms go. And there's this massive explosion as you guys near one of the closer cabins to you.
Look, see? And that's where we're staying.
Yeah.
You
Right in
just
front of
see a small girl come tumbling ass over tea kettle and hits the ground in front of you. She is covered in smudges, gunpowder stains, all of it. She does not seem bothered at all.
Can I pick her up by the coat and just pat her down?
You can try, Pidge. Are you going to allow him to pick you up by the coat?
Yeah. It's not the hat.
Okay, yeah, okay, as long as it's not the hat. So you pick her up and you right her and set her on her feet.
See, and this is one of the little ones there too.
She sticks her hand out directly in his face.
Oh god.
Who, mine? Solon's?
No, Xavier's.
She's been waiting for the handshake this whole time.
I have finally give her the deepest handshake.
Roll for handshake.
3.
Limp ass mule handshake.
Oh my god, it's even worse than fucking Veil!
Holy shit.
Oh
Do I
my
need to
god.
roll?
No, it's gonna be
No.
bad no matter what happens.
His 40K, I'll shake my
Yeah,
three.
you don't know what you were waiting for, Pidge, but it definitely wasn't that.
He grips her
The
glove,
most-
but it's still covered in so much grease that it just sort of slips out.
Yeah.
I'm kind
The
of just
most
doing like the talking
disappointing
and speaking.
handshake ever.
Oh my god.
Oh.
I wipe my hand on my pants and just walk away. I give that one look.
Little one, you left grease on my hands.
What's the look? What's the look?
God. Well, while you're looking for that, back inside, so Xavier left a few minutes ago. Soma, you and Sadie are kind of standing there. Pridwen, you're still trying to get cherry jam and gunpowder off of your armor. And Apollyon, there is a masked girl that keeps peeking out from random rooms looking at you.
That look.
He's
In such a panic.
just ignoring her.
Should we get going?
Should we?
I suppose this might. Well, I should probably ask everybody once we congregate, but I suppose this will be the second to last option to opt out.
Sadie looks at you all and she kind of shrugs.
All right.
It's about this time that Xavier, you and Solon walk through the door again, which is rather surprising to the lot of you, because now there are 2 strange men in your cabin.
Oh,
Looks up and he says, "Oh, the other guy."
Also, there are reference pictures and character sheets if you need them.
And this one's my partner.
pleasure to meet you. What's your name?
Not talkative, huh?
Name's Solon.
Ah, my name is Pridwen Rhizostoma.
Solon, roll me a d20.
Oh, I figured. $11.
You know this name. You spent time at the UK branch. You know the Rhizostoma name. They are renowned witch hunters. They have taken down many. They're amicable with the Academy, but you haven't heard of any of them, at least in this generation, going.
I nudged alone.
So you're one of them then.
One of... Oh, yes, one of the Rhizostomas. I see you've heard of my family.
Apollyon, at this point, Minerva's peeking up over the other side of the couch, like, within, like, 2 feet of you, looking at you, or looking at the scythe, you're not entirely sure.
Pridwen, do you have any more of those handkerchiefs?
I do keep a spare on me. Pridwen pulls one out and offers it to you.
The bathrooms are that way, Sadie says, pointing towards them.
So Apollyon, as he's sort of like eyeing down Solon, Soma walks up to him and he says, "Well, I suppose we should introduce ourselves. I am Soma, the team leader, and I suppose I should also give you the warning I gave to your friend here. Uh, let's hope you can handle yourself better than the last few."
That's what it was. Team leader.
Xavier doesn't seem bothered by this at all. Solon, on the other hand, I'm sure this makes you very uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Considering.
And what happened to the last few?
Soma gets this sort of like sad but also angry look on his face, and as he sips his coffee, and he begins to walk away as he says, like, he passes right by him and he says, "I killed him." And then he leaves the room.
Solon just kind of gets like intrigued but sympathetic like look on his face. He believing that he killed his team, basically.
You can sympathize.
That was pretty somber.
Yes, unfortunately you did not come in at a great time, emotionally.
Paige goes over to Solon and pulls out a grenade and reaches it out to him and says, "Hi, I'm Paige."
Also, Soma is leaning in the hallway, the wall.
Also, Apollyon, Minerva has reached her hand out ever so slowly like a cat trying to paw at you and is attempting to touch the edge of the scythe.
He pulls the scythe away and he says, "You don't want to do that."
She recoils and darts away. After being noticed. Just gone.
Pridwen's just completely not, like, he's acting like absolutely nothing's going on.
This is normal to you.
This is normal.
This
Man.
is fine.
You guys do things differently here. I like it.
Yeah, that's what most people say at first, but let's hope that you guys are a lot stronger than the rest. And you, actually, he points to his he says, "You seem interesting, so
I'm not really a combat person myself.
he says." Right. Well, I suppose we'll see what you do next time. But I'm planning a joint training with our group soon, by the way, so you guys are invited. Actually, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm going to walk up to Xavier and put my hand out, and I'm gonna say, "Don't die."
I'll take his hand.
Roll for handshake.
Oh my god.
Well, this isn't a regular handshake.
Oh! Oh no!
Oh no. Oh no.
There's going to be a burst of fire.
Fuck. You're gonna need to write that in your notes.
Come on. Shake my hand.
Won't you shake a poor sinner's hand? So Xavier, you feel something weird? You look down, and on the back of your hand, there seems to be this little mark. It's a strange shape. It's almost like a skull shape.
He had a flavor for how I wanted his mark to look.
Oh, okay.
I want it to be a chain that wraps around whatever part of the body that appears on.
Okay, so wrist.
Yeah.
So you have a new tattoo, Xavier.
What?
Soma, did you just do what I think you just did?
He looks over to him with a smirk on his face, and he says, "Don't worry about it," and he walks away. It's sort of a shush motion, by the way.
The repercussions of what have just been done.
Oh god.
I show Salone.
Oh god, what happens if you die and your contract is don't die?
Guess you're gonna
Oh no.
find out.
Salone,
What have you done?
did I always have this tattoo on my hand?
I've never noticed it before.
Solon, he definitely did not have a tattoo on his hand.
No.
Was I anywhere interested in a chain tattoo on my hand?
You've never mentioned interest in getting a tattoo ever.
Why
See
is
the
it on
new
my
guys?
right hand? I'd rather have one on my left. Hmm.
We have some things we have to do. Enjoy the tattoo.
What does this tattoo mean?
Awkwardly walking, like sidestepping away.
I like to imagine that everyone is just not saying anything.
Yep.
What are you guys gonna do? That doesn't involve this tattoo on my hand.
It's not.
How am I supposed
It's-
to get a job with a therapy tattoo or a chain tattoo?
We're just going out to deal with some family business.
I'm just joking, man. Go on, do your thing.
It's fine,
Of
we're only
course.
gonna unlock some horrific memory inside of Pridwen's head here, Sadie says as she walks by to refill her coffee cup.
Soma,
Memories in your
please.
head?
Oh, we're
So-
tackling repressed memories?
bro, this
I'm out.
has become Persona 5. I swear to fucking God.
So Xavier, have you ever seen the film Soulception?
I hate it here.
I tend to stay away from scary movies.
I wouldn't call it scary.
It's more cerebral. It's high concept.
You know what? Someone's gonna walk up to them and he's gonna say, I've thought to call them palaces, I suppose.
You see, we're going to do some, looking through my memory, and well, I would prefer to keep it just to people I know and trust.
I understand that. I just want to know when can I go down.
I've only just met you, so I'm not entirely sure if I want you in my brain.
Oh, no, not in your brain. I need someone in mine. I have something I need to unlock as well. That's what you can do.
God damn it.
Soma looks at him and he says, you don't say.
Yeah. Just
I-
holding it like,
Prefer.
yeah.
Soma walks up and he says, Pridwen, would you be okay if I took a rain check?
A rain check?
He says as he's sort of like giving a smile towards Xavier.
You're not suggesting... Well, if we're doing this, I would prefer to have everybody that I know.
Yeah, you hear Sadie, like, grumbling from beside you. Oh no, I am not going into another mind palace without your ass. She grabs you by the arm.
He says, he's like eyeing Xavier. He says, I'll go in there one day.
Yes, perhaps, after, like Sadie, like Katya said, after a couple days.
Perhaps after the DM has time to actually plot out what that would look like.
God. I suppose... Katya, you're a good judge of character. Would you
Katya's
trust
not
them?
in the room.
Oh,
She walked down towards her room, so if you want her, you're gonna have to holler at her.
Pridwen points over at Minerva, who I'm assuming is probably in another weird position.
Yeah,
staring
she's
at
now
Apollyon.
skulking, like, near Soma's door.
Minerva,
She jumps, startled, looks at you.
He points back at Xavier and Solon and says, "Do you trust them?"
She tilts her head slowly, looks at you, looks at them, looks at you, shakes her head no, goes back to prowling.
Very,
So
very
looks at-
well.
says, in a few days, meet us in the silence. We will judge your character.
The who?
It's a location.
Look, man, you already tatted me up. I can't get anything else.
I don't think you want too many of those tattoos.
Or any, Sadie mutters under her breath.
Or any.
If you want any free tattoos, come to me. Or perhaps Apollyon.
You see her shaking her head and mouthing the word no.
Huh.
Um,
Well, I have to go see the main school and whatnot. So, like I said, put me on that to-do list. Remember, I need someone to go in my brain blast too, or whatever you guys call it.
Certainly, once we've gotten to know you better.
You walk
Sure.
Someone yells at you, Xavier. He says, another warning. Also, if you ever
Another.
offered a sort of deal with, be careful.
Salone says not to make deals without him present.
Ain't that the fucking truth?
Xavier looking through a notebook of rules Solon's written for him.
Dylan pulls up the handwritten notebook with Let's see, rule number 27. Do not make deals without partner present. Yep, it's right here.
I think a delivery just came in, so I might need to run off for maybe 20 minutes.
Oh god,
I
okay.
actually might have to change my clothes.
Yeah, my IKEA furniture arrived. I wish that I could have scheduled it for a different day, but
It's all
that
good.
was
Go
my
do it
only
real
option.
quick. We'll get everybody settled before you enter health, so.
Yeah, I'll be right back. Pridwen's probably just going to head straight to the silence while everybody's getting ready.
Is that where you're doing it?
That was, I think, where we
Okay,
agreed.
we didn't agree to a spot, and I have a better spot than that, so just trust me.
Sure, he's gonna head to wherever that is then.
Great, check. Okay, so knowing that you were about to get ready to delve into Pridwen's Mind Palace, are there any preparations that any of you are making?
Soma needs a spot so he can go scheme, and I'm going to look for that spot while also gathering my paperwork.
Also gathering
Paige
your
is doing
what?
maths.
My paperwork.
Oh, okay.
Paige is doing maths and trying to figure out stuff.
Okay.
Soma also grabbed the statue we made the night prior, and he's going to walk up to Katya's room, wherever she is.
So Katya's door is open, the room to Kat and Douglas's.
I actually just realized, so apparently they just picked it up, and it should be here by about 5, so 30 minutes from now, so I'm still here for now.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, so you're standing in front of Douglas and Kat's room. Katya, you hear some shuffling inside. The door's open.
He knocks.
She kind of, the shuffling stops for a minute, and she says, "You can come in."
He walks up to her and, still sort of hiding the statue, he says, I know it's been tough, so I thought I could give you this. And he pulls up the statue and places it on the floor next to her.
So she is wearing her mother's sweater, the deep purple one.
Yeah.
When you walk in, and she looks at it, and she looks up at you, and you see that break between a child and an adult in her psyche, where she clearly wants to cry, but she's trying to keep it together.
I know how it's been without him. I feel the same. He's my brother after all, but I wanted to give you this memento that they're always watching over you.
She's gonna coil her arms around you and hug you really tight. And then she's gonna take it and she's gonna place it on her dresser next to the other one you made for her of Frostwing.
Says,
And she looks up at you and she says, I guess we gotta go die in Pridwen's scary mind palace, huh?
yeah, trust me, not my first idea of, for today, but I suppose we should.
Yeah, she kind of just grabs your hand and starts to walk out of the room reluctantly.
He walks out and he says, but I'll meet up with you. I have to go work on some paperwork.
Okay, well, don't be late.
He says as he walks out the door. Tries to find some sort of secluded spot that no one goes to so he can plan and scheme.
Okay. I want to know, where is this spot that did you have something in mind?
No, I don't know exactly where I could find a spot like that, but he's gonna look around, try to find a place that no one really goes to that he can work in peace.
Okay. So, you're gonna start looking around. Pridwen is, getting himself ready. Minerva finally stopped trying to stalk Apollyon and has joined Pridwen.
Uh,
Solon and Xavier, you see everybody kind of start moving around and doing stuff. What do you two want to do?
I'm still looking at this tattoo that's on my right hand.
you see Apollyon sort of like eyeing you and the tattoo, and he's like sort of like chuckling under his breath.
Is this permanent?
Um, I suppose you could say something like that. No, well, depending on what happens, not super permanent.
I always wanted to be those people that wore one glove, I guess. This could be the occasion.
Solon just turns to him, like with one glove on.
Also, so you also would have felt the spine chill by now.
Yeah, you do. As you are kind of standing here, you have felt this awful, like, nails moving down your back. Just this horrid chill.
Would he react? I don't think he would react knowing
I don't
where
think
he
he
came
would
from.
either. But I'm
wouldn't
just
react
telling
to it.
you that you're feeling it.
Yeah. I think he mentally acknowledges it and just keeps going.
Are you feeling it now, Mr. Krabs?
I mean, we will have to go to the principal's place anyway, right? To kind of get the whole map, the whole who we're going to for our classes. So,
Did you get the schedule of where we needed to be?
he rushed me, but he gave me my schedule, partly.
He did not actually give him a schedule at
Oh.
all.
No schedule at all. I'm like looking through my pockets.
Solon, you would know, coming from the UK branch, that a good portion of that stuff can be found on your PDA.
I guess the stars wasn't aligned.
He just kind of like puts fingers to his bridge. Just check your PDA. It should all be there.
Nope.
Solon, you're looking around, and on, like, you're kind of like taking in this place, and on, like, one of the doors, you see there's like a sticky note with Xavier's name scrawled across it, with like a smiley face.
I guess you've already claimed this one then.
Oh, yeah, it was either that or the other guys are.
Where's
Like
the
I
other
said,
one at?
The other guy was unlucky. The, I point next to the door right next to us.
It's the one with a lot of caution tape on it.
Yup.
That guy.
Well, I guess you won't be needing it anymore, so I just kind of walk over and tear the tape down.
Oh no.
Oh,
Oh no.
Oh no.
Sloan, we were supposed to be roommates.
Oh, is that the rule here?
He pauses, tearing the tape down.
I mean,
Pauline was at the end of the hallway by now.
Yeah, and suddenly there is
anyone there?
nobody by you. If they
There's-
were by you, they're not anymore.
He, Napoleon calls down to you guys and he says, I wouldn't recommend it, but
Do
if
it, do it, do it. You hear Abaddon like trying to be louder than him.
Don't listen to her.
you said do it.
Do it, do it, do it.
I wouldn't recommend it.
Do it. Do it. Do it.
If you want that room, then
Someone very clearly, like, reading the energy of the room just kind of steps away from the door. Like, fair enough, I guess roommates it is. And he walks into the room with a sticky note.
I mean, we had permission. The thing said do it. And I'm just following him.
The
behind
thing! He called me a thing! How dare he!
him. Sorry.
I am a lady! Act like you've never seen a lady before. The scythe huffs at you.
Nah. Raspberry.
Yeah, so you guys are chilling there. Pridwen, you and Minerva, you've kind of gotten yourself together, and you didn't have a plan for where you wanted to do this. However, your sister briefly told you not to worry about it, that she would take care of it.
So, Minerva, where are we going?
She's grabbed your hand at this point, and she's walking you, and you've left the cabins, and you're walking past the courtyard, and you take a left, and you head kind of towards the trees, and you find yourself by the lake.
Ah,
She points to the water.
we're going to do it by the lake.
She points at the water again.
In the lake?
She nods.
That, well, that would be easy enough for us, but I'm not so sure about the others.
She gives you this look like, really?
Right. Well, I suppose it's...
She
Seems like a
gives
good
you
place.
the hand sign for sit.
Wait, what?
She told you to sit.
Pridwen just sits down.
She just on the ground.
He'll go over to the lake and, like, sit down in the... like, the shallow.
That's what she
And-
wanted. Yeah. So those of you that are participating in Pridwen's deep dive, you will be arriving at the lake near Sadie's bench. Before that happened, Soma, you went looking for a place. There is one place that came to mind while you were walking around. And it comes to you with a flash, an image of Douglas throwing himself at Lindley. You remember that there are club rooms upstairs.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of them are not occupied as of right now.
He's going to look for one of those rooms.
Okay, so you go up on the rooftop and you look around, and yeah, there's a whole bunch of different club rooms up here that are free. You could take essentially any one that you wanted.
He's gonna take the one at the very end.
Okay, so you go and you find yourself like at the very corner of the building, away from the door. You've entered this small little, almost treehouse-esque little cabin. Apart from, like, a table in the corner, there's nothing else in here.
He's going to close the doors and what kind of doors are these? Are they like double doors? Are they a single door?
Single door.
Single door?
Glass
Uh,
pane. Like, window right at the top.
mhm. Uh, he's going to find something to cover the window, and
Okay.
he's going to block the doorway.
Alright.
And he's going to sit down and spread out all of his spreadsheets and continue planning. And that is what he's going to do for now.
Okay. Is there anything anybody else wants to do? Sol and Xavier, you guys are still mad chilling in the cabin.
Yeah. Is there
Is there what?
anyone else in the cabin?
Pitch, what are you doing right now? I think Pidge is still in the cabin, and Katya and Sadie are just getting ready to leave.
And Cody?
They're probably in the cabin, but you wouldn't know that they're there.
I see.
There is a door down the hallway that has Herb's name on it. There's also a door that has Cody and Osamu's name on it. You see the little redheaded girl from before has come out of a room like way down the hallway and is now walking with Sadie.
Huh. Hey, Salone, that's the person that they said not to talk to.
On hearing you say that, Sadie just slowly turns to look at you and squints.
I'm just like smiling and waving. Joking.
I turned to Xavier's like, what did you just call me?
Salone with the E at the end?
You've known me for several months now. It's Salon.
I know. Oh, I mean, yeah. Yeah.
God damn it.
I feel like Lewis mispronouncing characters' names is just gonna be canon no matter what character he's playing at this point.
God.
I was really thinking hard on that. I was like, how can you mess up this one, man? Salone. Ah. Salone with the E at the end.
Oh my god.
Um,
Yeah, so, Sadie and Katya, they shuffle out.
Wait, Sadie, where's the other guys going?
Did you not pay attention? She says, looking at you.
I mean, I know that they're going on a brain dive, but I don't know exactly where it's at.
Not important for you, she says, smiling at you sweetly. Starts to walk out the door.
Okay.
You notice that the 9-year-old is ignoring you. This is the first time, Solon, that you've actually seen Katya. Very small girl, bright red hair, wearing a purple sweater, joggers, keeping close to Sadie as they walk out. She looks like she has taken a beating recently. You can see hints of bandages all around her torso from underneath the sweater where visible.
Seem rather young to be attending this school.
Yeah, well, you seem rather old to be giving your opinion about a little kid, but here we are.
Oh, a fire. No one ever
You see
really talked
Sadie
to that guy
whispering,
that way.
"I'm sorry," as she, like, ushers Katya out the door.
She's gonna be really strong when she gets older.
I kind of reach into my coat and like grip onto Arya in like reminiscence and just indeed and just let her go.
Yeah, she was a little fireball too, a lot like that when she was younger.
Well, Do we have to do any weapons training or anything? I haven't gotten weapon form in a long.
Yeah.
And seeing all those people there just kind of made me miss it.
You want to go train? Let's
Might
go
as
train.
well.
Apollyon, if you're still lingering, you will hear them talking about training.
He's gonna shadow them.
Okay. It's about this time as you guys start walking out of this cabin, trying to get your bearings, that you see another guy passing you by. For the players, this is Liam. You guys don't recognize him, but as he's passing, he stops. He looks the two of you up and down slowly. You see, like, the cogwheels turning in his head for a moment, and then he says, I don't have time for this. And he starts walking again.
Moody.
He stops. You see his hand start to ball into a fist, and then he exhales slowly and starts walking again once more.
I didn't mean that for you particularly.
He's doing his best just to ignore you this time.
Everyone here is so nice.
That's what you got out of that interaction?
Wow. Like, this is way different than, Memphis or the other place. I mean, like, Jesus.
Where did you get Memphis from?
I went to Memphis last year. No one was nice.
Oh my god. So yeah, you guys are outside. You just gonna go to the courtyard and train?
You want to try to hit some trees, or are we allowed to do that here?
Surely there's an arena we can train in.
So opening your PDA, you find the campus directory very readily. It is one of the first things you can see on the homepage. And so you are able to see everything that is listed on the campus directory file that you guys have.
I would check my PDA, but my hands are really sweaty. I'm nervous. I haven't been in weapon form in a long time.
Why are you so nervous?
It's just, usually, I had a different partner who would wield me and whatnot, so having to do this again with someone else just opens doors, you know?
This is not news to you. You heard, not from him, but from other people, that what happened at the South American branch was bad. It's kind of been a taboo subject during all y'all's recovery.
And I really just want to kind of get back into the swing of things, if anything, you know? And plus, I never seen you move.
You never see me what you cut out?
Oh, move. Go in combat, basically. Yeah, I never seen you move. Never use a weapon before.
I lost my weapon.
So it's about the time you guys are like standing in the courtyard at this point. You've got the campus directory pulled up in one hand. You're kind of looking at it. As you glance just slightly to the left of the PDA, you see this small face, like just right on the other side of the PDA. It is Pidge.
Young one. Can I pick Pidge up by the coat again?
Oh my
Yes.
God.
And place right on my shoulder.
Pidge, you have just been yeeted into the air.
Paige had stated when they made eye contact with her, it said, "You guys didn't accept my grenades earlier," and it's holding 2 grenades out.
Okay, I put them in my pocket. I'll just take him and put him in my pocket right now.
So Xavier pockets his.
Do you want one?
Do you want one?
Yeah.
And this is how they put their jelly on their toast, man. They use explosives.
Oh, you're the one that got to see the cherry jam cherry bomb.
Which was amazing, by the way.
It's
What?
prototype.
A tad too much cherry. Or wait, other way. Too much bomb. Not enough cherry. Next
So
time
yeah,
you could put like a banana split out of it.
you guys are standing in the courtyard. Solon, you have no idea what they're talking about. Apollyon, you are hovering at a distance watching this weird interaction. Are you guys gonna do anything?
I was say, but
I look at the two of them. So what do you guys do?
we were gonna go do some combat training.
Oh, can Ein and I join you?
Who's Ein?
Out of my bag sticks Ein's head.
The little mechanical corgi's head just pops up out of the top of the bag. Its tongue, like made of wires, lolls out of its mouth. You hear a thumping inside the bag.
You are full of surprises. Do you have anything else in that bag?
Yes.
Huh.
Just yes!
Yes.
That
Whatever it
sounded
is,
like a
it'll be useful.
threat! Oh god.
Ear to ear grin. Yes, I do.
Well,
Just so you're... I guess I should mention that Paige is constantly carrying Eon around.
Yeah, so there's like the massive 50 cal on her back also that is like as big as she is, if not bigger.
well, Solo, you ready to go?
Ready when you are.
Let's go to our adventure.
So where are you going to train?
We were still going to go to the combat, to
The arena.
So like the gym? Question
the
mark?
gym. Is the gym the arena? Oh, I didn't know
No.
that.
So
Oh.
like people when they do
Oh.
fights, most of the time they do it in the courtyard. Unless
Oh.
you're Soma and Douglas and you want to burn down a bunch of fucking trees and then you go into the forest.
Yeah, there's a crater there. That's a really good.
So yeah, there's a perfectly good crater over there.
Well, we don't have anyone we're training against.
You see, like,
so-
there's
think we
been
should-
hacked in at the bottom of the campus directory in, like, completely different text. There's a location called The Crater and a dash, and then it just says, we don't talk about it.
First rule about Fight Club: don't talk about fights.
Yeah.
I think we go to the good forest.
We're gonna go to the forest.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Change of plans, Pidge. We're gonna go to the forest. Is that somewhere you would want to go?
Oh, I was just gonna help trade.
Well, then let's go.
So you guys go wandering into the forest. Meanwhile, Soma, you have got the place set up pretty well to your liking before you realized you're about to be late. And Katya is not gonna let you live it down.
So he's going to collect all of his things, and he's going to. Let's see. I'm going to walk up to like the very corner of the room furthest away from the door, and I'm going to try to lift up one of the floorboards and see if I can stash the paperwork underneath it.
You can very easily. You also notice that the door has locks that you can utilize, and like the keys and the locks are all inside waiting for you for somebody to take the building over.
Excellent. Yeah, so he's gonna stash his stuff underneath, and then he's going to grab the keys and lock the place up.
Okay, you do so. It seems very secure once you're looking at it from the outside. Doesn't look like there's really any other way in besides like breaking the fucking wall down.
Yeah. Excellent.
Okay.
Yep.
And then you kind of hurry to catch up. You make it down to the lake, which is where Katya told you to meet. And standing there is Liam with his hands in his pockets. Sadie sitting on her bench. Kat sitting next to her. You see Minerva standing just by the edge of the water, and then Pridwen's kind of just sitting in the water, looking kind of unsure about everything that's about to go down.
Yeah. So is everybody here yet?
Looks like it, Sadie says, looking around at the small group.
Yep.
Oh.
Soma is currently walking up to the group, and he's like spinning a keychain in his hand.
Took you long enough, Katya says.
I had to lock up.
Slowpoke.
Well, seeing as we're all here, I suppose this is going to be the last chance for anyone who wants to opt out.
You see Liam comically, sidestep like he's gonna walk away. Katya turns and shoots him a glare, and he raises his hands a bit, and he says, I'm joking. I'm joking. I wouldn't have walked all the way out here if I was gonna bitch out now.
Pridwen just kind of chuckles.
Polyon is going to also be keeping tabs on Solon and Xavier.
Okay, yeah, I figured he was keeping tabs on them.
Yeah.
Minerva, looking at you, Pridwen, she points at you and then points at the water again.
Oh, yes, I think we should all, Minerva, I believe you're the only one who doesn't know how to do this yet.
She puts a finger to her lips, and then she beckons to the rest of you that are joining and pats her shoulder. Intriguingly enough to you, Pridwen, she seems to know what she's doing.
Oh, you... Okay.
I don't speak her
Pridwen.
language. What's happening?
She's beckoning all of us to begin.
Okay. Alright, let's do this. He touches your shoulder.
So, Pridwen, she, kind of has pushed you into the water gently until you're on your back. Even though you're wearing this heavy metal armor, you get the sensation that you're floating. She's holding on to you, so you're not going anywhere. Your head's kind of resting in the crook of her legs, which are crossed, and she's just kind of holding you there. You see her looking down, the eyes of her mask, staring deeply into yours.
Are we all ready to begin?
Katya and Sadie have come over. Sadie curls her hand into yours, Soma. Katya elbows Liam and then puts her hand on your shoulder, Pridwen, being the closest thing you have to a partner right now.
Yeah.
Liam finally, last of all, comes over and awkwardly puts his hand on Katya's shoulder.
Ready as I'll ever be.
And Pridwen will take a deep breath, and he's going to try to enter his inner room.
You have no trouble. You are floating in this water, and it feels like home to you. And almost instantly, it's like blinking. 1 second you're there, you're in Minerva's grasp, and the next second you're in your favorite place, the castle gardens.
I will send the picture into art. And
Go ahead.
once Pridwen enters, he would probably immediately be in the bench staring up at the memorial wall.
Yep. Almost every time you've entered your inner room, you've been on that bench. You look up and you see all of these names staring back at you. It's only a half second later that you feel the hand on your shoulder. Minerva is standing beside you, staring up at the wall.
Soma actually, he's looking around and he says, "Quite the legacy you got here.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
It's quite nice."
Katya shivers, looking around.
Oh yeah, also everyone can hear kind of like the sound of the sea off in the distance.
Yep. Sounds very close. You can smell the salt in the air.
I missed this place. Every time I come in here, I miss it.
So, where do we begin?
That's a good question. I suppose I'm going to have to decide whether I want to try to begin at the beginning or at the end.
Is that how it works? Sadie says, looking over at you, Soma, in confusion.
Each path is different. I suppose we should just follow his lead.
Well, I can't quite remember much of my early childhood, so...
Is there anything in this place that represents a memory to you, individual memories?
Oh, there's a couple places I think I might know where to begin.
Hey, Pridwen!
Yes?
You turn around. Katya and Liam are a little ways away from you. They're standing in front of something that you don't recognize. It is a large set of double doors that appear to be locked.
That has never been there before. Pridwen gets up from the bench and walks up to the doors. Kind of runs his hand along it.
Liam reaches forward and knocks on it. It echoes.
It seems pretty Loctite to me.
Yes. Well, I suppose this must be where my memories are, the forgotten ones. Like Soma's bucket and Amai's locked house.
So how do we get in?
Well, we slowly work back until I can remember.
So, how about this, is there anything here that works similar to my photos? Something that's a sort of capture of each memory?
Well, in a manner of speaking, here, come with me.
Roll me a d20, Pridwen.
19.
You start walking back towards the name wall. I'm assuming that's where you were going.
Yeah.
Okay. As you're looking at all of these names, the sheer vastness of it sets in, and then your eyes fall to the newest additions, and one name sticks out to you. It's your mother's name.
Pridwen, looks over to Minerva and says, "We just need to remind ourselves this is a memory."
She slowly reaches her fingers forward and brushes them against the engraving of your mother's name. And as she does, there is a clicking sound from behind you.
Oh no.
Holy
Pridwen.
shit! Katya points The double doors have swung inward.
Oh. I wasn't expecting it to be that easy. Well, I suppose we should brace ourselves and step inside. And
Alright,
Pridwen
and
will...
Katya just zooms in the doors.
Katya, be careful!
She's gone.
Oh no. Pridwen
Soma
runs
followed.
after her.
Soma was already following, like, right behind her.
Yeah, so literally she goes in, and it's weird, because she takes like 3 steps, you hear her footsteps echoing, and then they're gone. Liam, alarmed by this, also enters. He takes 2 steps, and then his footsteps are gone. Soma follows, and the same thing happens to him. And as you and Minerva are standing there, Sadie has followed Soma at this point. You guys have this, there's this eerie, almost fog that seems to be hovering just inside the door, blocking your vision, your sound, you assume.
Well, into the dark we go. And Pridwen will follow after them.
Minerva's the last one, turning her back and watching the area around you all suspiciously. She backs into the fog behind you. All of you hear this soft squealing sound, and then the latching of the doors. You guys look around, and you're in some kind of castle walkway. It's dark, almost cavern-like. The floors, the walls are stone. Minerva bumps into you, Pridwen. You bump into Soma and Liam, and all of you are kind of just like right on top of each other.
Oh,
It is dark as shit.
Pridwen pulls his chain and lights up.
You begin to glow. And you're standing in some kind of entrance room.
Wait. This isn't the front gates, I don't think.
This isn't the front gates. In fact, this isn't any part of the castle that you recognize. Minerva looks just as confused, her fingers passing along this eerie colored stone that seems different from what you grew up with.
Is this even our castle? And Pridwen's running his hands along the stone as well. Where are we?
I would like a perception check from those present.
Oh boy.
Right.
16?
Soma?
Six.
Oh god, yeah, okay. So, let's see, 1, 2, and... Oh my god. Okay, so the first one actually to hear anything is Kat. She's hovering just at the edge of your light. There seems to be some kind of entranceway in front of you that leads further into whatever this creepy place is. And she goes rigid. Just freezes completely. Her head tilts to the side, her eyes are wide, and she seems to be listening to something.
Katya, what's the matter?
Liam holds up a hand to you for silence. He's also listening carefully. He says, "You don't hear that?"
With a 16, do I start hearing it?
Yes. So, once he has said this, you shut your mouth and you listen. There is an eerie whispering. It sounds like the voices of children saying something in Italian. And when you and Minerva hear it, you start to go rigid. You hear the phrase, Strega commanda colora.
The witch commands the color.
Yeah, so all of you heard Italian that you didn't understand, and then Pridwen is just like, oh, here you go.
But who? Where?
You hear
Oh.
giggling laughter. It seems to be running down whatever the hallway is in front of you. You hear another phrase as this giggling continues. Hey, no powers! Fine.
Pridwen's trying to like follow where the voices are coming from.
So just like, hey, wait, what's going on here? This is kind of creepy. It's creepier than mine, and mine was already pretty creepy.
Are you gonna enter through the door to try and chase the voices?
Yeah, he's being careful. Like he's stepping very slowly.
Okay, so if y'all didn't see in the layout pictures, there is a map. That map is about to be very important to you. So I would keep that pulled up somewhere. You have entered into section 1. You hear more of the giggling. The same phrase repeated over and over, the witch commands the color in Italian. And then you hear another word. The word oro.
Oro.
You want to roll for Italian?
With advantage?
Yeah.
12 and with advantage, 15.
This is a color. It is gold.
Gold. Everyone, touch something gold. Pridwen puts
You
his
look
hand.
around. You're in another of those dark, stony-looking hallways, and you don't really see anything that looks gold. In fact, you don't see a lot of colors anywhere in this room.
Pridwen, he's going to walk towards, he's going to go down the right wing.
Towards 2?
Yeah, over to 2.
Okay. So, Pridwen starts walking. What are the rest of you doing?
Following?
I think we need to play the game. We need to find something that is gold to touch.
So, you make it into 2, and in the very top corner of the room, you see a strange-looking device.
What?
It looks to be mechanical in nature.
What on earth is that?
Would you like to investigate?
Yes.
You walk over. You get closer, and as your light begins to illuminate, you realize it looks like a generator.
Generator. Does it look like an electrical generator?
It just looks like a generator to you.
And I'm assuming it's not, got any gold on it.
You start looking around, and you see that there is a brief light on the side of it. The light is red.
He steps over and he, like, looks at it.
It's a dimly lit red light.
Is there any, like, labeling, or...?
Nope.
Does he see any, like, controls on it?
It appears that there are panels on the sides that have been hastily opened, like someone was trying to do something with them.
He's gonna take a look at those panels.
They seem damaged, but you might be able to figure out how to fix them if you spend some time doing it.
Pridwen's going to begin fidgeting with them, trying to figure out how to...
There's a light jingling sound, like soft bells. Katya kind of goes rigid and starts looking around. Soma, you hear it too. Pridwen, you're hearing it as well, and all of you start to hear this light jingling sound, and Minerva is staring at something on the far wall opposite of you.
Pridwen slowly looks over.
There's a soft, almost bioluminescent glow. Little tiny dots that have begun moving around together.
What are those?
They begin to form into what looks like a word. Run.
Uh-oh. We need to move. Pridwen's.
What?
I think we need to. We need to find something gold.
From the hallway in the direction of 1 that you just came from, you hear a thud. A thud that kind of resounds down the chambers. Almost makes it seem like you can't tell where it's coming from. It's so loud. And then there's this dragging sound. The sound of metal grating against stone. Ever so slowly.
We need to move. Pridwen's immediately rushing towards door 3, or the door down to 3.
Yes, Katya's gone. She bolted into 3, like, way before you. When the word run came up, she was just gone instantly. Liam started chasing her.
Yeah, what does he see in 3?
So you see, interestingly enough, on the far wall, it appears like there's some kind of lockers. There's also some debris kind of in the center of 3 that's piled together kind of precariously.
He's just going to frantically look around and see if there's anything that's like the color gold in here, and if not, he's gonna keep moving.
There's not. In fact, everything seems dimly lit. No real colors on it at all, except this bioluminescent glow that has followed you. You hear the dragging sound beginning to move into room 2.
We need to find. We need to find the game. The game. You're safe if you can touch something that's the right color.
You see the bioluminescent glow. In one direction, towards 4, you see it form into the word run. In the other direction, toward the lockers, you see it form into a second word. Hide.
Do we have to choose? We should keep looking.
What are you
And
gonna do,
Pridwen's gonna rush towards 4.
Okay, Soma, you're seeing this bioluminescent glow and you're hearing the creepy dragging sounds. Katya has disappeared entirely. Pridwen is running to 4. Sadie is looking at you with concern. What do you want to do?
He's gonna try to run where Katya went.
So Katya didn't even stop in 3. She just barreled straight around the corner and went into 4.
Okay, he's gonna go into 3.
Okay, so you're in 3. The creepy dragging sound is happening in 2. Like I said, you see there are lockers on the far wall. There seems to be some precarious stuff piled in the center of the room. And it's you and Sadie in here. Nobody else is with you.
Okay. Yeah. He's just gonna... He's gonna take Sadie and he's gonna look for a place to hide.
So you kind of push her towards the lockers worriedly. She objects at first, but realizing how close the dragging sound is getting toward reaching 3, shuts her mouth very quickly, and you shove her into a locker, and you kind of crawl in with her, and you slam the doors behind you. Pridwen, as you guys get into 4, you see something in the corner of 4. It looks like another generator.
Oh, I already know what the fuck you're doing, you bastard.
I've been waiting for this for so long.
Oh my god, bastard.
What's happening too? What the fuck?
We need light. The generators! He starts calling out. We need the generators!
You hear the dragging sound stop from 3 for a moment, and then it starts moving towards you faster.
Be stealthy too, Pridwen calls out before running.
What direction are you running?
He's gonna head to 6.
Okay, you run into 6. You see some more debris piled precariously. You see some lockers on the bottom wall, and then near the front of the room, kind of where it T-bones off to the left and right, you see what looks like hooks.
Motherfucker. Pridwen's gonna dive into a locker.
You have dived into a locker. Soma, you and Sadie are in a locker as
I would like to add quietly.
heavy footsteps come stomping into the room, and there's this horrendous dragging sound, and something is standing outside. I would like you to roll me a perception check to see if you can see what is standing outside your locker.
Sorry, I was creating a sort of logo for the inner circle group. Okay. Found it. What? Okay. There's a 13.
You can make out a massive shape. What it is, you don't know. You think maybe you can see like a fin? You aren't sure. But it stops for just a second. You can feel Sadie suck in a breath, and then it starts shuffling towards the room opposite of you, and enters 6.
Oh boy.
Soma is going to very quietly open the locker and try to sneak it.
So you go to open the locker, and Sadie, like, is on the verge of a panic attack. She, like, grips your arm, looking at you in horror.
He grabs her and just gives her this intent look, and he's going to slowly open the locker door.
She mouths "what the fuck" at you, but doesn't stop you this time. You open the locker door. Pridwen, you also hear the chonky footsteps coming in. That awful dragging sound of metal against stone. I would like to see if you can figure out what the thing is.
Natural 20.
Oh.
By the way, his light's off. He turned it off the moment he realized they were being chased.
I would imagine so. So you focus, and you're listening, and you're trying to figure out, because you're thinking to yourself, this has got to be something from my memories, right? It's got to be something. This is only a memory. It can't be that bad. And then you see it. You see this broken, kind of shattered conglomeration of metals.
Oh no.
That are formed into this sort of buster sword. And you watch as a second one appears. Whatever this thing is, its arms appear to be made out of broken pieces of metal. And then it comes into the room entirely, and you see this thing.
Oh no.
Oh man.
What the fuck?
Terrifying.
Fucking giant ass shark demon.
It stops, and you see the tip of its nose wrinkling a bit as it looks around, inhaling rapidly. It starts walking towards you. Roll me a presence check.
Oh fuck. So do I add my presence?
Uh-huh.
Oh boy. Okay, 17 plus, hold on, I've got to go to Pridwen's stats. Presence. That's an 18 total.
Yeah, this thing, it comes right up to your locker door and begins sniffing heavily. And just as it lifts its one of its meaty sword hands towards the latch, there is a rattle from across 6. It snaps its head around and you hear rapid footsteps darting in the opposite direction. It lets out this awful half roar, half scream that reverberates in your locker to the point it almost hurts. And then it goes thundering in the direction of 1.
Pridwen's going to immediately, he's going to make noise too. He's intentionally making noise as he dives out of the locker. Once he notices that this thing has left the room.
Okay. You do so. The rapid footsteps, there's this skidding sound, and then they seem to be coming back.
And he runs towards 7.
Okay, so you take off towards 7. You make it to 7, and you see Liam, who is crouched in front of another generator. He looks at you and he goes, "Oh, hey, this one has a weird light on it. You want to see?" And then there's just the thud, thud, thud sound coming from 6.
Pridwen just puts his finger up to his mouth and then immediately, points, run. And he's pointing towards 8.
Jesus fuck, he says and takes off sprinting. Soma, you and Sadie come out of a locker, and you hear a lot of noise coming from somewhere else in this awful place, but it's not close to you. What would you like to do?
Is there a generator in this room?
Not in 3. So, from what you know, there's one in 2, 4, and 7.
Okay. He's going to slowly and carefully open the door while trying to keep a few feet of distance from Sadie, and he's going to look out and see if he can see anything. Look
To which one? In 4?
Yeah.
Okay, so you look into 4, and there is a generator in the bottom left corner, kind of between 4 and 8.
Okay. He's going to gesture Sadie to follow, and he's going to slowly walk towards 4.
Okay, you guys are creeping into 4, and luckily because this thing is thundering around in between 6 and 7, doesn't seem to notice you.
He's going to walk right up to the generator. Is this a combustion or electric generator?
It appears to be electric.
Okay. He thinks to himself, and he's like, "Fuck! If only I totally use Pridwen here. Sadie, you're gonna have to help me with this."
Sadie crouches down and she points. There's a small light that is glowing on the side of it. This light appears to be gold.
He touches it.
It doesn't do anything, but it is glowing. It's just very lightly warm.
Is the generator running?
No.
He's going to pick. Is there any tools nearby?
Yes.
He's going to pick them up, and he's going to say, "Well, I did hang around that mechanic girl for a little bit. Maybe I'll pick something up. I don't know if I did or not."
It's almost like if one of your party members had come with you, she would have had advantage on some of this.
Pitch.
The second pitch said she wasn't going into this, I was like, oh no. The only person who would have gotten advantage besides Pridwen,
Whistles nonchalantly.
God, Pidge, if you wanna make an exception, I'll let you jump in. I'll let you recant your decision. Yeah, so you pick up the tools, and Sadie is kind of looking around, keeping a hand on your shoulder and listening to the thunderous footsteps that are coming kind of from 6, kind of from 8, you're not sure. Quick pause on you guys. Xavier, you and Solon and Pidge have all arrived in the forest. What are you doing?
Oh. place is more thirsty than I thought.
The birds are singing. It's really pretty out here. This is definitely a different kind of setting than anything either of you are used to.
Okay. You think we want to do it here? I'm just
Pitch has a dumb, just curious grin on her face.
just don't want to really hurt the environment in a way that will. It's just gonna be a few
Hurt.
trees.
Be obliterated.
Yeah, Pitch, you hear hurt the environment and your thoughts are instantly sprung back to the crater that is not far from here.
Hmm.
We're not. We don't have to go all the way
Pitch is
to
also
the crater.
Pitch is also thinking about the multitude of small craters that she has made.
Yeah.
What
For
that
sure,
Calm
was.
down.
for sure.
Calm down. We're not here to cut down trees.
Yeah.
So yeah, you guys are mad chilling in the forest. What are you doing?
Pidge starts pulling out pieces of a baseball pitching machine.
Oh. Okay.
Solon turns to Pidge. Yeah, Pidge is like, you have anything that's non-lethal?
Yeah, this is non-lethal.
I think the baseballs will be good. That'll save us from hitting the trees. And I attempt to transform in front of Solo.
Solon, you grabbing him?
Yes, I am waiting to get an explanation what attempt to means.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what was happening there either.
Oh, just in case if you're grabbing me or not.
Yes, I'm grabbing you.
Look, I play a lot of Magic.
But
okay?
like
I verse a
very
lot of blue
warily, half expecting to get dropped, like
I play a lot of blue players, man. You have
I
to
don't. I
attempt to
don't know
everything.
what it is, but I get PTSD from a past life, I guess.
God, it's crazy.
Just
Ooh, what
muscle
a
memory at the
thought.
moment.
Oh my lord.
But we should just go for a few pitches, and then we can just go back to the school. And I'm just like saying it as fast as I can, as like a noticeable irritation.
Oh. Huh. Interesting. Solon, you can feel the irritation. It's building up in a heat in your palms. Not to the point that it's uncomfortable, like your wavelength isn't matching, but it's very noticeable.
What's your problem?
Nothing's my problem. Let's
Well,
just
they're
do this thing
obviously-
already now.
There's obviously something wrong.
Pidge finishes setting up the pitching machine about a
I don't want to hit no stupid
About-
balls, man. I want to hit a
One-
tree.
100 yards away, football field.
Mm-hmm.
She has it angled upwards too.
Okay.
Not like a 45-degree angle.
Alright.
What's your
So
obsession
you're-
with hitting trees?
What's your obsession of not hitting them?
Oh my god.
They're annoying. They need to go. Come
And then-
on.
Pours a bunch of
Just
bunch
low
of-
gun as we're arguing.
Pours
Okay,
a
so
bunch
what's your
of,
problem with trees?
mystery orbs into the pitching machine.
So you guys didn't really see, but she put something into the pitching machine.
And then she steps back and says, "All right, you ready?"
What? I don't want to do this. What the? Come on, let's just hit it already and let's go.
It's just going off.
Yep.
Just start hitting / dodging them.
Yeah, so what are you shooting?
I am shooting at the orbs. The orbs unleash napalm.
Can we use
Okay.
vigilance on the machine in general?
So the very first one that you, like, go to dodge, like, it slides past you, hits a tree behind you, and, like, fucking explodes.
You know what? We can just take out the whole machine. We can take out the whole person. We can do the whole thing. Do something. I don't know.
Agreed. This just got a whole lot more difficult.
Solon, you are, as you're having this conversation, you are dodging, spinning the twin blade around your hand, trying to get used to the feel of him.
Paige is sniping them out of the air while dodging any that can come close to her. Or trying to, anyway. She's not all that proficient at this.
That's a new sport she invented, like, 2 minutes ago. It's fine.
Yeah.
Come on.
In the process, is like, I now understand what you meant by yes.
Are you going to start trying to,
Yeah, I'm gonna work my way towards the machine.
Okay, I'm going to need you to roll me 3 d20s. While that is happening, Sadie and Selma, you guys are in 4. And you hear rapid footsteps coming from 8. You see Liam sprint around the corner, look at you and go, fucking bolt, man, get out of here! And he turns to 3 and just darts off. A few steps behind him, you see Pridwen rush into 4. You look over Pridwen and see Soma is on one knee with some tools in his hand. He appears to be trying to fuck with whatever this generator is.
Go. I'll try to jumpstart it.
Okay. Let's get out of here. He grabs Sadie.
She's already ready to go. What direction are you running?
Away from Pridwen's direction.
Yeah, Pridwen's going to be pointing in the direction where the monster is.
So, yeah, Pridwen's pointing at 8. Liam just
Monster's
sprinted
over
into
there.
3, and so you and Sadie go running into 6. Pridwen, you're standing in 4. You can hear the chonky footsteps. It sounds like it's somewhere between 7 and 8.
He's going to grab the generator and he's going to try to jumpstart it with a jolt of electricity.
Roll me a d20. At disadvantage, because you're
fuck.
doing it alone.
Ooh, natural 20 and then a 14.
Too bad it was
That's
a
rough.
disadvantage.
Oh.
You try and build up a spark in your hands. You try really hard, and for just a second, it jolts and it flickers. The light's just a teensy bit, and you think it might work, but it's about then that whatever that thing is makes it to 8. You hear the aggressive sniffing. You hear a snarling, and the footsteps grow closer.
Pridwen's going to Dark Souls roll into 6.
Okay, so you barrel roll into 6. Sadie, Soma, what are you two doing? You guys have reached 6 and you see the creepy ass hooks hanging on the wall. You see some lockers, and you see 2 ways to run into 1, and 1 way to run into 7. Okay, so yeah, Sadie is keeping with you. You guys kind of go around the corner into 1. There's nothing there. You can see the door that leads to the entrance. He's gonna do what? Sorry. Okay, so you guys crouch down in 1 and you listen. Pridwen, you're in 6 and the thing has made it to 4 and it begins sniffing. Oh fuck. Well, that's fucking unfortunate. So it turns towards 6, kind of in your direction, and then it hears something. It stops. Its head snaps towards 5. And it takes off running.
Pridwen's going to begin stomping furiously, making as much noise as he can.
It does not matter. This thing is in a charge. It bolts from 4 to 5 in a matter of seconds before you can even really think to react.
Oh no.
You hear a yell come from 5.
Pridwen's going to try and run to 5.
Fuck! You hear as, like, heavy footsteps disappear. Soma, you can hear it coming from, the path that leads between 1 and 2.
Quick question at this stage here, or I guess BTGM. Would his weapon form have been high, or is it just low?
Say that one more time?
Would Xavier's weapon form have been high, or is it low?
No, it would not.
But Soma is going to very carefully try to slip out of the room and try to easy. So the monsters and still in the fire.
Yeah.
He's going to very carefully sneak over again.
Okay, so you and Sadie crouch and you creep into 6 and start moving to 4, and you almost barrel into Pridwen.
Mm-hmm.
And Pridwen's currently arcing with electricity.
You see that bioluminescent glow in front of your face for a moment. It moves over towards the wall and seems to manifest there. You see the words, "Don't fight."
Pridwen just lets out a frustrated sigh and continues running. He's probably gonna move towards 3.
Okay. You end up in 3. You see the lockers and the debris in there, but that's about it.
Is there anything notable about the debris, or is it just kind of there?
It seems that it might fall over if you pushed it.
Oh my god, it's a fucking pallet. Alright, Pridwen's just
I'm not
gonna
saying it's not a pallet.
God. Pridwen's just going to start heading towards 2 then.
Okay. So you start going into 2, and you hear a soft rattling.
Is the generator running?
No. You turn to your right, and you see there appears to be another set of double doors. Minerva is crouched in front of them, kind of trying to jostle them and mess with the lock, and she kind of throws her hands up in frustration, apparently not having any luck.
Minerva, I think we need to repair these get these generators to work in order to open that. I have a plan.
She nods at you.
Here, help me get this generator running. You're the fastest out of all of us. If you make a loud noise to draw it to a room where no one is in, and then sneak off, we can probably bait it around for a little while.
She gives you the really look.
I've been trying and it's worked so far.
She signs the word bait.
No. The noise is bait, not you.
She gives you the she doesn't believe you look, but she starts walking towards 1 anyways.
Let's just get this generator running.
She nods some and darts towards 1 at a very fast speed. Soma, Sadie, you guys are back in the room with the generator.
He's going to walk back up to the generator and begin trying to continue working on it.
Roll me a d20.
A 14.
Okay. With that roll, it seems like you're making a little bit of progress. You definitely have a ways to go. Sadie is doing her best to keep watch for you, but she doesn't seem like she's going to be much help when it comes to the generator itself. Across from you, in the direction of 6, you hear an agonized yell rip out. Sadie goes kind of rigid and her fingers curl a bit into your shirt. Pridwen, you also hear it, but it's way more distant.
Oh no. Pridwen's just trying to get this generator running.
Okay. So are you working on the generator in,
2.
Okay. Sorry, I have to keep flashing back and forth between all of my layouts.
Yeah.
So you walk over to the one in 2, and are you gonna try and spark it again?
Yeah.
Roll me a d20 at disadvantage.
Okay. Not bad. 17.
You actually get a response this time. It's a spark, but just when it seems to, like, it should work, the generator dies out again. You notice that the light on the side, the red one, is flashing at you.
I think I'm close. Pridwen's trying to look at the panel and see if there's any, like, he's gonna try and see if he can, like, reconnect wires or fix, like, any of the... He's trying to repair it, basically.
Yeah, it looks like you might be able to repair it if you sat there and really focused for a while.
Did that shock make a loud noise?
Yes.
Pridwen's going to kind of look around, and then he's just going to shrug and start working on it.
Okay. Soma, you hear the chonky footsteps coming from 6 again.
I'm just gonna grab Sadie and try to hack him into the lockers.
Okay. You go for the lockers, in... I think 8 are the closest to you, since you can't go into 6. Roll me a presence check. Oh no. You rolled a what?
Natural 20.
You know what? That's a good fucking thing you did that. So, you go to close the door, and somehow Sadie manages to catch her, like, foot in the door as you go to close it, and she just goes to let out this awful yelp as you have, like, it fucking hurt. And you clasp your hand over her mouth in just enough time to latch the locker closed, as whatever it is breaches the doorway between 4 and 8. It stops. It looks around. You hear that violent inhale and exhale of sniffing. And then it starts shuffling back into 4 and then moves towards 3. Pridwen, you hear it coming towards you, and then there's a rapid clanging, like somebody is beating metal on metal. Sounds like it's coming from somewhere further in. The creature turns its head and sprints back in the direction of 4.
Pridwen, Pridwen takes a deep breath and says, "Let's hope this works."
It is about this time that you feel a hand on your shoulder.
Pridwen will look up.
It's Katya.
Katya, are you alright?
She looks frazzled. Her hands are covered in blood. Her eyes are wide, and she's not saying anything.
What happened?
She points kind of in the direction of 1, shaking, and she just mouths the word Liam.
I'll go get him. Get this generator working.
She looks at it, and then looks at you with a really look.
Just...
She grabs, like, one of the wrenches that's laying there and looks at it, and then just smacks the generator with it once.
Oh. Okay, just find a place to hide. Find a place to be safe.
She nods a little.
Pridwen's immediately going to start running towards 1.
Okay.
Making his way to 6.
Ironically, as you are running into 1, you barrel headfirst into Minerva, who is running towards you.
Oh no.
There are some hella chonky footsteps behind her.
Let's go the other way.
She doesn't even stop. She, like, trips over you, hits the ground, scrambles up, and then takes off running again.
Pridwen starts running towards back to. He's gonna try to go the long way from 2 down to 6.
If you're going that way, she barrels down 5.
Oh, there's a space through 5. Yeah, he's gonna
Yes.
take 5 then.
Okay, then she's gonna go the long way. Yeah, she's determined to split up from you either way.
Yeah.
Soma, you guys poke your head out of the locker. It sounds like wherever it is, it's a ways away from you. Sadie curses under her breath and kind of stumbles sideways out of the locker, rubbing at her ankle.
Sorry about that, but we should get going immediately.
Do you hear that? She says, her head tilting towards 7.
What?
You don't hear anything. You just gonna head back to 4?
Yes.
Okay. You start moving toward 4, and you go back to the generator. Sadie's still standing in 8, listening. Pridwen, you run into 4 about the same time that Soma does. He's crouched in front of a generator, grabs the tools. Whatever he's doing, it seems to be sparking to life. Seems like he's making some progress.
Pridwen's going to try to help real quick. Like, if he can do it very quickly.
Roll me a d20 at advantage.
Oh boy. 14 and 19.
Okay. You guys actually start getting a response. The generator begins to purr. You're getting close to having it light up.
Get this going. I've got to go help Liam. And Pridwen's going to immediately rush towards 6.
Yeah, this is news to you, Soma.
Yeah. Okay.
You also notice that your girlfriend is not with you anymore.
He's just going to hope for the best and continue working on the generator.
Right. So you sprint into 6, and you're looking around, and then you remember the hooks. You hear this agonized breathing coming from the far side of the room, and you start running that way, and you can see that Sadie's standing there, looking up, and there's a body hanging suspended from one of these hooks. It's dripping blood.
Oh, I said I look who it is.
Oh, it's Liam.
Yeah. He's like, fuck. He's gonna walk up and try to help.
Sadie, like, you start going, and you're, like, standing there. I mean, you're not the tallest dude. You can get to, like, his, like, knees, his thighs, maybe. Sadie doesn't waste a minute. She clambers up onto your shoulders, like a monkey in a tree. Like, just straight up onto your shoulders, and then starts to grab him and lift him off. He lets out an agonized groan. You hear that awful dragging sound stop somewhere in the distance and then start moving towards you again.
Yeah, I hear it immediately.
So she gets him off and, like, unable to do much because he's bigger than she is, she drops him. He hits the ground with this just awful groan, trying to scramble back onto his knees, and you take off. What direction are you going?
Away from the noise.
Okay, you head towards 1. Liam is scrambling on his hands and knees trying to get to 7. Pridwen? Pridwen, what are you doing?
Yep. So 6, you said there were hooks in 6. He's going to, like, run around and look at those?
So you get there, and there is a bloody hook and a trail of blood leading to 7. You hear footsteps running toward 1.
Pridwen's going to run to 1.
You are starting to catch up with what looks like Sadie.
Sadie.
She looks over her shoulder at you but doesn't stop.
Is everyone okay?
Not really.
Oh no.
You can see her hands are also covered in blood.
No, there's a generator just down that way. Pridwen points to 2. Can you help me get it running?
Yeah, sure. There was another one too that we saw in. She looks at you, Soma, trying to remember what room it's in. No, not that one. There's another one. You were just in 6. You didn't see one there.
1.
You're standing in 1 currently.
I'm pretty sure it's 8.
It's in none of those. Fun fact.
God. Oh wait,
List
3,
every
wasn't-
possible number.
Every single number that you could except the right one.
I mean, 7 was where they unhooked.
No, they
Liam,
unhooked
right?
in 6. 7 is where it is.
Right.
The
Oh, they
generators
got
are
to
in
6
2,
before
4, and
Pridwen did.
7.
Fuck. Okay, 2, 4, and 7. Okay.
Yep. You guys are currently, the 3 of you are in 1. As far as you know, Liam is in 7 or somewhere close to it. You left Katya in 2, and Minerva was somewhere in 3. You hear the chonky footsteps echoing from the direction of 2 and 5, but it also kind of sounds like maybe it's coming from 4 and 6. You're not sure what direction the thing is coming from.
Yeah, actually, Soma and Sadie, if you're both already working on... If you could work on that, I should probably find Liam and give him help.
Yes, you do.
And Pridwen will split off from them and try to head to 7.
Okay, so you are sprinting down into 6 and then going over to 7. In 6, as you're passing by, you can hear the chonky footsteps in 4.
Oh shit, okay. He's gonna use an ability. He's going to cast Throw Voice. First time that he's actually using it. To create a bubble.
Yep.
And he's going to slowly push it so that it will pop on that wall that's in the middle of 6.
Okay.
And he's basically going to try and have that go off like after he's left the room. After he's gotten a little ways out of the room.
Gotcha. So you get, like, around the corner going into 7 when this thing goes off. You hear that awful screech and then thunderous footsteps heading into 6. You barrel into 7, and you see this blood trail leads to a locker.
Pridwen's going to, Liam, it's me. Open up.
The door kind of squeals open, and you see he's, like, crouching on the ground trying to stop the bleeding. His entire shoulder is just blood.
Here. Pridwen's going to pull out his red solo cup.
Isn't this your type of job? He says, looking up at you.
Precisely. I've got this.
No, like, I mean, aren't you supposed to be the one getting stabbed?
Oh, very funny.
You go to fill the red solo cup. Nothing happens.
Oh no. I can't do anything.
That's great, he says.
Here,
He
maybe
kind
I
of
can-
points over to the corner of 7. There's a generator over there, but the light on it is blue.
He looks over at it. Is it running or is it just...
No, it is completely silent. There is a little light flashing on the side of it that appears to be blue.
Here, help me out with it. Are you okay enough to help me?
I don't think I have a choice.
Come. Pridwen will rush over to that generator.
You crouch down next to the generator. It looks to be in the same condition as the other 2, except the light color is different.
He's going to try to repair it.
Okay, you're gonna have to roll me a d20, and you will be at advantage because Liam is helping you. Soma,
Oh, yeah.
you guys are in 1, and you guys jog over to 5 and then head back down to 4. You can hear the chonky footsteps in 6. Are you gonna try and get this gen done?
Yes.
You probably would have also heard from 6 because it's a 50-foot radius. Basically a loud...
Yeah, what was the sound?
Yeah, Pridwen basically created a loud, like, trumpet noise.
Yeah, so out of fucking nowhere, you guys are creeping around the corner trying to discern if it's safe to enter 5, and there's just this weird trumpet.
He looks over to Sadie and he's like, what the hell is that?
I'm gonna be honest, I thought that was just my, like, psyche breaking down, so I'm glad that you heard it.
Okay, let's just put this dungeon.
Right, and she, jogs into 4 with you. You hear the chonky footsteps sound like they're leaving, going up into 1. There's another crash that sounds like it comes from 2, and the footsteps go charging from 1 to 2. Roll me a d20, Soma.
My stuff is here, so I got a 17 on that roll. Pridwen's going to hide in the locker immediately after the result.
Gotcha.
And then I will be back as soon as possible.
Okay. You rolled a what? 15? Is it gonna be enough? It's enough. So, with one final, just frustrated grunt of effort, you just shove your hand into this thing and reach in to try and find what is not working for you. And you manage to hit this connector that has been loose this whole time. The thing sparks to life, the purr gets extremely loud, and the light flares. And then on the front of the generator, there's a panel there, and it opens up, and there's something inside of the generator. You gonna reach your hand in? Oh, did you die? Oh god, you're so quiet. What happened to you?
No, I'm all. Yeah, I said I reached my hand to do it.
You grip something soft. You pull your hand back, and you appear to be holding a gold ribbon.
This is what we came here for.
It's about this time as you look at Sadie, and Sadie looks kind of proud of you and smiles at you, that you hear a shout come from 3, and there is a loud crash.
Shit, we need to go help somebody.
You turn and you barrel into 3. About the same time that Katya is barreling out of 3, she crashes into your legs and knocks you over.
Katya.
She scrambles like a feral cat over the top of you and just keeps running. You look into 3 and you see whatever that thing is underneath a pile of debris. It is angrily trying to push itself up.
Sadie, run immediately.
You don't have to tell me twice, she says, and just takes it like straight out of 4, books it into 6. So you are holding a gold ribbon. You can hear a light purr, like somebody's working on something towards 7, and you also remember that there was a generator in 2. You do hear that same childlike laughter coming from somewhere. It's murmuring in Italian, but the Italian makes enough sense that you can make out the word that sounds like blue. What would you like to do?
Goes into 7 and tries to help whoever's there.
Okay, so Liam is there. He's bleeding heavily from his shoulder, and he's only really able to use his right hand. He is desperately trying to fix this gen. It's going a lot slower than yours at his pace. So you crouch down. Roll me a d20 at advantage.
Okay.
Well, that's happening. Solon, you and Xavier have been dodging and hopping, and unfortunately, first couple dodges, they ain't been going so well. First you got hit, like it hit just beside your foot and threw you off balance. You actually had to drive one of the spear points on Xavier into the ground to keep yourself from getting yeeted. The second one almost took him out of your hands. You're still trying to figure out how to use this massive thing.
God damn it. Can we just blast up behind it already?
This is probably news to you, Solon. You have no idea what his abilities are.
Go on, just. Oh, that's if he's here.
If he's here.
I'm muted. Haha.
There he
An
is.
attempt.
I'm talking while muted. Fly. We haven't been partners very long. What do you mean?
Just go faster.
Just go
Faster than you ever been.
do what you're doing, but do it better.
I'm just screaming, just go faster!
As you do that, you can feel, being of the same mind and you guys starting to meld together, you feel this speed, this adrenaline rush through you, and suddenly you're not where you were standing a second ago. You're standing on the far side of the pitching machine.
I said go straight, not this way. Come on. It's over there. We have to do it now. Come on, let's go, let's go.
Pidge, this is information to you because 1 second he was standing there, and the next second he was standing over there.
Fine. Try it again.
You go to flash step again, you focus in really hard, and you're standing directly in front of the pitching machine, which is what you wanted. But also, you're standing directly in front of the pitching machine, so roll me a d20 to make sure you don't take a napalm straight to the face.
Do we roll with advantage? Oh.
With advantage?
No.
Technically, because I thought we have vigilance.
You, actually, let me double check. Yeah, you do actually.
Alright, 20.
Fuck. So you have, like, you watch as he's, like, here, and then he's here, and then he's directly in front of the pitching machine. Except, it's right when this thing fires that he appears, and he just matrixes it. Like, just barely misses getting hit in the face with this thing, and in the same motion that he dodges, he swings the bottom end of the twin blades up, catches your pitching machine, and slices it clean in half. There's a soft whirring, and then it just dies, the two pieces falling over on its side.
Break it apart. Stab it more.
Sloane's just kind of looking at Xavier. It's an inanimate object. It's broken.
Pidge had fired a bullet at the one that he had matrixed through to just shatter it before frowning at him.
I didn't catch most of that. It was pretty much white noise for me.
Too much white noise? Can you hear me?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Pidge had knocked the one that Solon matrixed to fired at it and blew it up to shatter it while it was fighting. After it flown past him. And then
now
just frowns at him,
there's just an angry small girl glaring at you and her broken machine.
She's strong. We can fight her next.
We can fight her next!
This man chose violence. No, we're not fighting
her. Come on. We can't show them that we're weak. This is our performance. Let's do it. Come on. We just have to do it now.
I just kind of turn to the closest tree and try and do like a proficient combo on it and just like cut it in half.
Or we need 20.
No.
What do you mean no? What did you get?
Oh, you want me to roll?
Yes, I said roll me a
okay, so
d20 and you
here's what
said no!
No, I
What
refuse!
did you just tell me
You
as
guys
the
talked
DM
over each
no?
other? You guys talked over each other, and I heard Xavier tell me to fight her again, and I said no to him. I did not hear you. I refuse, DM. I refuse.
I was like, oh my god, he just told me no. Like, wait a minute.
15.
Jesus, fuck.
No. The revolution starts now.
Oh my god, it's just my players rebelling against me as the DM now. What's happening? Fuck. Yeah, so you're looking at Pidge and you can feel Xavier just, it's building. He wants to pick that fight, and you turn with all of that rage to the closest tree, and with 3 swings, you chain this beautiful attack to an X, and then the third one, you hit it after you have created this double slash in it with the center of his handle, and the tree just goes crumbling sideways, spinning off of its trunk, and then just goes to collapse. There's this resounding crash. The ground shakes around you as this tree falls.
I guess you are stronger than I thought, huh?
No idea.
It seems that you're a little angry as well.
He says, being the one that's angry and pissed off. What?
Solon realizes that he's shown some residual negative emotion, and he kind of steps back again. He's like, I don't know what you're talking about.
It's okay if you're just a little angry.
Pidge feeling a bit shown up there. Sticks a Felicia angry pants next to a few trees. And clicks boom.
There is a massive explosion. Shards of bark and wood go splintering past you. It's a miracle that they don't hit you, but it's almost like it was planned that way. Once the debris and the dust kind of settles, Pidge is just standing there with this smug grin on her face, still holding the detonator. You hear a slow clapping from behind you all. Well, aren't you impressive? There's a woman leaned against a tree nearby. She reaches up to pick a piece of debris out of her hair, looks at it, and flicks it to the side.
At this point, Apollyon is actually chilling on a tree. Like he was with Soma being fun.
Just chilling, watching. Yeah, so you guys can see Apollyon chilling in the tree, and then there's this woman that you guys don't recognize.
So many fighters in one day, come on. Choose which one you want to kill this time.
Ooh, kill. We're getting spicy now.
They're both so strong.
Oh my god, that looks sick.
What'd you post?
Your weapon form.
Let's see. Oh, my back.
Yep, so that is the blade you are holding, Solon.
Cool.
Oh,
Yeah, he's used to a lighter, more nimble variant.
Yeah,
sure.
It's gonna take some getting used to, but with some practice, you're not hating it. That's for sure.
Which one are we fighting today? The one on the right, the one in the tree?
God.
The one in the tree.
What is this tendency to violence?
Oh,
What do you mean?
I designed this game.
I've always been this way.
The woman is watching you curiously, as if waiting to see what you're going to do.
Pidge hikes up Leon onto her shoulder and starts trudging over to the pitching machine.
Your pitching machine is in pieces.
Are you gonna let her
There were
arm her weapon again?
several pieces, napalm's leaking out of it.
Yeah.
She smiles at the carnage, but goes, I've got like 12 more of these things, but you know how hard it is to set these things up?
Also,
I kind of okay. I'm gonna strike Xavier on like a close rock and try and spark into the napalm, so it sets it on fire.
No.
Yes.
Before that, I also would like to mention, as we discussed before, the little white pieces along the lower.
Hold
Do I
on.
need to-
Your voice is
You're really quiet.
Yeah, I
really like
cannot
it's
hear you.
quiet, but it like keeps coming in and out for me.
So no.
A little better? And it got worse again.
Here, hold
I'm glad I'm not. I thought I was the only one dealing with that.
on. Oh,
No, I haven't been able to hear anything he said for like 2 days now.
Oh damn.
really? Shit.
It comes in and out for me. Like sometimes it's okay, and then sometimes it's like really in and out and bad.
Yeah, it's my
We gotta get you new headphones.
Actually, hold on 1 second. I'm going to check.
I'm going to mute myself while the music plays.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Also, while this is happening, not letting you move forward at all, Xavier, you recognize the woman that is watching you, but you've been too rage-filled to
I don't
to
care
really
about-
do anything about it.
I'll worry about her later. The fight's going through that's in my mind. The fight that I'm gonna win.
I'm loving the polar opposite from Lewis that you are right now. Lewis gets punched once, falls on the floor,
It's
moans about wanting
funny.
to go home and get in bed.
Because
Fucking
Soma was
Xavier.
this way when we started. Soma was like, I'm gonna
Right.
hit fucking everything!
I want to kill everything. Let's go.
And I'm trying to. I got another one.
Nobody's gonna defeat me. God bless. Either way, I need Dylan back for either Pridwen's hellhole or what's happening out here with Apollyon. So I'm like,
I am going to apologize again for derailing any plans that Pidge might have had inside that
Yeah.
place.
well, the thing is, I mean, you being a techie, you could have jump-started those gins.
Ah. And it would've
Like,
been
you
one of
would
the
have
first
had
time-
hella advantage on those gins.
It would have been the first time to actually get to use her passive too.
Uh-huh.
Oh.
But here we are. I was really surprised when you didn't go in. I was totally planning on you being in there, but it's fine.
Pidge has been having a hard time keeping up with the
Huh.
whole politics thing. She
Fair.
needs to blow stuff up.
She hasn't had enough violence. She needs a little bit of violence in her life.
Don't we all?
Xavier's starting to scare me a little bit.
Yeah.
Just a little.
Thank God he's the weapon.
Yeah, on God. Like, thank you for being the Meister again.
Oh. I'm back.
Oh, welcome back. Xavier's a psychopath. Everything's fine.
Oh.
Everything's fine.
How do I sound?
Oh.
You sound a little better?
Oh.
Okay. So I
A
don't.
lot better.
It might just be my my fucking laptop, but that's fine.
What What
You
did I
sound
miss while I
cooler
was
than
dragging in IKEA furniture?
There is a generator that is powered. Katya dropped a pallet, for a lack of a better word, on the creature, and it's really fucking upset.
Fuck yeah.
Soma and Liam are currently working on the generator that is outside of the room where you're hiding in the locker.
Oh man.
And then outside in the real world, Xavier and Solon just cut Pidge's, pitching machine in half with a crit. And then, Nikita and Apollyon have been watching the whole thing apparently, and Pidge is begrudgingly looking at her pitching machine.
God. Ah! Oh no! Harley!
Oh god.
He really wants his monkey. Aggressively.
Aggressive squeaking in the background.
Yeah.
I'll allow it if I get to see what creature is making the squeaking.
Oh, I will send you a picture of Harley at some point.
It's mandatory. But yeah, so what were you trying to say, Dylan, about Apollyon before shit got crazy?
Okay, how do I sound now?
Better?
Yeah, I had to fuck with my volume
10
settings.
billion% better.
Okay, cool. Yeah, my volume settings are like all fucked up.
I
can actually
put you
hear
down
you,
from
so that's
200
good.
and put you back to 90. At first, I'm like, why is he screaming at me? How do I sound? Oh.
Yes. What was it? Oh, right.
Apollyon was gonna do something.
No, Apollyon is just watching intently on the woman, but I wanted so as speaking, referring to the weapon form, we were discussing when we were making it is that the little pieces like on the side of the blade, those are mirror panels.
Okay. Like it.
So
It looks dope. Looks dope as fuck. I'm very excited.
Can I combat glance Pidge?
Can you what?
What?
Can I glance at, or what was it? Not explosive weakness. I always
Battle
mix
instinct?
it up with yes.
Yeah.
I keep naming off like every MMO term of like explosive weakness, battle.
Roll me a d20 and Pidge counter.
16.
Whose passive is that? Is that his or mine?
It's his. Your passives are not listed yet.
Oh, okay.
17.
You have no fucking clue. You are looking at her trying to figure out what her weak spots are, and she glares at you and she just slowly shakes her head no.
Come on. Can I glance at the woman then?
And that's when you realize it. She looks familiar.
I rolled an 11.
Are you trying to battle instinct her?
Yes.
Oh my god! Yeah, she also shakes her head no at you. I think you need to calm your weapon down there, friend, she says to you, Solon.
I'm not sure that he has a calm setting.
Well, put him down
I'm
then,
kind of like
she says
flip-
offhandedly, kind of waving a hand.
Put me down? What are you doing?
I kind of like flip him in my hand and like stab one side into the earth.
You do so. You are now stuck into the ground.
Do I go into... I instantly just try to go back into...
Human form?
Yes.
Yeah, you can do that.
So
So you stab him in the ground and he grumbles for a minute, he's like waggling back and forth. And then he shifts back and is standing beside Solon again.
when are we going to start the training?
I assumed this was the training, the woman says, eyeing Pidge.
Oh yeah. Survivability plus dodging plus accuracy.
But when are we going to actually start? I mean, did we already do it? Did it already happen? Did I fall asleep?
Pidge checks for burn marks.
God, what am I stuck with?
Oh my god.
No.
Oh no, it's the polar opposite of what you you had earlier. Oh god.
Huh. We must be that strong, huh?
Oh,
You guys are
Jesus.
I kind of turn him towards the tree. Yes,
The tree is
You
in
must be
pieces.
we
that
have
strong.
we have work to do, but
There's potential, she repeats from behind you. Not with that attitude of yours, though.
Attitude. I didn't have any attitude.
He attacked a defenseless object.
What
I
did that poor pitching machine ever do to you?
pitching.
spit napalm at me.
Unfortunate side effect of the training.
I step in between. I say, I think you guys have the wrong guys.
Oh
This
no,
time.
I most definitely do not, the woman says, looking you up and down, Xavier. You can definitely tell that she knows you.
Speaking of which, I don't think I've ever caught your name.
Oh, how rude of me. I'm Nikita, she says, extending a hand.
Wait. Shoot. 1 second. I know where this information can be found.
Actually, I don't know if it's listed in your
No.
journal.
It isn't. I forgot. I forgot them. Huh.
Would you like to roll a memory check?
Please.
Roll me d20.
Oh, 20.
Okay. You have an instant flash. Elena holding your hand, pulling you through the hallway. You glance over and you see your advisor. Beautiful woman. Bright teal hair, black dress, tattoos. She smiles at you and waves proudly as Elena pulls you out the door towards your next mission.
Elena? Elena?
Elena's your partner. This is your advisor from the South American branch.
Oh, I'm like, oh. It can't be that easy.
Oh, it's not.
Well, what was her name again? So I can.
Nikita.
Nikita? Nikita?
Mhm.
Oh, I'm saying this to her.
That was her response. Mhm.
Oh, I see. uh, and what are you doing out here?
Probably the same thing you are, I would assume. She uncrosses her arms and starts to walk around, looking you up and down. Heard you
I
got your
try to.
legs fucked up pretty good. Looking better.
Well, I try to like flex them around or kick them. Yeah, they still carry my weight.
Impressive, after the last time I saw you.
I was in an impressive state the last time you saw me.
If you want to call unconscious on the floor impressive, sure.
No, but it was impressive that I lived, right?
There's that.
And I try to like run up to her and shake her hand.
You know what I'm gonna say.
14.
It's a pretty decent handshake all around.
But why are you in the forest?
I was looking for you when I started hearing explosions. Figured I couldn't be too far off.
The explosions probably was someone else.
Oh, I'm well
I try
aware
to
of
give her a
Pidge's
convincing
antics.
smile.
Okay.
The little one over here? Antics?
Yes, antics. I said what I said.
She just has an explosive demeanor. And I just.
If you're interesting for a bit more unconventional training, I've got an idea.
Oh,
Well, we
boy.
actually have to start the training first,
Oh my god.
young one.
So, Pidge pulls out a prototype bullet, but she's only got 3 available.
Oh boy. Oh no. No, no!
So here's the idea. We're gonna play a game of catch. You're
Oh,
gonna
fun.
be about half a mile away from me, and I'm going to shoot in your direction. My goal is to miss you.
Your goal is to miss me?
Yep.
Oh, man.
You get to keep whatever bonuses I give you if you get hit.
Well, that's only if Solo allows me to do.
You're up to it.
Do I care? Do I have my thermos with me or not?
Yes.
I think I have a little bit left. I've been drinking decaf all day. Promise.
What you feel is best for you. I kind of stepped to the side.
Oh, so Solon, you kind of stand over by Nikita. Xavier,
Yeah.
you and Pidge are standing there. She told you half a mile.
Okay. So I not like chug, but I just like gulp the coffee while we're talking. And I try to start kicking my legs again.
Okay. You seem fine, and you seem to be getting that burst of adrenaline that you always do when you drink Zaid's coffee. And you feel fast. Fast
She
as
always
fuck,
knows how to
boy!
make the best brew. And then I try to flash step away, basically. Like just in a straight line.
Yep, so Solon, you and Nikita and Apollyon, you're all kind of hovering in this tree. And he's there, and he sips some coffee, and then he's just gone. Zoom. While this is happening, all y'all down in 7, how you doing? How these rolls going? Oh, what did you say, Don?
So that's a good question. I'm still working on the generator.
Yes. So you and Liam and Pridwen are all working on the generator, so you are rolling an advantage.
I rolled a natural 20.
So nice.
Yeah,
Holy fuck.
okay. So between the 3 of you and the fucking stress, you guys managed to get this thing powered up. The same thing that you saw happen a minute ago happens, and the light flashes, it comes to life and it purrs, and a panel on the front of the generator opens up. You reaching into it?
Yeah, someone points to it and he says, grab whatever's in it.
Pridwen's going to grab it.
You reach your hand in. You feel something strange. It feels like metal at first, and cloth, maybe? You pull it out. It appears to be a set of headphones over the ears. They are blue.
Pair of headphones.
You look over at Soma, and sticking out of his pocket, there is a gold ribbon. And you instantly recognize it.
Soma pulls it out and actually hands it over to him.
Where did you find that?
Every time we complete a generator, I think it gives us an item.
This is Mother's.
You hear a yell coming from 5.
Pridwen like stuffs the stuff in his bag, and we need to hurry.
Yes, we do.
There's only one more generator, right? Sadie says frantically.
Is there?
I'm not entirely sure, but I guess there's one way to find out. And I guess I did learn a thing or two from the mechanic girl seeing her a few times, so let's get going.
So you guys, which way are you going? Are you going to 8 or 6?
Probably. Pridwen's probably going to be. You said we heard the scream from 5?
Somewhere around 5, yeah.
Pridwen's probably going to head to 6 then.
Okay, so you go the long way into 6. Doesn't look like there's anybody on the hooks right now. You continue up into 1. Soma, are you going the same direction?
Yes.
Okay, so Soma, you and Pridwen are jogging that way. You notice that Sadie isn't with you. She is lagging behind trying to help Liam, who looks to be in a fairly bad shape right now.
I've got my doctor's bag. I could probably try to stitch him up.
Just fucking go! Just get the door open! She hisses at you.
Alright. Pridwen's gonna head towards 2.
Okay. You guys go sprinting by. As you run by 5, you can just catch the tail end of this thing, leaving into 4 and turning towards 6.
Alright, Pridwen's immediately going to get to the generator. Soma with him?
Yes.
Yeah.
Help me out.
Yes. He's gonna immediately like kneel down and begin working on it.
And Pridwen starts working on it also.
As you do, there's movement from the other side of the generator. A small head pokes up.
Katya!
Hi.
Are you okay?
I'm bad at this. She says she holds up what looks to be like a wire that she has pulled out of the generator.
Here, hand me that. I think we've got this.
She gives it to you.
Yeah, someone's already like working on this thing. He's got his wrench in hand.
Yeah, roll with advantage, I guess?
Yep.
I rolled a 15.
I rolled a 19.
Okay. Both of you, I'm going to let that count. Between the two of you, you have managed to get this thing to start to purr. It seems like just a little more work and it might be going well. You do hear what sounds to be a commotion coming from somewhere else further in. There's yelling happening.
Pridwen's going to make another bubble, and he's going to send it down the hallway to 1, and it's going to call out, and this is probably going to be heard by everyone, because it's a 50-foot radius.
Uh-huh.
Start heading towards the exits. Or start heading towards the exit.
Okay, so you do this, the commotion doesn't stop. Whatever is happening in 6, it does not sound great.
I'm going... Soma, Katya, can you finish this? I'm going to see what's going on.
You stay here, you're better with electrics. And she sprints off into 3.
Oh no. Alright. You think you can handle this on your... We should be fast. We should just finish this.
Let's go. He begins working on it.
Pridwen will get up and follow Katya then.
So you see that as you make it into 4, there is definitely some kind of commotion going on in 6. There is another pile of debris kind of just past the entrance of 6, and it looks like somebody is running around it, and whatever this thing is chasing them around it.
Katya, head back to the exit.
It's not Cat.
Oh. Oh no, I'm assuming the thing that's chasing this person is the monster.
It is, and the person is Sadie.
And Katya's here with me, right? Because she went to check out the commotion too.
Yeah, she sprinted in, but you don't see her.
Oh. Pridwen's going to immediately toss a bubble onto the ground right in front of him.
Okay.
And it's going to call out, "Follow me, asshole."
Let's see if that works. It does not.
Because it's right. Oh.
He is pissed. You can see that it looks like Sadie has been nicked by one of these swords. She is panting and freaking out, and just as you think this thing is about to drive its sword down onto her shoulder, there's a clatter of the crates. You see Katya come flying in from the side, grip the pallet sideways, and just yeet it on top of this thing. It goes crashing face first to the ground.
Excellent shot, Katya. Let's get out of here.
She nods, panting. You turn around and you see Minerva, actually, who is hefting Liam over her shoulders in a fireman's carry.
Let's go. We've almost got the last generator going. It's just up at the entrance.
You don't
Or
have
the
to
ex-
tell her twice. She's already heading in that direction. Sadie also just started booking it.
Yeah, Pridwen's just like looking around, making sure that everybody's like heading up that way.
Katya's the last one, and she's kind of backing away, but she's keeping an eye on the thing.
He's also keeping an eye on the thing.
Soma, you hear footsteps coming around the corner, and you see your girlfriend, who is bleeding, followed by Minerva, who is carrying Liam over her shoulders. They look at you kind of panicked. Roll me another d20.
The 4? Or what was the D20 for, actually?
To work on the gen.
Oh, to work on the gen. Oh, okay.
So it was a 4, you said?
Yes.
Oh boy. Yeah, so the sight of your girlfriend's injured, it didn't really help with the stress. Minerva is tapping her foot impatiently, looking from you to the exit door, back to you. Sadie is leaning with her shoulder against the exit door heavily. You can see in the distance of 3, Pridwen and Katya are slowly backing into the room, their eyes locked onto something. Roll me another d20.
Okay. 8.
Is that enough? Just. With this final little bit, everybody standing there together, you hear this rattle, and then finally the generator begins to purr. The light flickers and comes on. The front panel on the generator opens.
Okay, he grabs whatever's in it, and he's going to begin to put it out the door.
Okay. At this point, now that all of the generators have been powered, the exit doors slowly begin to creak open. Because it does it suddenly, Sadie tumbles inside, losing her balance, and just disappears. Soma, you barrel around the corner. Minerva and Liam are right behind you. Pridwen, you and Katya are the last two. That thing is in 3, coming towards you quickly.
Yeah, Pridwen is going to be the last one to go through.
Katya has remained beside you this whole time.
Katya, go.
She looks at you uneasily and then steps backwards out of the exit doors.
And that was everybody, right?
Yes.
Pridwen, he takes another glance back, but he runs through the exit doors.
There's a moment as you go to run, that bioluminescent glow, forming a word beside you. Unfinished. You disappear out the door. You feel the crash of the sword come down right where you were seconds before. You can feel the air on you, and then suddenly you're back in your inner room.
Oh.
Soma, like, floor.
Yeah, you guys are all like in a heap on the ground.
I
in
am
the castle
so
garden.
sorry.
It's whatever. We've gone through probably worse. He says as he stands up, brushes himself off, and hands him the final object.
The object you are handed is a piece of candy in a red strawberry marked wrapper.
So I've got a pair of headphones, the strawberry candy,
And a golden ribbon.
golden ribbon. Fuck.
And then you see something as you're looking at these items. There's a flicker of light. You see that bioluminescent glow in your inner room. It's forming on the ground beside you. It's your name. That's normal, right? Katya says, pointing at it.
No.
DM.
No.
Uh-huh.
You played the new Resident Evil DLC, didn't you?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. All right, let's continue.
Uh-huh.
He kind of reaches out towards the glow and he says, "Mother?"
You see the glow swirls around your fingertips for a moment.
I don't understand.
You see... How can I help?
I want to know what happened to you, to me, to our ancestors.
The glow swirls again. You see the word unfinished.
What does that mean?
You see the glow, those sparkles kind of hover towards the double doors that you've all fallen out of. They begin to form what looks like circles in front of the door. There are 9 of them.
We have to do that again?
Oh boy. Okay. Well, keep going. Thanks, Pridwen's mom.
Pridwen stands up and he says, I don't know if you can leave now, but if any of you wish to stay here, I don't... is Liam okay, or is he still injured?
So, he doesn't look great. His shoulder has finally stopped bleeding, but it definitely looks like it hurts a lot.
That isn't normal.
Look, man, I'm here for you, but like, I don't know how much help I'm gonna be.
Pridwen's going to try to produce healing water again.
You successfully produce water into your cup this time.
Take this. At least, I don't know if this translates to the real world, but this should stop the bleeding.
He takes it uneasily and he looks up at you. Might have to tap out on this one.
Of course, I don't want to drag you all into this.
Katya kind of stomps her foot impatiently. Like, I'm gonna let you go back in there by yourself, you dummy.
Well, it may be good to have somebody to keep an eye on us on the outside. He's not looking too great, so...
Yes. Liam, all of you, thank you. Thank you for helping me do this.
I mean, this is what I signed up for. And he looks over at the doors that are locked, and he says, plus, I may gain some insight myself from this, so I'm in.
Indeed. Pridwen will... So the doors are closed, right?
Yes.
He's gonna walk over to the wall of names. And he's going to try and see if there's anything that stands out to him.
You're looking at the wall of names.
Specifically, is his mother's name still there?
Yes.
Has it changed at all?
You see the bioluminescent glow begin to hover around her name once more.
Pridwen will tap it once again.
You brush your fingers on it. There's an unlocking sound.
Well, hopefully 9 in total. If there's 3, then hopefully this will be our second to last time.
Sadie holds her hand up, still, she had been trying to stop the bleeding on her arm, and she says, wait. Maybe we should figure out who's gonna do what this time? Like, form a game plan before we go in there?
That sounds like a good idea. I can help jumpstart the generators with my electrical abilities, so I suppose I should probably focus on that. My sound bubbles can also draw him to a different room. And I can lay those, like, timed traps, essentially.
Katya raises her hand and she goes, I knocked it down!
Yes, you are very good. You should probably just try to... Try to keep an eye on it. Make sure that it isn't... Whenever it starts chasing someone, if they don't look like they're going to escape, slow it down. Throw something at it.
Minerva points to herself and points to Katya and nods.
Yes, you two could probably team up quite well.
Which leaves the three of us for the generators?
Yes, I think that that's a good idea.
Generator each then.
Right. But, hold on. You remember the creepy voices, right?
I do.
Yes.
Well, they were saying colors, right?
Yes, they were. Try to get them to try to get the generators to match the colors.
Seems like we have to go in order.
Yes. All right.
Like whatever the blue one is.
I suppose I shall go for the gold one, if it's gold again.
I guess that leaves me on the last one.
We could also... Each generator gets finished faster if we all work on it at once. Perhaps we should go in teams. Or... Well, Soma, you seem quite handy with a toolkit. Maybe you and Sadie could probably work on one and I could work on the other.
Fair enough to me.
Alright, Katya says, and just without waiting on the rest of you, straight into the fog again.
Oh, alright. Pridwen runs in.
As someone's walking in, he's just like, man, I wish I had a helpful mom.
Man.
Minerva, Pridwen, as you go to walk in, you see Minerva pause just by the door. Her fingers reaching toward that bioluminescent glow for a second. Then she
I
pulls her
pause
hand
real
back.
quick?
Yeah?
My cat just called the police.
Oh,
What?
what?
I had my phone on my desk. She hopped up there, and I shit you not, looked at it and hit emergency.
Huh.
Oh
like,
my god.
She just called 911.
Man, you know what? I wonder how many times cats have called 911.
Probably a lot.
It's probably pretty common, honestly.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
She called the police and went over to eat some food.
Amazing.
Holy shit.
10 out of 10.
All right, continue. I just needed to make that announcement.
Continue. I'll be right back, actually.
Okay. You guys have entered the fog. And just like last time, you're in the entrance room. It appears to be the same as before. You hear the same childlike giggling.
Oh, I don't think I'm ever gonna be able to play this game again.
I feel like maybe I would play it if we played it the right way, because this doesn't seem right to me, Katya says, walking into the corridor.
Yes, when me and my sister, me and my siblings used to play it, it was a lot less terrifying, and there was a lot less murder.
You have more than one sibling?
Yes, two twins, brother and sister.
Katya opens her mouth to speak again, and then there's that horrendous metal on stone. Sadie says, "Shit, he came out faster this time."
Oh dear. Alright, let's just get to work.
Minerva and Katya look at each other and nod, and they start sprinting toward 2 together without a word to the rest of you. You guys
so
are standing in 1.
the order of colors, it was gold.
You haven't heard a color this time. Would you like to roll a d20 and listen?
Yep. 18?
You hear the word Nero.
Nero. Oh boy. God, I've got a. I don't speak any Italian.
Would you like me to tell you what the colors?
It's black.
Yes.
Alright, we need to look for a generator with a black light.
Sadie looks at you worriedly and then sighs and says, I'm gonna go figure out where the rest of the generators are. You guys find the one with the black light and get started. And she also takes off running toward 2.
Alright, Soma?
Soma, I'm assuming, just nods to you.
Alright, Pridwen's going to head for 5.
Okay. So you dart towards 2 and then turn around the corner, and interestingly enough, there is a generator in 5.
And the color of the light?
You bend down and look. Luck is in your favor because it is black.
Pridwen's gonna... I'm assuming Pridwen and Soma start working on it.
Yes, the two of you immediately start working on it. You hear footsteps rushing around you from both, like, the left and the right. You're not sure what's going on, but that horrendous dragging is making its way somewhere nearby.
So with advantage, right?
Uh-huh.
15.
Okay. Just like last time, you begin to hear a soft purr, but it's gonna take a bit to get this done. Luckily for you, this time, whatever's happening, it seems like it's not coming towards you.
Oh shit.
You hear yelling coming from 4, but it's aggressive. And then across from you, down into 8. Even more yelling. And then from 6, 2 voices.
Holy shit. Pridwen, like, wipes a tear from his mask and says, I am so proud of them. And
And
he's
then
gonna keep working.
angry footsteps rush through 4 right by the 2 of you. Roll me a presence check.
Oh boy. Holy fuck, 19.
Jesus. Yeah, it doesn't give a shit about you. It's charging into 6 after whoever's in 6. It's after a minute. You hear footsteps clipping up from the left. Sadie looks at you. She's breathing very hard.
How's everything going?
Okay, there's 3 generators like last time. She's leaning heavily against the wall.
Excellent. We have the right one. This one's the correct one.
Okay, the other colors. One's white and the other one's green.
Excellent. We should be able to find them after we finish this one.
One's in 8, and there's one in 3.
Excellent. Thank you. Yeah, do you want to help with this one, or do you want to try and jumpstart one of them? Get us so that it takes less time to get it going.
I'll take this one with Soma. You see what you can do.
Alright. Pridwen will get up, and he
Where
will head
are
toward...
you heading? Because you have only heard one color so far.
He's gonna head to 3.
Okay. You jog down into 4. Whatever is happening, it sounds like it is in 6 currently. Maybe moving towards 1.
Oh, and it doesn't sound like anything is, like, anything bad's happening, right?
Well, it's definitely chasing someone.
Yep. Yeah, he's just going to beeline it straight for 3 to check out that generator.
You get to 3, and in the bottom right corner, there is another generator.
And he's gonna check the light. Is it the white one or the green one?
It is green.
He's going... So, basically what he's trying to do is he's going to try and set it up so that it's ready for a jump start, but he isn't going to try to, like, get it running just yet. Basically, he's gonna try to make it so that when they do fix it, it's faster.
Oh boy. There is a crash from 6.
Oh fuck.
You hear angry snarling and growling and rattling.
Can Pridwen roll to try and fix this?
Yep. Make a move.
Ooh, natural 20.
Holy Jesus. Okay. This time, you've helped with almost all these generators at one point or another. You're starting to get the hang of this. And you put your hands on this generator, and you hearing that crash and knowing your sister and Katya are in there looping this thing, trying not to fucking die, it just sparks you, and for some reason, your glow is more furious than normal. The generator hums to life.
And he's going to. So, I'm really hoping this doesn't mess up the sequence. And so it's going now.
It is going now.
He's going to grab the whatever's in it.
You reach in. Your hand comes back clutching a collar. There's a tag on the collar.
He looks at it.
It says Scudo.
He like kinda almost like being hit by a memory. He like stares at it like dumbstruck for a moment before shaking his head and getting back up to. He's gonna head towards the noise.
So you numbly stumble into 4, trying to get your bearings, your fingers still coiled around this collar. And as you look, the creature throws the debris off of its shoulders, righting itself and turning aggressively towards 1. You see a shadow disappearing around the corner.
Oh boy. He's going to utter under his breath, I think they've still got it. And you said the other generator was an 8?
Yeah. You hear a shh come from 5. You look over and you see Sadie crouched near the entrance. She appears to be holding something.
Pridwen's going to gesture 1, like 1 more, and then point towards the 8.
She nods.
What is someone doing? Where am I?
You just finished a generator, and Pridwen critted on his generator, so you have 2 gens done.
Pridwen's rushing to 8.
So, Soma.
So is Sadie. You hear yelling coming from somewhere between 1 and 2. You think the 3 of you are now at this generator together. Roll me a d20 at advantage, one of you.
Oh fuck, here I've got it. Whoop. 13.
Okay. The generator begins to spark to life, but it's gonna take a little bit.
Do I have to roll it?
Not yet.
Okay.
Yeah, you can roll the next one once it comes around.
Fuck. There is a shout from 2, that sound of metal grating into metal, and then there's a shriek.
Uh-oh. I think he might have hit someone.
Sadie just says, keep working. We can't help them if we don't get out.
Okay. Pridwen's gonna keep working.
Roll me another d20. Soma, you can roll this one.
Oh.
18.
Yeah, you've
Fuck.
almost got it. This gen is purring. It is flashing rapidly, trying desperately to light up. It is almost there. You hear that dragging sound moving from 3 to 4. It pauses for a moment. You get the sense you're being watched, and then it continues to 6.
I think it might have got someone.
Just work on the gen. We'll get them afterwards.
Alright. Gonna keep working on the gen.
Roll one more time.
All right. 14.
Is it enough? Yup. The thing sparks to life. You hear that beautiful purr. The front panel snaps open.
Pridwen grabs it.
There is a mask inside of this one. A white mask.
Pridwen stares down at it. Is it his mask?
Uh-huh.
Is his hat in there also?
No, just the mask.
Damn. He pulls it out and stares down at it for just a moment before saying, We've got to go get them.
Yeah, I'm already on my way. Soma says as he's like right next to the door.
Roll me a perception check.
Level 12.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Pridwen,
Mm-hmm.
roll me a d20.
Oh boy. Natural 20?
You turn, feeling this shiver down your spine. The bioluminescent glow is back, right in front of you. The word run appearing as from the darkness of 7, this creature comes barreling forward into a charge. I'm going to need all 3 of you to dodge.
Oh boy. Oh my god, 19.
Well,
If
So,
Pridwen can, he's going to try and help someone else dodge.
very important question.
Mm-hmm.
Who?
Fuck. Oh shit. Soma rolled a 12. Can
I'm not telling you what Sadie rolled.
Can I tell? Can I tell, like,
Nope.
if it looks?
Nope.
Oh shit. I mean, Pridwen knows Soma's not going to be happy if he doesn't help Sadie, so Pridwen's gonna try and help Sadie.
Okay. So, this thing charges in. You didn't even hear it. The chunky footsteps were gone. It charges in, and its sword moves to slash directly into Sadie's midsection. You wrap an arm around her waist from the side and basically throw her into Soma. The only reason she doesn't get hit is because you managed to grab her first. The creature slams its sword into the locker behind all of you, and it becomes stuck. You have a moment to run.
Pridwen's just gonna shout, "Run!"
Yeah.
at the door, he's out.
Yeah, Soma and Sadie are booking it to the exit doors. You are right behind them, Pridwen.
No,
Pridwen's...
is going to.
Say what?
Soma's gonna try to find whoever may have been hooked.
Oh, so never mind. You run into 4 and you barrel over into 6. And you see Minerva, looking confused.
Is she gonna hook?
No.
What? Come.
Minerva gestures to you and then, like, shrugs in question.
This way. The exit. We finish it. Come on.
She follows you. You guys are sprinting to the exit doors. You make it to 2. You barrel around the corner. The doors are open. You hear the thing wrench its sword out of the locker.
Where's Katya?
Minerva is already through the door. You say this as you are right at the door with Sadie, Soma. What do you want to do?
You guys go with my hand. We'll find her.
No, you two go. I'll see if I can find Katya. If I can't, I'll just hope that she's all right.
Just go. Soma's going to get in front of everybody.
You hear chonky footsteps coming from the hallway between 1 and 2. And you hear chonky footsteps coming from 3.
What? The fuck?
They're getting closer to you.
We have to go. There's 2 of them.
Soma grabs Pridwen's shoulder and he says, "Come with me. You're gonna go that way. I'm gonna go this way. And we're gonna find her."
All right.
All right.
So-
And,
Which one of you is going what direction?
I'm gonna go right, from facing away from the exit.
Okay, so you're going towards 1.
Pridwen's gonna go towards 3.
You run through around the corner and into the hallway, and blocking your way is this monstrosity.
He's going to try and dive and like slide through its legs.
You're gonna have to roll me a very high check to pass that. Soma, you are similarly facing the same monstrosity in your own hallway. What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna look around. Is there any, like, how high is the roof compared to?
It's about 10 feet off the ground. This thing's head, like the fin almost drags against it.
Okay.
Um,
He is going to. Wait, is there any tall like, objects against the wall next to it?
No.
Any objects, like large things around it?
Not in this hallway. This
Kira?
hallway is pretty barren. Yes?
that was a natural 20.
What the fuck are your
As-
dice on tonight?
Dude, they're on fucking. I
Oh my-
rolled like so. Here's the thing. The trick is you put it on so that it's always facing on 1, and it never rolls a 1.
Alright.
And he dives, and as he does, he slams a bubble into the ground that just calls out Katya.
Roll me a perception check.
Oh fuck. 15.
Yeah, it's loud enough. You hear this soft, scared cry come from somewhere deeper in.
Oh fuck. Do I have any idea what direction?
Well, considering you're in 3, it's somewhere in front of you.
Oh fuck. Okay. He's gonna just rush to 4.
You
Actually, hang on. Is there a paladin 3?
Yes, there is.
He's gonna try to pallet the. He's gonna try to pallet the fucking monster first.
Roll me a d20.
Oh. Okay, 13.
This thing is onto you.
Oh,
As
fuck.
you try and get it to come through, it loops around and it starts to loop you around this pallet, but it will not pass through it.
Damn
You
it.
can see scratches and marks along its head and around its fin, where clearly Katya has dropped pallets on it already.
Damn you. Pridwen's just gonna run to 4.
Okay.
So I'm looking backwards towards 2.
Okay.
He's gonna see if there's anything big in this room, any objects.
You're looking around and you see a couple lockers on the far wall. Like where the generator was previously, there are now lockers.
He is going to head to one of the lockers, open one of them, but he's going to. Is there any like rocks and like anything on the floor?
Nope. It's
He's
just
going-
stone, pretty solid packed.
He's going to expand his chain, and he's going to grab the other locker door, open it, and let go so it's slammed shut, and he's gonna quietly enter the one he's currently in.
Okay. You do so. You hear that awful dragging sound entering too. The creature begins to approach the lockers. Are you about to fucking head on this motherfucker?
I could, but I don't think that
I
We do a bit of trolling.
swear to Christ. It walks over and hearing the locker door slam so close to it, it grips with its sword tips, wrenching them directly into the locker door and then lurching them open. ripping one of them completely off of its hinges.
Going to exit the locker and run down the hallway.
Okay, while this thing is angrily trying to get the fucking door off of its hand, you sprint down the hallway towards 1. Pridwen, you are in 4. There are angry footsteps coming up behind you very quickly.
Katya, where are you?
Pridwen! You hear coming from 6? 8? You're not sure.
Pridwen's just... I think he can loop this thing. He's gonna go down 8.
Okay, you run down 8. There's nothing in 8 currently. There are a couple lockers, and the generator you finished. It's
Katya!
purring. It's very hard to hear next to the generator.
He's gonna run through 7.
Roll me d20.
Okay. 19?
You hear a rattling in 7. You look around. There's a pile of debris in 7, definitely a pallet. And then there's something in the corner. A light rattling like the sound of a cage.
Katya. Pridwen steps up to it.
Prit! She's
What?
shaking this cage she's in.
How? What the hell happened? And he's going to try to break the cage open. Or, like, figure out how to open it, basically.
You start trying to figure out how to get this cage open, and it appears there's some kind of slot in the door where you could offer something.
You bastard.
What do you feel like losing, Pridwen?
Oh, fuck.
Knowing that your memories are tied to each of these items.
He's... God damn it, I've got to find an unimportant one. And he starts sifting
You are
through
currently holding a
his...
white mask, a green collar, a strawberry piece of candy, a golden ribbon, a thing of headphones. And
Mother.
whatever the one was that Soma and Sadie had, Sadie still has.
Yeah, I don't know what the one that they have is. I've only got my stuff listed down.
Yep.
He's going to sigh and pull out the strawberry candy, and he's going to slot it in.
You slide it in, and there is a crash from beside you as the sword comes smashing down just to your left. The cage seems to snap closed and seems to be processing whatever you've given it. The creature is going for another attack on you. Luckily, it missed you the first time.
Pridwen's going to just say, I'll be back. I'll loop it. And he's going to run down 6.
Okay. Roll me a d20.
Oh boy. Oh, 15.
This thing catches you in the thigh as you turn to run. It's not enough to stop you, but now everything you do hurts and you are trailing blood. It is hot on your tail.
Damn it. He's just going to try to loop back around to 7, basically.
Okay, so you head up into 6. Meanwhile, Soma, you're running down 1 towards 6 when you see Pridwen. And another thing right behind him.
I'm going to chill out for a second for the thing to go away and gonna run into 6.
Roll me a presence check.
I rolled a 9.
It stops. As it starts chasing after Pridwen, towards 4, it stops right by 1. It sniffs the air, and it slowly turns its head to you. Oh, your voice is doing it again.
I'm gonna run towards 1 and go.
Okay. You turn around. Are you 1 into 2?
No. Go.
Okay, so you're gonna do that tiny little loop from 1 to 6. Which is a good thing, because you turn around and run back into 1, and the other thing, slamming the locker door off of its sword hand, is just coming into 1 from the other direction. So you don't really have much of an option at this point. You barrel around the corner to the left and head down into 6, with both of these things hot on your ass. Pridwen, you make it to 4.
Yep, he's just rushing back around to the cage.
You get to the cage and it is still processing, but as she frantically rattles the cage, it seems to finish what it's doing, and
Katya.
it slowly clicks. Katya is panicking at this point, trying to get out.
Pridwen's going to reach out his hand and grab hers, and he's going to say, "Can you run?"
She nods a little.
Then run, and he's going to try and transform.
Okay. She's gonna take off running.
And I'm on her hand.
Yep.
If anything tries to hit you, just hold me in front of it.
Okay. She barrels into 4 about the time you get into 6, Soma, with these things right behind you, and you can see them in front of you.
Yeah. He is going to try to regroup with the other 2 and run.
You get up next to Katya, you're running. She looks frazzled and panicked. And you guys barrel around the corner in 3. These things are right behind you, and you both manage to hurl yourself through the exit doors, just as the 2 of them close in. Back in the inner room, you guys collapse in a heap. Katya is curled into a ball, shaking. Sadie and Minerva were waiting right by the door, and the second you guys tumble through, they're instantly by your side. Sadie trying to help you up, Soma, and Minerva grabbing onto your shoulders, Pridwen, trying to make sure that you're alright.
Katya, are you okay?
Yeah.
What happened?
Well, it was gonna hit her. She points at Minerva. And so I tried to, get its attention so I could loop it by the pallet, but for some reason it didn't go through the pallet. And then the other one showed up. Nobody told me there were 2.
Honestly, I didn't.
Pridwen, punches the ground in front of him. I had to give up something.
What did you?
But we're okay. Soma, what was the one that you grabbed?
Sadie extends her hand to you. Inside is a black ribbon with a shell-like pendant. It looks familiar to you.
That? Pridwen takes it and stares down at it. What? I know this, but I don't remember where. Oh, and Pridwen also pulls out the collar, and he holds it up and shows it to Minerva and says, Do you remember this?
She slowly reaches out her hand and brushes her fingers beneath the tag, looking at the name on it. You see her head tilt slowly.
We had a dog. I vaguely remember, but I don't remember what happened to him. I'm just hoping that candy wasn't relevant.
The luminescent glow is back. You see the 9 circles appear. One of them is broken.
Damn it. 3 more. And I have a feeling that there's probably going to be another one of those things in there.
Yeah.
You see them form into the words, "You've got this."
All right. Are you all ready?
This will ever be. Let's go.
Please. Whatever you do, just be careful.
Sorry,
I don't want to lose any of you.
Kat says, glancing down at her feet.
Katya. These monsters, whatever the hell those are, they tried to take you from me. And I won't let that happen. Even if it costs me a piece of myself.
She doesn't look happy about this, but she doesn't argue with you.
We've got this.
Minerva presses her fingers to your mother's name for the last time. There's an unlocking sound. This time, Katya's the last one to enter.
Pridwen will look back and say, if you want to do this, by all means. If not,
Liam just gives you guys a thumbs up from where he's been huddled.
I believe in you, Katya.
She nods a little and reluctantly enters through the doors. All of you slowly walk into the abyss once more, and the doors close behind you. Back on the outside, Xavier, you zoomed. You're zooming. You're all over the fucking place. You are speed. Fucking speed demon. Pidge, you're having trouble keeping up with them, which is weird to you because, like, you're great at keeping an eye on things. You're a sniper.
She chuckles. This is gonna be interesting.
I am horrified already.
Let's see what happens.
You see what happened was,
When he gets out to half a mile, I'm going to fire my first shot. And I'm trying to do this as practice for myself. I'm not gonna be an asshole and just pull a 180 and then shoot.
Well, it's gonna come down to counter rolls between you and him, so let's see him.
Alrighty.
If
But
Lewis is alive.
I'm gonna try and hit him as close as, and try and miss him as close as.
Awkward.
You had yourself muted again, didn't you?
I'm like, what the heck? What do you mean if I'm alive? I never left. I'm not Lewis. So I have to counter roll
Yep.
on a d20?
Yep.
3.
Got a 3, and Paige, you rolled a what?
14.
Yeah, you're too focused on how hot shit you are right now. Like, you're zooming, bro. You kind of forgot what you were supposed to be doing until all of a sudden this thing goes zooming by you and slams into a tree behind you and shatters.
Ooh. Close.
Not close enough.
I wonder if I won yet. I try to, I'm gonna race back and say, when do we stop?
I've only got 3 of these, and I've missed one.
Oh.
You've got 2 chances.
Remember, you're supposed to be trying to get
All
hit by
3?
this thing?
Oh, I have to get hit by it?
Yep. It's a game of catch.
Next time I'll catch it.
Yeah.
Okay. So I get in like a wide receiving position, and I race off again.
Okay. Counter rolls. Let's go.
17.
13.
He gonna get this one.
Mm-hmm.
Much more in tune with your surroundings and remembering what you're supposed to be doing. You pay close attention this time, and when she fires this one off, you make sure that you are in its path. Pidge! What are you hitting him with?
Shot.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no.
So, roll me.
Roll you.
Roll a d20.
I don't remember what your roll is. I'm looking it up. Hold on.
Roll me.
D10.
Oh.
Alrighty.
Oh, okay.
That's oh no.
213.
Don't tell me you rolled a
dead.
5. Don't tell me you rolled a 5.
5.
You rolled a.
6.
Oh, thank God. Oh! Oh!
Five
Lewis,
and
I'm
a
gonna need you to roll a d20 for me.
16.
Oh, thank God. Okay.
Can I get
For
assassinated?
half a second, you get hit with this thing, and you're getting hit with a syringe. It feels awful. And something enters your body, and you feel like you're gonna puke, quite possibly. And then, you feel boosted. As whatever it is works its way into you, and you have +5 con for the foreseeable future. Meaning, for the next hour or so.
Oh. I'm like, huh.
4 hours.
4
And
hours.
then there's another thing I have to catch as well.
There's one more.
Yep.
If you want to risk it.
Paige, what did you inject me with?
Good old set of confidence boosters, right?
I was already confident.
Well, now
Like
you
he
know.
needed more than that shit.
One more.
One more.
And I take off again.
Counter rolls.
5.
12.
You ain't getting this one. Good try though. Good spirit. This one goes zooming past you.
And at another person? No.
I mean, unless Apollyon wants to yeet himself in and try and get it himself, no.
He does not.
Abaddon definitely wants you to.
I race back and I say, "Did you see how I caught the second one? The first two, or the first one and the last one doesn't really count.
Mm-hmm.
Those were just going a little bit too. The last one was too high. I'm not 7 feet.
You're supposed to catch.
I would have caught it.
The sun
And
was
then,
in my eyes.
you said the sun's in your
The
eyes.
sun was in my eyes. Okay, that's fine.
Oh. I'm like, what? It's 10 p.m. The sun's in your eyes? And I say, Nikita, did you see me catch? See my legs work.
Yep, they really do, she says.
Some even would say even better than before. You want to try to go for a race?
I think I'm good.
But why are you in the forest again? Before I forget.
Like I said, heard explosions, thought I'd come check it out.
And you were looking for me?
I figured I'd better check in with my new advisee.
Advisee. Oh yeah. Did you know where? Who was I supposed to meet today? The psych department is. I guess I could always check on the phone.
You really could.
I'm just gonna. Are you going that way? Or no?
Where?
To the school? Or are you staying in the first?
Could be. I thought I'd stick around and watch Pidge for a moment.
Oh. Well, I thought I was going to stick around and do some training, but it looks like you guys are all busy.
Pidge chambers another round.
She looks at Pidge, and then she looks over at you, Solon, and goes, "Is he always like this now?"
I haven't known him for very long. I can't say.
I have, and I don't remember him being this. She looks him up and down.
What?
This.
I'm still here. I didn't leave yet. I'm just like snapping my fingers in front of her.
They're literally just standing there
I-
talking about you while you're standing right there.
Look, whatever you guys are talking about can wait for another day. Okay, today we're talking about my legs being back. This is our first day into the school. Well, I guess I don't know how many days you've been here.
You talking to Solon?
I was talking to Kita.
I haven't been here very long. Only just arrived a few days ago myself.
We got adopted into a squad. We didn't catch the name of it, actually. Huh. That's been an ongoing trend with me, actually. I ask, so do you know the name of the squad?
Solon, who has no idea who half of these people are, has just been asked the name of the squad that nobody who has been here for the entire since the pilot episode knows the name of the squad.
I don't think we've ever had a name realistically.
Nope.
I haven't talked to half of these people. How would I know the name?
Asking you, my bad. Pidge.
Point with like all of the like changing around of teammates, pretty much everyone in the team is a part of the inner circle, and except for Xavier and Solon. I guess at this point we're just the inner circle.
As far as paperwork goes, they've been calling you redacted for a long time.
Yep.
Now,
Which it'll probably.
Pidge being the not so subtle or understanding people, I've started calling us the Raging Demons.
Raging Demons. Why is that?
Oh, no reason. No, none at all.
No reason. You
You
could
just Apollyon not making eye
No.
contact.
Apollyon had been like trying to stay on the down low and not be seen. You could just hear him laughing in the trees.
Hey, Pidge. Where's the other members of your party? Of our party? I just
Honestly?
like.
Yeah,
slowly-
Pidge, where are the other members of your party?
Yeah, I wonder where.
I slowly started walking up to Pidge, smiling.
Pidge is tilting her head, going, I know there was something we were supposed to do today.
Today? Specifically today?
Maybe. Was it tomorrow? I was busy
think
working on something. I didn't hear any of the news.
Let me guess, was it of an exclusive nature?
Actually, it was the syringes that I just launched.
Actually, no.
No, it was just
What?
alcoholism. Forced alcoholism.
Can I tell if Pidge is lying that if she doesn't remember?
Pidge, are you trying to be deceptive?
Are you deceiving
No.
me? Oh.
So, no.
Are you
What exactly were those in those syringes anyway?
Shots.
Drugs.
And that's it?
Specially made. Shots.
Huh.
Like the kind you drink.
Well, you guys hang out in the forest whenever we need to do some, wait, actually. I look at, my advisor.
Nikita smiles at you.
Where were you after the explosion? Or during the explosion?
During what explosion?
At our other school.
She stops. You see her body become rigid. Her face pales. Are you trying to say something?
No. I
Because it
promise.
sounds to me like you're trying to say something. She's instantly defensive. You see her teeth beginning to grind. She almost snarls with her words.
I close my
It's
eyes.
not my fault that I didn't die with everyone else.
You mean we didn't die with everyone else?
She
And I just
takes a breath. That comment kind of grounds her a bit, and she closes her eyes and inhales, holds it, and then exhales.
I just smile at her. It's fine. I'm not asking you to test your valor. I just want to see if we can get information and find the person that did it correctly.
I don't remember much.
Well, can you tell me what you do? Or if it's too much, then I understand.
Maybe some other time. Not here. You see her eyes flickering between the strangers in the group that she's yet to get to know.
Can I ask her promise in Portuguese?
In Portuguese?
Because aren't we Brazil or from the Brazilian branch, right?
You're from the South American branch, so
I think
actually, I think
native language is Portuguese.
I
think.
might let you do that. Roll me a d20.
Okay. Get my die. 18.
And you asked her what?
Promise in Portuguese
She turns to look at
with
you.
my pinky out.
She turns to look at you with your pinky out. She eyes your pinky suspiciously, but she repeats promise in Portuguese as well and starts to walk away from you.
And then I to her.
Pidge, having first heard of an explosion at the campus, just turns and goes, "Explosion? I knew that there was a."
Anytime somebody mentions an explosive device, Pidge comes out of the woodwork like a fucking roach.
A rat.
Explosion, you say? Tell me more!
For the vermintide.
I knew that the branch was wiped out. I didn't know it was from the explosion.
Xavier, are you sure that there was an explosion?
Are you asking me as a player? Am I sure if there? Because that's all I remember.
I am asking you as the player and you as the character. Are you sure there was an explosion?
Wait. Let me read. I guess I don't remember if there was an explosion or not.
You damn right you don't. But now that you've said that, you saying that is canon. So enjoy the repercussions of that.
No.
Pidge squints at you and then hikes up her gun and just starts heading back to campus.
Oh, now you've offended her. Congratulations.
Oh, I didn't mean that. She's bright.
Tisk,
She'll get over.
tisk, tisk. Nikita has left, and Pidge has started walking back, and it's just Solon and Xavier and Apollyon chilling up in the tree still.
Yeah.
Pidge, now actually curious where her friends are, checks her PDA for any messages that might have popped up.
Damn, that's crazy! All of the messages about where you were supposed to meet, what time you were supposed to meet, what the game plan was, are all unopened on your PDA.
Blood drains on Pidge's face as she realizes just how late she is.
Yeah, there's
Do
just
I
a
notice?
message from Pridwen that's marked urgent.
Oh
And then she
god.
starts running.
So yeah, you guys like see Pidge start walking off angrily, and then she stops for a minute, and then she just zooms off, the fucking 50 cal like dancing back and forth on her back as she goes.
Huh. See, told you she'll get over it. Like
I
it
just
never
kind of
happened.
like glance out of the side of my eyes. I don't think she's over it.
You're right. She's getting on
Attention
top
more.
of it.
Someone starts walking back too.
Okay,
Hey, come
so
on,
you
man.
guys are
Wait.
walking back to the cabin.
Leona continues doing his rounds.
Apollyon, ever vigilant. You guys make it back to the cabin, and there is a girl you don't recognize in the kitchen. She looks like she is making something.
Huh.
It smells amazing.
Can I walk in with the Be Happy song?
Yeah, sure. That's fine.
Don't
Are
worry,
you
be
singing
happy.
it, or are you playing it on your PDA?
Can I hum it?
Yeah. Cody turns and looks at you and squints. I'm sorry, can I help you?
Are you one of the people that work here as well? Live here as well?
I live here, yes.
Awesome. I'm your new roommate. My name is Lewis. Oh, whoops. I meant. Wait. Wait. Wait.
Hold on.
Rewind.
Oh, wait a minute.
It's hard when Lewis is your real name as well.
I know.
Awkward. No, my name is Lewis. It's nice to meet you. I live in that room over there now.
Oh, so you were the one who put the sticky note up.
Yeah. Can I look at the door, see if it's still there?
It is still there.
Yeah. Yes. Sorry about the tape on the other room. We were just investigating to see why it was like that, but we learned now to keep that room where it's at.
Probably best if you, leave that be.
What happened, if you don't mind me asking?
A bad decision.
Asking? Or what happened?
Both.
Sorry. Who's the others at? I didn't trying to see where they're at.
My love is off training himself. I assume Herb is still in some half-crazed stupor trying to figure out what's going on with the letters he's been receiving. And Eerie is off and about doing something or other, skulking around. Seems like the rest of them had something they were supposed to be doing with Pridwen, but I haven't really been privy to that whole situation. I've just been trying to keep everybody alive, she says, nodding, continuing stirring whatever she is.
Did Pidge make it back yet?
Pidge, you have not seen her.
She said she was gonna come to the dorm before we did.
If I read the messages correctly, I believe she was supposed to be with the others, so...
The messages?
Right. You don't know how your PDA works yet?
I don't. Not really fond of this PDA thing.
There's an entire message system. You can send chats to each other as well as get the major messages from campus. There's also a social media platform on there that is DWMA specific, so you'll only see stuff from your fellow classmates.
It's pretty handy. Can I check my like Xavier's gonna check his messages. And see if,
Xavier opens his PDA and checks his messages. You see a message from Nikita that says, "Welcome to campus. Be seeing you soon."
Wouldn't there be like a home tab where the first thing popping up would be a popular thing on the social app?
Yep. And your video is one of the #1 features there is.
Which video?
You open the video, Xavier. It's a video of a kid who is taped to a flagpole, and he falls, and the second he hits the ground, he, like, starts spinning, and it's to, like, the fucking... I don't remember what the name of the song is.
It's Firefly, isn't it?
I don't know, maybe. And he goes, like, spinning off into space. It's like the Wii U theme,
God.
like the...
It plays the fucking DuckTales thing.
Oh no!
Fucking God, what was it called? Like the Moon song or
I
something?
don't
I
remember.
thought I said 2001: A Space Odyssey.
That works too. I don't know. It's
opening to
playing
that.
some music and then like he's like spinning off into space.
What's the title of the video?
Pitch, what did you title it?
At this point, Pidge has actually gone in and edited the title in loving memory.
Aww.
Oh fuck!
Aw. Now I don't know if my character would laugh at this.
Yeah, it was really funny until you saw the title of the video, and now it's slightly less so.
It's setting in on who this possibly could be.
Man.
Huh.
Later that
This video is uncanny. Can I check the publisher of the video?
It's definitely Pidge. You recognize Pidge's picture, because she still has, like, oil stains on her face in her school picture.
She was much happier then too. And then shoot. What else was I do? Talk to Cody. Wait, would Cody not know what happened, but she probably wouldn't.
I don't know,
No.
why don't you ask her?
Cody, do you by any chance have any information of what happened to the South American branch?
I've heard
Or-
a few things, but nothing substantial. Why?
Asking for a friend?
She squints at you. She
Me.
also squints at Solon.
Us. Not really us, but you know, me. I just came from the South American branch.
Then why are you asking me with that?
If maybe you had heard something, others that I didn't, or I don't really remember everything what happened. Brain fog.
Right, well, I wasn't there, can show you, and I have very little knowledge of the events so far. In fact, they've been pretty tight-lipped on the entire situation, which is crazy considering the rumors that the entire branch was wiped out.
Do you know who would have the information? Where this information comes from?
Well, unfortunately, if you, who were there, doesn't really know, then I'm not sure who would. Maybe somebody else who was there also?
I see. Well, this is going to be an awkward conversation later. But, thanks, Cody. It was nice meeting you, though. I go out for my handshake.
Oh god, roll for a handshake, I guess.
Shoot, 10.
It's not that great. She's, like,
Average.
definitely not impressed by this handshake. She just goes back to cooking.
What are you making?
So you get a whiff of what she's making. It appears to be some kind of curry.
Coconut curry? That'd be sick.
You're not sure. You just know it's curry.
Are you making some sort of curry or
Yeah, it's a favorite of ours.
see? Is it spicy?
You have a problem with spice, do you?
Tree nuts prefer.
Why are all your characters allergic to tree nuts?
Tree nuts.
Right,
Oh.
well, avoid those plates over there, then, she says, pointing to some things that have been set out on the counter and picked at.
They've been contaminated?
Contaminated? No, just, we didn't really have anyone who was allergic, really, so...
Ugh. Who eats almonds anyway, you know what I mean?
She eyes you.
Never mind. Someone eats almonds.
Happen
I'm
to
gonna,
like almonds, she says, continuing to stir.
What?
Drink almond
Walnuts
milk?
for
I
me.
don't see what the problem is.
Oat milk is... Never mind. We don't have to, you know, fight over better milk or not better milk. But, you know...
Roland's just kind of is very confused by what's going on in
Yeah,
front of him.
you have no clue what's happening.
Someone
Cody's
who's
like trying to cook and sort of not pay attention to him.
Stolen's like the Russian violins, and I like oat milk.
You
What?
don't even know what oat milk is.
What?
You can
Soul
milk
milk.
oats? You can milk almonds? What, he's like
Sure.
imagining an almond with an udder. He's like
Fucking
so
TV show.
confused.
Show me the tit on an almond. Fucking hell, that was a funny show.
I prefer soul milk
Oh,
myself. But I'm gonna be leaving. Thank you for the information
Right.
and honor meeting you as well.
You do that, she says, going back to her cooking.
Nice lady. Super nice. And I'm gonna go to the psychological department.
You do not know where that is.
Oh, I'm gonna head to the school.
Okay, you start walking to the academy.
Do you know where that is?
I looked at my PDA.
There's a big ass building in the center of campus. That'd be a good place to start. Pridwen, Soma, Sadie. All
Roll
of
for
you
initiative.
have entered the entrance of the cavern. By the time you get in there, Minerva is already gone. Katya was the last one through. She looks at the entrance reluctantly.
We have to move fast.
She nods and takes a deep breath and then starts jogging into 1. Roll me a d20 and listen.
Oh boy. 17.
You hear the same giggling, the same name in Italian, and as you're moving into one and listening close, you hear the word Grigio.
Grigio. Pretty sure that's green, isn't it?
Nope.
Oh, fuck. Fuck.
Macaroni yellow.
The bioluminescent lights are hovering next to you. Would you like to
Grigio.
ask them anything?
It's been a long time since What color was that?
You see them swirling for a moment. The first word lights up, gray.
Gray. Alright, we need to find one with a gray light.
Do this.
Where are you heading first?
Pridwen's
Soma's?
gonna
Oh, you go.
Pridwen's gonna head to 2.
You jog into 2. Nothing.
It's gonna go to 5.
You jog into 5. There's nothing there.
He's gonna head towards 8.
Okay. As you pass through 4, you see a generator.
He's going to immediately rush to the generator to see what color it has on it.
You bend down and you look at the color in 4. It appears to be yellow.
Is Apollyon? Not Apollyon, but Pridwen nearby?
Pridwen would be heading down to 3 once he realizes there's nothing in 2. So he'd be right across.
So he's going to walk over to Pridwen and says, I found yellow.
Alright, Pridwen looks around 3.
Yeah, you're in 3. There's also a generator in 3.
What color?
It is purple.
Purple and yellow. Let's keep looking.
Guys? You hear Sadie calling from somewhere nearby.
Yes?
She's an 8.
Pridwen's gonna head to 8.
So
There is
Soma.
another generator in 8.
Is it gray?
It is. She
This is
looks
the
at
one.
you guys worriedly.
What's wrong?
They're all right next to each other.
Oh no. We're going to have to keep them distracted. And we're going to have to work fast.
Soma backs up and he says, I'm gonna go find the others and try to distract you. Probably 3 other monsters that are here. You guys work on this generator.
Alright, quickly.
Be careful, Sadie says to you anxiously.
Soma's gonna head into 6.
You head into 6. You see Minerva looking around. She looks over at you as she sees you approaching and shrugs questioningly.
Have you seen any of them?
She shakes her head no.
He's going to head to 7.
You go down to 7 and she heads up to 1. Pridwen, Sadie is attempting to work on the 1 and 8. And are you working on the same one?
Yes.
Roll me a perception check.
Okay. 14? Oh no.
Go ahead and roll me a check for that generator.
Alright, with advantage?
Uh-huh.
Okay, thank God for advantage. 19?
Yeah, generator starts to purr. And then you hear this sharp exhale from the other side of the generator where Sadie is.
Sadie?
She doesn't say anything.
Pridwen looks over to her.
You see there is a hulking shape opposite of you on the generator. You look through the center of the generator, the panel that's open, and you see the tip of metal It is covered in blood. It slowly is being pulled out of the generator from the other side.
No, 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 no. He's going to try and grab Sadie.
You reach around and try and grab her hand. It goes limp in yours as she is lifted off of the ground, dazed and confused, suspended on the edge of a metal spike. You watch as the only thing visible is those shards of metal formed into that massive sword, and then the creature begins to come into sight, its skin seeming to warp like an octopus's, the
Let
color
her,
returning to it.
let her go.
It lets out this throaty chuffing sound, points its other sword at you, begins to move around the generator toward you, slowed by the fact he is carrying her.
Is there a paladin here?
In 8? No.
In 8? Probably, yeah. You will pay. And he's going to run out into 7.
Soma, you were running down into 7, weren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, so, you
Soma.
see a very frantic Pridwen sprinting towards you.
Soma, it has Sadie. It came through the wall.
Through the what? Wait, excuse me, hold on. Start from the beginning.
Okay, we were working on the generator. It has her. It came through the wall and ambushed her.
Right. Inserting. Okay, let's
You hear a scream coming from 6.
You need to get her.
Alright, you find another generator, I'm gonna go get it.
I'll get 8 finished. Pridwen's gonna run back to try and finish the gray generator.
The monster in 8 is gone, and so is Sadie.
Yep.
Soma, you run into 6 and you see Katya running for her life, panicked. She almost barrels into you, learned her lesson in the last match, and goes around you instead.
Do I see anything?
No.
Soma is going to rush over to 8.
You as you're running, are you going back down through 7?
No, I'm gonna try to go straight towards 8 and we call out to Pridwen.
So yeah, you head towards 8, and Pridwen is there trying to work on the generator. And as you get to the generator, you look in and you see that side of the generator is covered in blood.
He calls out to Pridwen and he says, "I don't think they're just coming through the walls."
What do you mean?
You see Katya come sprinting around the other corner Soma just came from, freaking the fuck out.
Where
they can
is
turn invisible!
I'm sorry, what?
Soma, like, calming himself, he says, okay, I have a plan, but I'm gonna need your help, Pridwen.
What? What do you need?
If you can manifest any water at all, spray it on the floor. We should be steps.
Pridwen's going to begin producing water. He's going to use Ursula. 30-foot area is going to just flood.
Surprisingly, that works for you. The entirety of 8 floods with water. Katya stepping on the ground, murmuring about her shoes being wet.
Katya, I have a plan. I'm going to finish this generator, and you are going to wield me.
Okay.
And you will wield me as we get to each generator.
Okay.
That way, if anything tries to hit us, I can stop it.
Okay. She doesn't look very sure, but she's going along with it.
Soma, please help me finish this.
Yes. He runs up to the generator and goes to work on it.
Roll me a d20, both of you.
Oh, fuck. 17?
What was yours, Soma?
19.
Yeah. So between your focus and Katya keeping an eye on things, you manage to get this generator up and purring. And finally, after what feels like hours, it comes alive. The lights starts flashing and it opens the front panel.
Pridwen's gonna grab the item.
You pull out a looks like some kind of pin. It's in the shape of a moon. Some
Moon
kind of
pin.
fastening, maybe.
Mmm.
Like it would be used to hold a cloak in place.
Oh shit, okay. So it's a cloak pin.
Uh-huh.
He's going to pocket that, and immediately he's going to take Katya's hand, and he's going to listen for another color.
Roll me a d20, let's see what you hear.
Ooh, natural 20. Probably the worst time to get a natural 20.
Yeah, it really was. You hear Arankione.
Rankione.
Which is ridiculously long considering what color it is.
Orange. We need to get to orange.
Yellow? I think that's the only other color.
Hang on. The color... There was an orange and a,
Sadie told
Purple,
you
right?
there was gray, yellow, and purple.
Fuck. Wait. Because the Rankione is orange.
Arankione is yellow, I'm pretty sure. Am I wrong?
Is it?
I
Hang
could
on.
be wrong.
It could be this. Hold on. Because, yeah, I'm looking at it and it says.
Probably orange then.
Yeah. Yeah, Rankione is orange.
What the fuck? Well, whoever gave me my colors gave me the wrong color name.
Hold on, it's yellow.
Yellow's yellow?
Yeah.
Yeet.
Yeah.
That's the one you hear next.
Yeah, okay. We need to get to yellow.
Alright.
You guys start running into 4. You are no longer in water.
Pridwen's going to immediately activate it again.
You activate water and fill the entirety of 4.
Alright. Let's get it let's get that generator going.
Before he does that, someone's going to roll perception.
Good thought.
He's gonna roll. You need to roll a 13.
You hear a wet slap.
He's going to look around.
You don't see anything.
Do I see any absence of water? Any ripples?
At the very edge, near 6, the hint of movement.
Is it gonna look like Pridwen is nearby and probably gonna go distract him using it on the generator.
Alright. Katya, hide in 8 for a moment while he gets his attention.
Okay. She jogs into 8. Soma, you're going towards 6.
Yes. He's going to go towards 6, and he's going to unfurl his chain and whip it at the floor towards 7.
Okay. What are you trying to do with that?
Distract him.
So you whip at the floor with your chain. There's another wet slap. Sounds like it came from 4 again. It's closer to you, Pridwen. You see the faintest ripple of water somewhere a little ways off.
Katya?
And then nothing. Cat's not here. Cat went into 8.
No, Pridwen? Wasn't she still holding Pridwen?
No. You said
Oh,
go
fuck.
hide in 8, and she went to go hide in 8.
Pridwen's going to immediately, call out, "He's in this room!" And Pridwen's going to run to 5.
You sprint to 5. Soma, you're in 6. What would you like to do?
Soma yells out, like he just yells, and he's going to rush it towards one.
Okay. So, you guys are all running north, which is interesting because Soma, as you go into 1, you hear a slight rattling sound. You look around. In the very corner of the room, it looks like there's some kind of cage.
Motherfucker.
He approaches.
Inside of the cage, on one side of it, you see Sadie. She's in bad shape. She's looking at you though, and she's putting a hand on the side of the cage, and she says, "I'm okay, just go. Get us out of here."
Soma's going to rush to 2. And he's still making noise as he's doing it.
You sprint to 2. You go right past Pridwen. Pridwen, you see Soma go bolting by. There's a ripple of water from behind you in 4 again, another wet slab.
Pridwen's going to run to 1, going the opposite direction of Soma.
Yeah, so you run towards 1, and you also hear that faint rattling and a soft coughing.
Who is it?
You see a
Are
familiar
you okay?
cage.
Sadie.
Yeah, I've been better, she says, smiling a little.
Damn it. I need to find another way to open these cages.
I'm fine, really. Just go. Get us out of here.
I'll finish the generators and then I'll come back for you.
Maybe they open when the generators go off or something.
I can only hope. Pridwen's going to run. He's going to try to get back to 4.
You go around the corner into 4. Selma, at this point, you've reached 2.
Soma's gonna run towards.
You make it to 3, and you see the other generator Sadie mentioned.
He's gonna run to the yellow generator.
Okay. That's
Yellow's 4, right?
That's the one in 4. Purple's in 3.
And he's going to keep an eye out for any more ripples in the water.
Okay.
Holy shit! Okay, I rolled a natural 20 for perception.
Fuck.
You stop. Entering 4, you go stark still. And it's as you're there that you swear you can hear the breathing just to your right. Shaky inhaling of something trying to be quiet looming just beside you. You can feel the rush of wind as something arcs back above you.
Get out of the water.
Soma is going to. Is there any sort of thing to? Is there anything on the roof that is grabbing?
The ceiling, there is a chandelier hanging sort of center, but it's not lit.
Okay. He's going to toss his chandelier and try to pull himself up.
Okay, roll me a d20 for that.
Six.
A 6? Oh boy. So Pridwen,
Mm-hmm.
you watch as he very clearly can see where this thing is. You can't. You know it's there, You don't know where it is. And he swings his chain up to coil on the chandelier, which is all fine and dandy as he yeets himself out of the way just as something heavy slams down where he was. The problem is that when he goes to swing down on the other side, his chain doesn't release. And so he's yanked back toward the center, and now he's dangling precariously in the air.
Hold tight. Pridwen's going to activate Voltaic Cloak and basically, like, bring his hands down to the water.
You try to activate Voltaic Cloak, and nothing happens.
Damn it, just run!
Soma's going to drop, and he's going to roll as he hits the ground.
There is another swing of the blade coming down toward you. And you feel something hard impact you from the side. Pridwen, 1 second you watch a blade move towards Soma, and the next second, it's in your sister's shoulder. She is gripping at the very base and the top of the blade, trying to keep it in her shoulder, to keep it rooted in place. She looks down at you, Soma, and gives you the move look as best she can through her mask.
Like, sort of on the floor at this point, he's gonna toss his chain again and try to pull himself out of the way with any nearby obstacles.
You use the generator to try and yeet yourself out of the way, and it seems to work.
We just need to finish these generators.
The second sword that serves as its other arm moves to slice into her side. She tries to dodge it, but it still catches a good portion of her ribs, and he picks her up slowly off of the ground. You hear this wet, agonized sound leave her mask, and then the creature disappears.
God damn it. It's going to cage her. If we can get the cages to open, we'll be fine.
Soma's like aching as he gets up. He's like, just let's get it done. He begins like moving towards the generator.
Yeah, Pridwen's working on the gen.
Both of you roll me a d20.
19.
14.
Yeah, this thing is purring. Just a little bit more and you'll have it.
One more time.
Alright.
You seem to have time. You're not hearing any sounds in the water. Looks like Minerva has bought you some time.
Alright, gonna go for one more roll.
Yep.
That is an 18.
Okay, that's gonna do it.
Double 18.
That's gonna do it. You guys get this thing up and running, same as always. It lights up, it ignores the water so you don't get electrocuted. Thank Jesus I'm being nice to you. And the front panel opens up.
Pridwen grabs the thing inside.
You reach in to grab something and instead your hand comes out glowing. It seems that there's electricity sparking around your fingers, hovering in a sort of orb.
Orb of electricity?
Mm-hmm.
He's going to try to, like, channel his electricity again.
You raise your other palm, try to channel your electricity, and while Voltaic Cloak doesn't activate, you see just a hint of a spark of your own electricity, and it looks the same color.
I am going to kill that thing.
Yeah, we'll cross that bridge when we get there, but let's go to the other generator first.
Fine. Pridwen. Like, so is this orb like a physical object, or does it kind of absorb into him?
It's a more physical object.
He'll set it into something.
Yeah, you managed to like wrap it in a bit of something in your bag and toss it with the other things.
And he will run to 3. I'm assuming Soma's doing the same thing.
Seems to be a good bet. You get to 3,
And
there's one last generator. It's still eerily quiet.
Pridwen fills the room with water.
You do so. It's a lot harder to do without Katya.
Where's Katya?
Not here. You
Let's
guys
just get the generator finished.
get started on the generator. Roll me a d20, both of you.
Ooh. 15.
16.
Yeah, this thing's purring. Once again, you guys have had enough practice with these that it's becoming second nature to you. You know exactly what wires to put where. You know exactly what you need to get this thing to sing. And it's almost done already, even with just a few minutes of work. But you hear a wet slap coming from 4.
Soma.
He stands up and he's going to run in the direction of 2 and try to catch its attention.
You sprint into 2, making a whole lot of noise as you go. Do you keep working, Pridwen?
He's going to pull the electrical orb out and hold it in one hand as he tries to finish this job.
You're holding it. It's lighting up your area, which is making it easier for you to see, so there's that at least.
Mm-hmm. And 19.
She's singing. Begins to light up with a warm glow, and the front panel opens.
He's gonna grab it.
You pull out a book.
Oh fuck! It's my dad's book, isn't it?
You're damn right it is. It's a
Yep.
philosophy book with a purple, outer edge, hardback, old, very well used.
He's gonna put it in his bag, and he's going to try and arc. He's gonna try and channel as much electricity into himself as possible before slamming his hands into the ground.
You try to channel your electricity. Very little of it channels for you.
Come on.
A little bit of it sparks and moves around the water, just enough to reveal to you that there's something hovering near the edge of 4 and 3.
I will make you pay. And Pridwen's gonna run to 2.
As you say this and take off, you hear this resounding, that same sound, a half roar, half scream, like a cacophony of voices all together at once.
The exit door's open, right?
Uh-huh.
Pridwen's gonna run to 1 to see the cages.
You run into 1. You see Sadie still in her cage. She's been trying to finagle the locking mechanism to little success.
It didn't open.
Doesn't look like it.
I'm tired of being forced to pick between 2 options. Pridwen's going to try his damnedest to force the cage open.
Would you like to roll me a perception check first?
Yep. 19.
The bioluminescent glow is back. It swirls around you, then forms on the wall beside you. Let me help.
Please. Help me.
It moves towards the locking mechanism, and then it slides inside of it where the item you normally would place would be. There's some strange grinding sound, and then the device snaps closed.
Mother?
There's this electrical spark, and then the cage slowly swings open.
The door's open. I think I think it might be following us, though. You should probably try to loop through, back down to 3.
Soma, where are you?
Yes.
You went to 2. And you had this overarching feeling that something was following you. But there's no water in 2, and you can't see it. What would you like to do?
I roll perception, but I roll a 2. So I don't see anything. He is going to. Is there anything nearby I need to bring on to the chain?
There's a locker in the corner of 2.
He is going to stand still, and he is going to just.
He's gonna do what?
I'm gonna stand still and wait for it to swing.
Okay. So you stand still. Whatever it is, stands still too. And both of you seem to be at a standstill. Pridwen, you're running from 1 down to 6.
Yep.
Sadie she went the other way from 1 to 2. Where are you headed?
Fuck. Does Pridwen see anything in 6?
Not in 6, no.
He's gonna head down to 7.
You get into 7, and just as you reach the corner, you hear that rattling again.
Minerva. Pridwen's gonna look for the cage.
There's a cage in the exact corner, that crook between 6 and 7. And in front of it is Katya. She's
Katya?
desperately trying to finagle the lock. Inside of the cage, you see Minerva slumped in the corner.
Katya, Minerva.
Cat is still focused, desperately trying to get the cage open.
God damn it. Mother.
That bioluminescent glow isn't around.
Oh no. She didn't. Katya, it's going to be okay.
But Min's trapped in there like I was!
We'll get you out. We'll get her out. Pridwen's sifting through his bag. Father, I'm very sorry.
You see Minerva raise her hand toward you.
Minerva.
You see her running her fingers along her neck in a sign. She points to your bag.
Pridwen pulls it open and he pulls out the pin.
She shakes her head no.
He pulls out the collar.
She nods.
You want me to give this up?
She nods again.
Alright, I trust you. And he's going to drop Scudo's collar into the cage.
You drop it in. It snaps shut. There's an electrical whirring, and then the cage opens.
We've got to get out of here.
She struggles to her feet, one arm wrapped around her torso where this thing is dug into her ribs, and the other just trying to balance along the wall beside her.
Here, Pridwen's going to try and help basically carry her.
Yeah, so you try and get an arm under her and realize just how weak she is. Roll me a d20.
Oh boy. 14.
Yeah, you've had enough. You, crouching down for just a moment, lift her and throw her over your shoulders, much like she did with Liam before. You now have her in a sort of fireman's carry.
We're all going to get out of here. Let's just get to the exit.
Okay, Katya says, and she starts to run beside you as you guys head towards 8.
Yep. We're heading basically through 8 straight up through 3 into the exit.
Somewhat.
Um,
You can hear footsteps coming towards you both from the direction of 1 and the direction of 3, but you know very well that this thing is somewhere in 2 with you.
he thinks to himself, he's like, shit. And he's going to dive out of the way of the exit gate and try to take a hit so they can escape.
Setting up an action. I'll allow it. So, Pridwen barrels around the corner through 3 about the same time Sadie manages to stagger through the entrance of 2. There's this moment where all of you kind of make eye contact at once.
Soma nods at Pridwen.
Pridwen's going to nod at Soma. And he's going to try to dive through the exit doors with Katya and Minerva.
You're taking Minerva, but Katya is not being so kind to you. She is trying to
Katya.
fight against you because she knows exactly what Soma's trying to do.
Katya, take Minerva. I will help him.
She shakes her head no.
Come on, please.
Soma yells out and he says, just go. And he's going to dive out of the way.
So, you move away from the exit gates. About the same time, Pridwen, you kind of wrap your arm around Katya and just manhandle her. You grab her by the hip and just sort of drag her sideways, pulling her against you through the exit door with Minerva. Sadie comes around the corner about the time that this thing swings. Roll me a d20.
Okay.
You.
Holy shit. Oh my god. I rolled a natural
Please.
20.
Yes! That's what I
Holy
fucking
fuck.
wanted! Oh my god. Okay. Sadie comes around the corner and she sees you dive and she sees the flash of this blade. And she freezes. Just absolutely stuck as she watches the blade come down over top of you, and then there is an explosion of light. Something is holding the sword at bay just above you. You feel Sadie's hands on your shoulders dragging you across the ground backwards toward the exit door. This thing, its invisibility cloak beginning to falter, is struggling violently with that smear of light through the air. It turns its head towards you and roars. A mixture of those voices again, but you can hear something in those voices, both you and Sadie. Don't go any further. You have to stop.
Soma takes, he like acknowledges this and he's going to grab Sadie and run towards the exit gate.
Sadie, watching this burst of light, tearfully is pulled by you. You guys collapse backwards through the exit doors, and suddenly you're back and Pridwen's in a room.
As Soma collapses and back up, he says, wait,
Wait,
we can't go any further.
what do you mean we can't go any further?
It was the light that told us not to.
Mother?
You don't see the bioluminescent glow at the moment. However, the circles from the glow are still resting on the ground. 2 of them are broken.
Why not, Soma?
I don't know. But
We've gone through all this.
I think she doesn't doesn't think you're ready yet, but
If she doesn't think I'm ready yet, then why should we lead me through this?
I'm not sure. Maybe to. I don't know. I never met your mom, so I don't know what she could be doing. But
By the way, Dylan, um,
yeah.
just to tell you, I'm not sure if you missed it, but the monster was saying that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, oh, I thought he was the mom.
Nope.
No.
Oh, okay. Okay.
It was
So,
the
yeah, he
mixture
said
of
he.
voices telling you not to go.
Yeah. Okay. So I thought he was the mom. So, Soma like paces around for a second. He says, "I don't know why that thing doesn't want us to go any further, but I'm going. I'll continue with you if you wish to proceed."
We've gone through all of this.
You look over as you're thinking about this, and you see Liam, his shoulder still looking bad, and Minerva has kind of collapsed on the ground next to him, her shoulder and her side bleeding heavily. She kind of leans her head on Liam's shoulder, and he laughs faintly.
Soma looks over to Pridwen and he says, "Honestly, I think me and you are the only ones capable of going forward."
I. I. Minerva.
She slowly reaches up, grabs the mask of her armor, begins to pull it off.
Pridwen's going to kneel down next to her. And he's going to begin unlatching his mask.
Fuck. You see her, tears in her eyes, smiling at you.
And Pridwen lifts his helmet. And you see Pridwen's face. A wicked electrical scar running from his chin all the way up, almost to his eye and the bridge of his nose. This blackish blue hair spilling out. And he has tears in his eyes.
You hear a gasp from sort of to your right.
Pridwen looks over.
It's Kat. She's standing there, a hand clasped over her mouth, her eyes about as wide as they can get.
I know. We're hideous.
She shakes her head slowly. You're really pretty.
Soma
Pridwen,
walks up to you and says, actually, I'll let you go.
Pridwen, when she says that, he the tears welling in his eyes, he starts genuinely crying.
Soma puts his hand out and he says, "We haven't known each other very long, but you trusted me, and so I will put my trust in you. If you think you can, then I will be right there by your side, and I
Of
will continue."
course. Minerva.
She rests
I
her forehead against yours for a moment. You hear her whisper, a sound you haven't heard in a long time. Keep going.
I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything that we see.
She
And
nods at you.
Pridwen pulls out his mom's sash, and he's going to clasp it in his hands, and he's going to basically offer it to Minerva to hold one last time before he brings it to the circles.
She slowly reaches her fingers out, touching that golden ribbon that you know so well. She curls her fingers around it, her hands shaking. Her own blood begins to spill on it, and a shock jolts through you.
Oh.
You get a flash of an image, the same blood-soaked ribbon in a much smaller hand. Not too small. It wasn't that long ago. There's rain falling around you, and then it's gone.
Pridwen blinks and shakes his head and slowly stands back up. He doesn't put his helmet back on.
Soma puts out his hand and he's going to say, "What, whatever you decide to face, I will face it with you. Whatever wild darkness, even from here on, even." And a small blue flame is going to rise up.
Pridwen takes his hand.
Fuck. Better write that shit down!
Yeah, God, what was it exactly that you said? Because I'm gonna need it down to the letter.
Here, I'll type it into Discord.
Epic. Let's see. Pridwen's notes. It's gonna be right at the very top. Also, Akira, I hope you know, it's very hard to make me cry.
I hope you're ready for what you're about to see.
Oh, man. Dylan, where'd you put it?
I put it in quotes.
Ah, there we go. Gonna copy that. And Pridwen, as he shakes your hand, he says, "To the very end."
As a flame begins to... Actually, where would this tattoo appear?
Probably on his hand. And actually, he would have taken his gauntlet off to shake your hand.
It says to you, this isn't a binding vow, this is a bond. And a tattoo with not a chain of your wrist, but a single chain link, two of them, I guess, but connected, appears on your wrist.
Well, Katya, are you coming along?
She's standing right next to you. Like I'm gonna let my weapon go anywhere without me in this shitty place. No offense.
It's fine. I suppose that the family reunion wasn't exactly great.
Yeah, if that's your family, I don't think I want to meet the rest of them. But I'll manage, she says, walking up next to you.
He chuckles and he steps up to the circles.
Yep, you do.
And he begins pulling out all of the items. Hopefully this doesn't have to go in any particular order.
It doesn't seem that there's any indication that anything specific goes in any one circle. There are two that are broken and you are missing two things. That's about the only thing you can think of.
So, he pulls out the headphones. He slots them in. He pulls out his mask, kind of runs a hand over it, slots it in. He pulls out the moon cloak pin, slots it in. Pulls out the orb, slots it in. Pulls out his dad's book. And then finally, he pulls out that ribbon. He stares down at it for just a bit longer before placing it into the final slot.
There seems to be this sort of activation, a hum of energy around you as you're in the center of this group of items. And as you begin to look at them, turning to look at them, it seems that, kind of like when you were in a Maishi's room, there seems to be a fragment around each of these items now. As if perhaps you could experience the memories tied to them.
Before you actually have any but so if my phone will let me, I know exactly what the tattoo is actually going to look like.
Okay. Well, while you're looking for it, I'm gonna make you suffer and pause for a second because I have to pee. So I'll be
What?
back.
Oh man.
Yay, I helped. No, wait.
Just Pidge fucking like walking through the forest. Boy, I hope that they didn't wind up needing me.
I hop in there and I just go, alright guys, I'm ready to take on some traumatic experiences. Let's go!
Half of the fucking people are like on the ground bleeding out.
And everyone's just had these emotional exchanges and...
God. I am horrified by the implication that fucking Pridwen's family has been turned into that monster.
Yeah.
That's pretty fucked.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yep.
like, my god. Oh, shit. I'm not ready for this. I'm not. I, like, just barely held back tears during that interaction. I'm not sure if I can handle the next series of memories.
Yep.
I am losing my fucking mind.
Yeah. That's just how these brain devs be, honestly.
Yeah. Oh, and I'm probably gonna pick the most painful one for first.
Oh
Because I
boy.
already know what memory that ribbon's gonna be.
How's everyone's trauma doing?
Honestly, not great.
Yeah, that sounds about
I'm
right.
kind of Pridwen's kind of unraveling.
Yeah,
Oh, just give it a bit more time, and eventually Pidge's trauma will come out.
Oh god. I mean, hey man, now that we're going down the list, the Pidge is probably going to be the next one we dive into.
yeah.
Oh boy.
Oh man. God. This
Yeah.
is either gonna be really, really bad, or this is gonna, like, actually be good. Maybe.
I would put all your eggs in one basket.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Oh man. I'm really hoping that everyone's okay. Like that they aren't just fucking like bleeding out in the real world.
Yeah, yeah.
Because like I don't want to lose my sister, man.
It's okay. Sometimes.
Okay, I have returned.
All right.
Oh no.
I'm almost finished with the final touches on the drawing. They said it out to me. Okay.
Wait, you've what? Your voice is doing it again.
Oh, one second. I think that's just me talking quietly. I said I'm gonna add some finishing touches to the yeah.
I can't wait to see it. Um,
Oh boy.
so my bestie fell asleep. I'm hoping he wakes up by the time I get to where I actually really need him. But
Oh boy.
before that, you have some memories to explore.
Yep. I'm probably gonna take the one that Pridwen most remembers first.
Yeah?
And
Alright.
as he's looking at all of these objects, he's gonna say, I meant what I said. If you want to confront repressed memories, you have to be truly ready to confront them.
Puts his hand on his shoulder and says, I'm here with you.
I think, despite what my family may have just attempted, I think I'm ready. And Pridwen's going to bring his hand up and he's going to touch his mother's bandana.
You're going to reach for the bandana. There's a hum of energy as something blocks your path.
Hmm. Then I suppose it is like Amai's memories. I'm going to have to work my way forwards then.
Well, no time to waste.
Well, I suppose I'm curious what I could have possibly blocked out from the days when I wore that mask. Pridwen's going to shift his hand over and he's going to touch the mask.
You reach down and you place your hand on the mask. Your fingers contact that fragment of air, and it explodes around you. For a moment, you are back in the city, in a market, in a schoolyard, you're not sure where. You just hear the laughter. It's everywhere. It's all consuming. The fingers pointing in your direction. The names. My god, what's wrong with him? Why is he blue? Fucking freak!
I
Are you
Pridwen
sick or
looks-
something? Go back home.
Pridwen, like, looks down at his hands.
You're holding the mask.
I don't understand. I don't...
As you look from the mask and you look up, you realize that the fingers, they aren't pointing at you anymore. They're pointing at someone else. It's another figure, small in stature, like you were, in the same spot you stood many times, the same place you got laughed at, that you got made fun of, except this one's a girl. Her hair is long and white, and she's curled into a ball, and she's pulling her hood over her face and her shoulders, just trying desperately to get away from the laughs from the pointing fingers.
Pridwen's going to approach her.
You move past the faceless figures, the fingers. You crouch down at this little ball. Her skin's blue too. In fact, apart from that white hair, you might even think you could have been related. She looks up at you with these beautiful, beautiful eyes, filled with tears, almost little galaxies in themselves.
You're just like me. Pridwen offers a hand.
She stops her crying for just a moment, looking at you curiously, and she slowly places her hand into yours. The moment her fingers touch your palm, there's this lightning strike of energy, and then you're back in the circle.
Pridwen looks around. He's very disoriented.
Soma, you and Katya watched the whole thing.
So we're back. We're like back in...
You're back in the inner room.
Fuck. Okay. He just like looks down at his hands. Kind of looks back over at where the mask was, and he says, I remember very well the way that they treated me whenever they saw my face.
That's dumb, Katya says, putting her hands on her hips. You
Yes.
don't even look that ugly. I mean, Liam exists and he deals with it. Liam just slowly lifts a shaking hand and flips her the bird.
Well, I suppose they thought I was cursed. I thought I was cursed.
Why? 'Cause you're blue?
Yes.
That's dumb.
Well, kids tend to, well, I shouldn't even say kids. People tend to make assumptions. Unfair assumptions.
Soma is like caressing his horn, unsurely.
Oh. You see, as you're doing this, you catch Sadie's glance out of the corner of your eye. She's huddled near Liam and Minerva, kind of leaned back against the stone wall. She's watching you warily as you mess with your horn.
Soma.
Yep.
Regardless of what you are, you're a good man. I don't think someone's appearance should change that. I am confused, though. Pridwen kind of scratches his chin. I remember being laughed at. I remember the looks, but I don't remember that girl.
I feel like Katya and Soma glance at each other out of the corner of their eyes slyly.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't I remember her? I'd think seeing someone who looked like me, who wasn't a part of my family, I think that would stick with me.
Well, I know a thing or two about seeing someone who looks like you and also happens to be a woman and forgetting about it, so you're not the only one.
Yes, I suppose. Hopefully. Some of these memories will elucidate.
Well, on to the next one, I guess.
Yes. I suppose. Pridwen steps over and he looks through the remaining items.
One of them seems to be. The fragment seems to be glowing a bit brighter than the rest for some reason.
Which one?
It is the philosophy book.
Dad's philosophy book. He loved that thing more than anything. Well, aside from my mother. He reaches out and he touches it.
Fragment bursts around you. Soma, you, Katya, and Pridwen are all pulled into another memory. You feel the warmth of the sun against your skin, Pridwen. You smell old books. It's a very comforting smell. And you hear your father's deep laugh. That's not what I asked you. I asked you how you know whether you're supposed to make a certain decision. What are morals, Pridwen?
They're when you feel like you're doing the right thing.
But how do you determine that, my boy?
I don't know. It's like a feeling and Pridwen touches his chest and says, it's like a feeling in your heart.
So what if you get a feeling in your heart? He reaches up and pokes the spot that you pointed at. What if you get a feeling in there to do something that everyone else would consider the wrong thing?
Well, I don't know. Maybe then I would be wrong, or maybe they would be.
So tell me, You know what we do, right, Pridwen?
We protect the innocent.
By doing what?
Hunting witches.
He nods. Good. But what if one of these witches was attractive to you? He grins at you playfully.
Pridwen, like, kind of blushes and, like, covers his face. Well, they're a witch. They're mean. So, I would have to fight them.
And what if, in the very last moment when you fought them, they begged you for their life? You know they're gonna keep on doing what they do. It's in their nature, Pridwen. So, what are you gonna do then?
Well, if they hurt people, then they have to be stopped. But what if they could be nice?
Pridwen, if there's one thing I know in all of my years of hunting witches, it's that power corrupts. Always. Witches are born with that power. It is very difficult for them not to be overcome by it. That is why we hunt.
But what if we taught them how to control that power, not abuse it?
But you are your mother's son.
Pridwen, like, tilts his head.
One day you'll understand. Until then, I don't think you're ready to go out and hunt with us yet. He reaches down and ruffles your indigo hair.
I just don't understand.
One day, you'll inherit this book of mine, and you can pore over it as much as you want. And the knowledge hidden within it, it'll completely change your world, Pridwen. He smiles at you, holding it out for you to touch for a moment.
Pridwen reaches out to hold it.
You brush your fingers along the surface, and there's that lightning strike of energy. And you're back in your inner room, except the book is open now in the circle that it was laying in, and you notice something strange.
Pridwen kinda almost jolts back, not expecting the book to actually have opened. And he, like, looks down at it.
You've never seen inside of this book before. And there's something strange about the inside cover. It's like the page that is molded to the cover, it doesn't match, like it was put there to hide something.
He's gonna reach out and he's going to try to peel that page back.
You dig your fingers into the edge and it cuts you a little bit. It stings. Do you keep going?
He's gonna keep going.
You tear at the page. There's something hidden underneath, written in this beautiful flowing cursive in Italian. But you can translate it. You stare down at the words. It says, "To keep that fascinating mind of yours busy, forever yours, Aurelia." And underneath of it is a signature. The owner of the book itself. The founder.
Arnulfo. This... Pridwen, like... He almost, like, falls over.
Yeah, so Soma, you and Katya get out of this dream and you're watching him, you know, come back to his senses and think about what's happening, and then he just, like, stops functioning in front of you.
Soma crouches down below him. He's like, you okay?
That's not normal.
Pridwen points at the page and he says, This was a gift to the founder.
I'm imagining him, like, sprinting over to the word wall, skidding along the earth and pointing.
Yeah, he, like, points straight up at the statue of the knight that stands at the very peak of it. This... But, it's signed up...
Somebody wrote a book to a statue? She looks up at you,
No.
Soma. That doesn't make any sense.
No, the statue is of him.
Oh!
The book, it was gifted to him by a witch. The witch he killed when he first started witch hunting.
Then maybe she's not dead?
It means he didn't kill her. And that she gave him a gift.
Your eyes move back over the signature. Forever yours, Aurelia.
They loved each other.
Soma is like, sort of behind Pridwen, eyeing him. He's like, he's just thinking to himself.
Pridwen, like, falls flat on his ass. And he's just staring at the book and back up to the statue.
Walks up to him and puts out a hand to pick him up.
Pridwen, his hand is shaking violently, and he takes yours and he just says, "So, that means we're not just witch hunters. We are witches."
He pulls him up and he says, "Well, welcome to the crew."
I had my suspicions when, well, Pridwen looks over at Katya.
She's not making eye contact with you.
Katya.
Still not making eye contact with you. She's doing that thing where she, like, spins the toe of her Converse into the dirt and kind of looks away.
Katya.
Mm-mm.
You saw what my father asked me.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
My mother asked me a very similar question. She asked me, she told me, we are protectors of the innocent. And she asked me, what if a witch was innocent?
What did you say?
I didn't say anything for a long time. But I came up with an answer that I thought was wrong. But if we protect the innocent, and a witch is innocent, then we protect them.
She nods a little. Okay.
He looks to him and he says, "And so, we share the same vision of a new world, I see."
Yes, I suppose we do. Well,
What did you say?
Pridwen's looking at his sister to see how she's taking this.
She has not seen the visions. She did see you freak out and sprint over and talk about it, but her eyes have been closed for the most part. She looks to be in pain.
Pridwen's going to make some healing water, and he's going to try to give it to her.
You can see that actually Liam still has some of it that you gave him, and he is offering it to her. She's taking it from him and they're smiling at each other.
Oh, I'm gonna have a lot to explain to her. And Pridwen's kind of smiling at them. Well, I think we have quite a few more things to look through. Are you two ready?
Well, I seem to be in pretty good shape so far, so.
Yes, I suppose that these revelations are probably a lot less jarring to you.
Well, let's keep going.
And Pridwen is going to step back to the circle. Are
you
any of them...
see that a couple of them have brighter fragment pieces than the others. One is the black ribbon. One is the gray amulet. Those are the two that are glowing right now.
Gray amulet. Hold on. I do not remember a gray amulet in the...
It's the moon pin.
Oh, the moon cloak pin.
Yeah.
Okay. So the cloak pin and the ribbon. He's gonna touch the cloak pin.
Explosion of light happens, as usual. You smell the sea, stronger now. You hear the crash of waves. You realize you're in one of your favorite places in the world, apart from the gardens. You're at the tide pools.
Pridwen looks around and he says, I haven't been here in ages.
You feel something in your hand.
He looks down.
There's another hand holding yours. You follow the blue skin up the arm to her shoulder, the long white hair spilling down. And you look up to her face. She's giggling, her face lit up, seeming to glow almost. She's looking at you.
Pridwen smiles and he says, it's nice to see you again.
She's running, pulling you, and you can't do anything. You can't deny her. You're being pulled along these tide pools. The two of you laughing, splashing in the water, and finally she stops. She reaches up and she brushes a thumb across your cheek, across the electrical burn. You feel an electrical heat just zip through your cheek for a moment. She has a look of guilt in her eyes.
Ow. It's alright.
We're always gonna be together, right, Pridwen?
Pridwen chokes up at that. I wish I could say yes.
Her face begins to fall as you're saying this, her hand drifting from your cheek. All at once, she shakes her head as if clearing a line of thoughts physically, and she reaches up to the cloak around her shoulders and she unfastens the pin that's holding it there. She slowly moves and she reaches up and she pins it into your hair. Well, at least you'll have something to remember me by then.
Pridwen's going to reach down. He's probably wearing the same cloak that he's wearing in that image.
Mm-hmm.
He unpins his cloak pin. And he offers it to her.
You see, even despite the blue tint, you see her cheeks flare up red for a moment. She takes it, and she replaces it on her own cloak.
My family passes down a piece of ourselves so that we're always together. This piece of me and this piece of you, so that we're always together, even when we aren't.
Even when we aren't, she says. And she smiles and she grabs your hand again. Just for a moment, you look at the pin and you look back and she's gone. You hear the rip of a stern voice from somewhere behind you. You turn to look and you're staring into Soma's eyes. You're back in your inner room. Soma staring at you.
How could I have forgotten who she was?
Kati is just looking at you like this.
Don't you give me that look. Pridwen's pointing at Katya.
She's still giving you that look.
Don't. Pridwen just like sighs and crosses his arms. And he also like instinctively brings his hand to his hair where the cloak pin was pinned.
Mm-hmm. It's not
Almost like
there
he's hoping
right
that
now.
it's still there.
Nope.
And he kind of frowns.
Soma thinks to himself for a sec, and he points down at where your shield would be, and he says, maybe it wasn't you who wanted to forget.
Pridwen looks at his wrist. But why would they hide this from me?
I guess we'll have to dive deeper.
I suppose we should. And Pridwen's going to look back at the circle.
The black ribbon pendant is still glowing brightly.
I hope this helps me remember who she was. And Pridwen reaches down and he touches the ribbon.
You're whisked away to the scent of the sea again. But this time it's through an open window. You hear giggling. You turn to look and Minerva's beside you. She has a finger held to her lips. Shh.
What? Pridwen looks around.
She slyly is peeking around a corner at something.
He's gonna tiptoe and peek with her.
Watch. They do the same thing every time.
What? What are they doing?
You look around the corner. It is your parents' bedroom. You see your mother standing in front of a mirror, looking elegant, not in her armor this time, but in a beautiful dress. You see she is looking through a random assortment of jewelry on her counter as if trying to decide. There's movement and she ducks down a little bit, trying not to be seen. As your father emerges from another side of the room, straightening a tie. He walks over to your mother, comes up behind her, and gently embraces her from behind, trailing his fingers up her chest and tying a beautiful black ribbon around her neck, the pendant hanging flush against her skin. He leans down and kisses at her hand as she raises it up to brush his cheek. Minerva's giggling with excitement. Every time! They're so in love!
Pridwen's also giggling.
You hear one of the twins behind you go, ew, gross!
It's cute. Pridwen, kind of giving them a friendly shove.
The twins are gagging behind you. Minerva's just settled in, smiling, watching them. And for a moment, you get this thought. That's gonna be me. You decide that you have to come up with something even more beautiful to make for her. And then you're back in the present. Minerva's giggling still in your ears as you look down at the pendant.
How can I not remember you? Pridwen kind of looks back over to where Minerva is before looking back at the circle.
Katya is huddled close to Soma after that memory, and she looks sad.
What's wrong?
It's nothing. She gives you a sad smile. Go on, do your next one.
Katya, I'm, well, quite literally spilling my guts here. Please, tell me.
She smiles at you and she says, it's just after they came after me, when I went to save all the little kids, there was this one night when we were in recovery. We were watching the stars, and Dad was there with Mom, and they were being all cute, and Dad told me to go get something. So I did, but I didn't. And I looked back and she glances down.
Pridwen smiles and says, I really wish I could meet your parents.
You will one day, and I'm gonna punch him in the fucking face.
She rubs at her eyes a little, giggling at your comment, Soma.
Pridwen smiles.
He's going to hear it from me.
All right.
You look at the other memories, and there's something strange about the ones remaining. It seems that it almost looks like chains blocking them, or trying to. Pieces of metal fragmenting together to cross over top of them, trying to contain the fragments.
For a moment, Pridwen's hand balls up into a fist, but then it releases. And he holds out his hand and gingerly touches the chain. And he says, I need to know. I can handle it. It's for the best.
At first, the chain seems to bite at you, seems to try and cut you, and then it trembles under your touch. And then it crumbles. Not strong enough in its current state to block you.
I love you all, but I need to know.
If you guys are so worried about protecting him, you guys can leave that to me.
And Pridwen's going to look. So I think he's down to his last 3. So orbital electricity, the headphones, and the ribbon.
So when you touched the one, it was over the headphones, and that is the one that is cleared.
He's going to touch it.
There's a burst of light, but it comes with an explosion of sound. You hear sniffling and crying immediately to your left. There's a ruckus going on somewhere behind you. Angry, bright red argument. Minerva is clutching her arms around her knees, shaking, beginning to rock back and forth. You look down and you have a pair of headphones in your hands.
Pridwen he hands the headphones to her, and he says, it's going to be all right. I don't know what's gotten into them. They never argue like this.
She shakily looks at you, almost like she doesn't believe you. Are you trying to be deceptive when you say this?
No.
She slowly brings the headphones up and pulls them over her ears, curling her arms around her knees again. You turn around and you see shadows dancing in a room behind you. You hear voices biting at one another. Sharp words, but you can't quite make out what they're saying.
Pridwen's going to He's going to sit down next to Minerva and he's going to hug her.
You wrap your arms around Minerva. You kind of run your fingers through her hair, and she closes her eyes and turns into your chest, shaking. The tears just wetting your shirt and hers alike. The yelling only gets louder. You hear your name being thrown around. You hear Minerva's name. Whatever it is, they're extremely upset.
Pridwen, the curiosity's killing him, and he's going to slowly try to creep closer so that I can hear what they're actually saying.
Are you even listening to yourself, Aegis? Are you mad? Do you have any idea what you're suggesting? If you would just calm down for 2 minutes. I will not calm down. You are risking the lives of Pridwen, of your son, for this. For this? No. I'm done. This conversation is done. And it's not gonna come back up again. Do you understand me? Jess, no more. We're done here. There's heavy footsteps walking away from you. The sound of a door shutting heavily. You hear your mother exhale a breath shakily. And then, very much like Minerva, it sounds like she's starting to cry herself.
Pridwen's going to peek through the doorway.
It creaks as you do. She looks up, her eyes widening a bit as she wipes at her cheeks and she smiles at you. Prid. I'm sorry, my love. It's alright.
Why are you two fighting?
We're not fighting, dear. We just don't agree sometimes. But it's okay. It's okay because your father and I love each other. And we love you even more. She reaches up and she cups her fingers around your cheek. Her thumb passes over your jaw and you feel an electrical pain shooting across your skin, fresh and angry.
Pridwen instinctively shoots his hand up to grab his face.
You do so. It aches badly, and when you look back up, she's gone. You're back in your inner room, staring down at a pair of headphones.
That was my.
Oh, what did you say?
That was. I wish that was my mom.
Man.
Mom is hell bent on escaping hell and probably killing cousins.
Well, I suppose we aren't all so lucky.
Yeah. Well, at least I have no attachment to her. She really only sees me as nothing more than a tool.
I wouldn't exactly call that a good thing.
No. But there are upsides, like me feeling nothing if I decide to kill her, which I probably will.
Yes, I suppose.
Katia is staring down at the headphones.
I couldn't bear to see her suffer. I couldn't bear to see anyone suffer.
Do you think... Mom's a bad person? She looks up at you. Not Eliza. My first mom.
What do you mean?
Well...
You don't remember what happened, do you?
It's all foggy. I woke up inside of a cave.
She turned
Katia.
into one of those things. And she tried to eat Kamiko. And she tried to hurt me. And Dad.
Soma grits his teeth and he says, it wasn't her choice to hurt you guys.
Katia. There are monsters in this world that force people to do terrible things. It's no one's fault but the monsters.
Yeah, okay. She shuffles back out of the way of the circle for you.
Katya, I mean it.
She looks up at you. I know.
Oh dear. Pridwen leans down to the orb of electricity and he kind of runs his hand over his scar as he slowly reaches out to it and he says, "Wonder if this has anything to do with my scar."
Just getting close to it. The mark on your cheek begins to ache as if it was fresh.
I suppose that answers it. Pridwen kind of utters under his breath as he peels away the chain. "I know you want to protect me, but I need to know."
You feel the chain fighting you more this time. You can almost hear the cacophony of voices speaking as one. Please, don't.
I will be fine. I survived it. Whatever it is, I lived, and I will face it.
You pass your fingers into the fragments, and you remember. You're back at the tide pools. You're walking around, enjoying the view, when you hear that familiar voice call to you. Pridwen! You turn and there she is. The same beautiful girl with that gorgeous white hair. She's waving to you, running to catch up with you.
Pridwen waves and he runs to meet her.
You two meet and she instantly coils her arms around you.
And Pridwen hugs her back.
She just stands there looking at you for a long moment. Okay, I promised.
Promised what?
To show you, silly, come on. She grabs your hand and she's pulling you again.
Show me what?
Except this time she's pulling you out into the water. And you watch as the water, it swirls around your feet and it feels comforting to you, but to her, it seems to part around every footstep. Not touching her as if obedient. She lets go of your hand and she says, okay, watch. You see her turn, her hair flying behind her, her cloak falling away to reveal this beautiful sort of dress that she is in, as she starts running into the water and her feet move onto the surface of the water. And then she's in the air, and you're watching this girl spin and move her hands, and the water seems to arc and move around her in this amazing display.
How are you doing that?
You promised you wouldn't freak out, she says, and spins a wrist at you and splashes you in the face with some water.
Hey. Pridwen's going to try to use his abilities to try and splash back.
You try and focus on the water, and you manage to get enough of a wave to sploosh up around her, but it just parts. It doesn't touch her at all, as if she has some sort of shield that's blocking her.
That's cheating.
I never said I was gonna play fair. She walks back to you, her feet hovering on the surface of the water. She gets close to you, but not quite close enough to touch. So you're not afraid of me?
Why would I be?
'Cause I'm like this.
Well, I am too.
You know what I mean? I'm not like you. You can turn into a cool little weapon and do all that fun stuff. I'm
But
different.
you can do cool stuff too, just different.
It's not the only thing I can do.
What do you
know
mean?
our family doesn't really like us hanging out together, right?
Yeah.
Well, I think it's because I can do things to you that other people can't.
What do you mean?
Like I can do something to your powers, I think. She's walking around you, looking you up and down. I don't really know how it works. But Mama says that you're our rivals. So we're not supposed to be friends.
That's dumb.
I know. That's what I told her. She told me I'm not supposed to hang out with you anymore, but I snuck out. She grins at you.
Yeah, I did too.
You want to try it out? She says, holding a hand out to you. You see there's this sort of whitish amber glow against her skin.
Pridwen nods enthusiastically and takes her hand.
You put your hand into hers, and she seems to focus on it and close her eyes. For a moment, you feel like you're weak. Like you can't feel any abilities brewing within you. You can't do anything, and then suddenly there is a surge of power. You look down. This isn't just water. This is something else. And your other hand, you're looking at it, and as you look at it, it begins to glow like her hand, but brighter, a lot brighter. And before you realize what's happening, a burst of electricity has shot from your hand and has hit you straight in the face. There is searing pain. You can't hardly see anything out of your eyes. It was so bright. You stumble backwards. You hit the water. You don't know what's happening as you feel the current dragging you out into the ocean. You hear your name being shouted at you aggressively. You feel hands on your shoulders dragging you. You can hear yourself coughing. The sea pulling at you even more, and you feel weaker and weaker until finally it begins to fade. You're on the beach. And for just a moment, you see this horrified look on her face. She's staring at her hands. And then she's looking at you. And then she runs.
Wait. Pridwen tries to pick himself up.
You try, but you end up staggering and falling straight back into the sand.
Wait, I'm fine. It was an accident.
But you don't hear her come back.
Pridwen, he just kind of lays in the sand.
As you lay there, on your back, staring up, a shadow comes up beside you. Someone hovering over top of you. You hear Minerva's voice. Pridwen?
Minerva?
What happened? happened to you?
Um,
Did she do this? You feel hands on your shoulders pulling you into her arms. You're moving, you're being pulled back to your home.
it was an accident.
You hear yourself saying it, but your words, they're just muddling together. And as you're being pulled away, you're being similarly pulled out of the memory. And you look up and you're standing there. Your cheeks still numb, a hint of burning.
Pridwen rubs his hand on his cheek, and he says, "So that's why."
Wow! She really messed up your face!
Yes, I suppose she did. But she didn't mean to.
Yeah, I know that. Doesn't mean she didn't do a good job, though. She's looking at you, tilting her head.
Yes. It does look pretty cool, though.
Yeah, if you didn't hide it under the mask all the time.
Well, I would show it off, but I've heard "Why are you blue?" a few too many times.
Two bears walking around campus with a horn and a tail, and pink.
Yes, I suppose. I suppose maybe my face isn't that bad.
I guess I'll have to voice act both parts. That's fine.
Oh man.
I'll just be twice as upset. Okay.
Oh man.
So you look over to the circle and you notice something interesting. There's a bioluminescent glow hovering just at the edge of the door, seeping out from underneath of it.
Mother. Pridwen. He looks at the ribbon.
It is still blocked.
Mother. Pridwen's going to step towards the door.
It seems to gather itself, but it's much weaker this time. Dull.
Please tell me you're okay.
You see it sort of flurry a word together. Weak.
How can I help you?
You see them flurry against the ground for a moment. And then they form help you.
No, no.
The bioluminescent glow is moving despite your objections, but it's not going towards the gold ribbon, it's going towards the moon amulet.
Pridwen steps towards it and he says, "Mother, don't."
It swirls
You've
around
already-
the moon amulet and it begins to lift it into the air.
You've already done so much.
She seems to be ignoring you. It hovers there in midair, and then as you watch, it becomes real. The fragment disappears. The amulet falls into your hands, but this time it doesn't feel like just a piece of something. It's a real pin. It's you can feel the cold metal against your bare palm. You can still see a teensy bit of pure white hair caught up in the clasp.
It's real.
You see the words struggling to form. Remember.
Stand on.
I'm trying so very hard to remember.
What did you say, Dylan?
Someone puts his hand on his shoulder and smiles.
As you're
Pridwen.
looking at this pin, you feel something. Your chest begins to tense up. The air constricting in your chest. As you feel a thick wave of panic. Strong emotion that begins to rush through you. You feel the amulet biting into your hand, and you look down and you realize you're gripping this pin so hard that it is piercing through your palm.
Oh no. I don't feel so good.
You're being pulled. You're being pulled into another memory. The amulet is guiding you into it, and before you have a chance to object, you're back at the tide pools. You're back at the tide pools, and for a moment you see flashes. You see a flash of her just in front of you, giggling and laughing, the two of you holding hands as you run alongside the water, it avoiding her feet the whole time. You see flashes of her using her abilities. You see a burst of lightning blinding you. You see her horrified face. You see her holding your hand. We're always gonna be together, right, Pridwen? You look down and you see that amulet in your hand, and then you hear that stern voice. Pridwen! Back away from her. Right now.
Pridwen steps in front of her, and he says, "Why?"
Get away from that thing. We are
Why?
not discussing it.
She's my friend.
You have never seen a more stern look on your father's face.
Pridwen, for a moment, falters, but then he plants his feet in the ground and he says, "She's my friend."
I don't care what you think she is. Whatever you want to call this relationship of yours is over, and we are not going to discuss it here.
But it's not fair.
No buts. Get yourself over here right now. You hear a sharp voice coming from behind you. Lunala! Get away from him! Don't you know what he is? You feel the girl beside you jolt, her eyes widening as her head snaps. There's another woman coming towards you, and she looks angry. You've never seen this woman before. She has this bluish skin too. Except her eyes are glowing with this amber light. She stops a few feet away from the two of you. Ah, if it isn't you, the local murderer, Titus, enough. Take your spawn and leave. Are you suggesting that my child is the problem here? After all, a murderer's trying to befriend my only daughter. I see the shame coming from your side. We are not discussing this here. You're lucky I do not have my weapon, or I would put you down right here where you stand. Touchy, touchy. You see, Lunala, I told you. They're all the same. All of them. They'll hurt you one way or another in the end. Now come. She snaps her fingers and Lunala gets rigid. She slowly starts to back away from you, her hand reaching for you, shaking. You hear your father's voice, even more stern. I will not tell you again, Pridwen.
Pridwen, he tries to reach out for a moment, but then he just hangs his head. Then he starts walking towards his father.
You get beside your father and you feel a hand gripping around the back of your neck hard for a moment, and then it lessens. And you feel for the first time a quiver of fear in your father's fingers. Fear and emotion that he is desperately trying to hide on his masked face. I don't want to see you around my home again. Believe me, we won't have a problem with that. She's destined for far greater things than that little rugrat of yours. You feel the hand tense once more around you. But the women are leaving. The girl casts one more somber look over your shoulder. You see her reaching up to grip at the pin you've given her, hiding it from her mother's view.
Pridwen's doing the same thing.
And she hangs her head, her perfect white hair falling down around her face, and disappears around the corner. Your father finally releases you and lets out a shaky breath. Are you out of your mind, Pridwen Rhizostoma?
But
How dare you run around with our rival's only child? Do you have any idea what Titus would do to you?
but
He
but
grabs you by the jaw, hooking his fingers under it. You feel the pain arching through the side of your face where the burn is. This is nothing compared to what she will do to you. Do you understand me?
Yes, father.
Do you understand, Pridwen?
Yes.
He lets you go. Good. Now get inside. And so help me if I have to come down here again. You won't like the result.
Pridwen starts sniffling, and he goes inside.
Minerva comes to you. When you're inside, she opens her arms to you in comfort. And then you see this look of realization and of guilt on her face as she realizes what she's done.
He looks at her with this. It's a mixture of emotions, kind of. Initially, there's a tinge of anger, and then there's just this almost hurt, disappointed look. And he just walks past her.
You go into your room and you close the door. You see the shadow outside of it a moment later. You know your mother's footsteps, but she doesn't enter. Instead, there's this moment of quiet, and then the house erupts in another fight.
Pridwen sneaks over to listen.
I'm gonna end this once and for all, you hear your father saying. You're gonna do no such thing. You are going to do no such thing. Do you hear me, Chess? You have no idea what he's done. You have no idea what he has started. Do you have any idea who he has been running around with? I'm well aware, Chess. Okay? No, you're not. Because you would be acting more reasonable. The woman I married would do anything to protect her children. And the man I married wouldn't be talking about harming a child to me. The conversation gets more and more heated, but the words begin to drain. You find yourself huddled, listening outside the door, except when you look up again, you're listening to the double doors where the game took place. And you hear the cacophony of voices coming from inside of it. Leave it be. Forget her.
No. No. Pridwen, points accusatorily towards it and said, "Did you forget about Aurelia?"
There's a hum of voices within, seeming to have some sort of an argument.
Did... This isn't fair. This war is a joke. We're all monsters. And we keep hunting each other, doing worse and worse things, over and over, until we burn each other out. It's a joke. I am not going to just forget. I will find a way. I will find a way to make this work. I will find a way to make this world fair. Whether you try to stop me or not.
You don't understand. You hear the voice coming from the door.
Soma walks right behind Pridwen and says, "I'll be right back to you."
I understand abundantly.
You are a fool. You don't see what we see. You
Maybe
don't
you'll-
see the storm that's coming.
And show me.
You hear a rattling of that metal behind you.
Pridwen looks back at it.
The golden ribbon is laying in the circle.
Pridwen takes a deep breath, sighs. I think I know. This is going to hurt. And
You're all good. I was gonna say, you can.
Pridwen's actually going to hold his hands out for Katya and Soma.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so if it's a moment, then he takes your.
Katya curls her fingers around your pinky and your ring finger nervously. I don't know about this, Pridwen. I have a bad feeling.
I do
So-
too.
Soma tightens his grip and he says, "Well, whatever's in there, we do this together."
I'm sure I won't like it, but I need to see. I need to know the truth before I make any decisions. Pridwen's going to step up to the ribbon and he's going to touch it.
Just as you go to touch it, the bioluminescent light forms a word beside you. Wait. But it's too late. You're already being pulled into that memory. You see that flash. The golden ribbon in your hand, except it's covered in blood. Rain falling around you. And as you look up from that, you see an image in front of you. You're on your knees. There's a body there. It's your mother. Except her helmet's gone. She's been in a fight. Her arm is bleeding badly, and the rest of her is banged up. Pieces of her armor are missing, and her throat has been cut so deeply she's nearly had it separated from the rest of her body. And yet, you look at her hands, at her broken fingers, and you realize she has crawled all this way to see you one last time.
I can't do this again.
You feel a hand on your shoulder and you look up and it's Katya.
And another hand, which is Soma.
I can't do this again. Mother?
She's still alive. And you reach down and you grab her and you pull her into your lap. She reaches up a weak, shaking hand, soaked with blood, to cup your cheek, her fingers brushing against the burn. Prid.
Mother?
Don't look so sad.
I can't lose you. I'm not strong enough.
You don't need me, Pridwen. You're far stronger than you think you are.
I can't.
She pulls the ribbon from her hair, what's left of it, places it into your hand weakly.
He has almost a death grip on it.
And then she pulls you down close to her and she whispers something into your ear. Find her.
I will.
There's a sharp interjection from behind you. Aetius? Oh my god. You hear footsteps approaching from behind you. It's your father. He puts a hand on your shoulder and then kneels down beside her. Pridwen, go back inside.
I can't.
Pridwen.
I-
He looks at you, his eyes filled with tears, with pleading. Pridwen, go.
I can't.
Minerva. You see your sister, trembling, almost frozen in place. She grabs you. She grabs your arm and she starts to pull.
No, no, he's clinging on, like, for dear life.
Hey, hey. Your mother is grabbing your hand, loosing it from her armor.
Please.
It's gonna be okay. You look at her, and for the first time in your entire life, you know that she's lying to you.
He's sobbing.
Pridwen, please. Go, you hear your mother whisper to you. You don't need to see this.
Pridwen slowly loosens his grip.
Minerva's pulling you backwards. You're moving, but you don't feel it at the same time. Your eyes are locked onto Aegis. You see your father kneeling beside her, as if waiting for you to go inside. The door shuts behind you, and there's a moment that you recognize from others. As she begins to pull you down the hallway, everything seems to freeze, like that's not what happened. Katya looks around, gripping your arm tight. What's happening?
I need to inherit the weapon.
You see the bioluminescent glow, weak and weary, appear beside you. Pridwen, it spells out.
Mother,
There's more.
what do you mean there's more?
My memories.
Your memories? Where? How can I see them?
There's a hesitation. Please understand, the words form.
Of course.
He loves you.
I know he does. I know.
Very well. You look up from where you are on your knees in this hallway, and you're not in a hallway anymore. You're in a cavern. Except this time you're not you. You're standing there, and Katya and Soma are too. All of you are watching. On one side of the cavern, there's this pool that seems to go into an abyss way below. And on the other, it seems there's another section of water that leads upward. You watch as Aegis emerges from this water, wringing her hair out, dropping her helmet at her side and coughing violently. She's missing pieces of armor. She's been wounded, but she looks satisfied. Like what she came here to do is done.
what happened.
You see the bioluminescent glow. I'm sorry.
What do you mean you're sorry?
As Aegis turns, she's whispering to herself. Well, it's over. I've hidden her. Somewhere no one will be able to find her again. Aegis, what are you doing? You hear the voice, a low hum from behind you as you watch your father step out of the shadows. How did you find me? You're my wife. We have a bond. Don't ignore my question. Look, I've taken care of it, okay? She's safe. No one's safe as long as she exists. You know that, Aegis. You're wrong. If we could just keep her hidden until the celestial event passes over, so that they can't find her, then it would be okay, and we could. Aegis, I am going to say this once. We need to end this for Pridwen's sake. Right now. You should be by my side, not in front of me. Please listen to yourself. Do you hear what you're saying? She's the same age as Minerva. She's just a little girl. She didn't do anything to deserve this. And yet, she deserves it all the same. I'm sorry. I'm doing this, whether you're with me or against me. There is nothing I will not do to protect my son. Do you understand me? She begins to shake. You would choose this thing over the safety of your own children. It is for Pridwen that I am doing this. No, it's for yourself. It's for your own doubt and misplaced guilt. You do this to heal your broken sense of morality. Now get out of my way or stand with me for your own good and for the good of our children. I am going to finish this. Aegis slowly brings her arm up in front of her, and you see a piece of the lantern shield begin to form. Please don't make me do this. Her eyes begin to well with tears as she begins whispering. Under the light of the moon, I vow to stand. Aegis, stop. Even when my blade is shattered, they start to fight. Right in front of you, all of those verbal fights, Pridwen, that you have watched all of this time have finally manifested into the physical. Your father and mother in a brutal fight to the death, except it seems like your mother's not attacking. She's only defending. She is only keeping herself in between him and that tidal pool. Even when my armor is sundered, even when my bones splinter, when my flesh is in tatters, under the light of the moon, I vow to stand. She's bleeding now, heavily. Your father has a cut all the way from his ear down to his jaw. Both of them are shaking. They've stepped back. Aegis is trying not to sob. To shield the weak, I will suffer the storm so that any may bask in the light. Francesco comes towards her, but instead of swinging, he curls his arms around her. Though I may be small, he whispers into her ear, my deeds shall make me a colossus. He's behind her, like you've seen so many times before. When he places that ribbon around her neck, except this time, it's not a ribbon. You're stuck, you're frozen in place as you watch his blade manifest against her skin. She doesn't stop him. He pulls it across quickly. He turns toward the water as her body hits the ground. And yet there seems to be some sort of tumultuous shield there suddenly blocking him. He attempts to touch it and recoils, his hand burning. Very well. I will relent for now. Should you ever come back, daughter of Lumen, hear me, should you ever touch my son again, your life is mine. I will protect him from anything, always. There are flashes of Aegis crawling then. You're jolted as you see her desperately trying to get to you, and then suddenly you're back in the same memory you were before. On your knees, cradling Aegis in your lap, gripping the golden ribbon, your sister pulling you away, except this time, when you're pulled away and you get inside and the door shuts, you stop. You stop, and you dare to peek around the edge to look out the side window next to the door. You see him there, motionless for a moment beside your mother. And then she brings her hand up and places it over his. You're a good father. You know that, right? He's trying to hold back tears. Protect them where I couldn't, and make sure. Aegis. Shh. He'll inherit the shield, as you always wanted. And he'll never know. You have my word. You see him lean down and rest his forehead against hers. Both of them trying to hold back their tears. I am so sorry, she says to him. And he makes it quick. You are pulled back to your inner room this time. All of the things within the circle are now gone except for that one moon pin, as if waiting there for you.
Pridwen walks up to it, and he picks it up, and his hands are shaking. And he just looks down at the pendant and collapses to his knees, and he just says, how could he? How could he?
Sort of pacing around, thinking, he says, how not?
understand. But I won't be like him. I won't let some tired, old belief get in the way. Storm is coming. I finally know what that means. I'm going to have to find her. Mother,
You can do it.
That bioluminescent glow is just barely there, hovering near the doors.
I miss you.
You feel as it moves towards you, lightly swirls up into your palm, around your fingers, as if embracing you.
I understand. I won't. I'll try not to hold a grudge against Father. I wish he understood.
The light moves up, swirls against your cheek, brushing tears.
I'll find her. I promise.
The glow moves, swirling down, lingering in your palm for just a moment before it envelops the moon pin and disappears within it.
A part of you. So that when we're not together, we still are. Pridwen pins the moon pin into his hair. I think I'm ready to go now.
You turn back. Katya and Soma are standing there, watching you, waiting. In the background, you can see Sadie, Eliza, Liam, all unconscious. Your sister's head is rested on Liam's shoulder, and Liam's head is rested atop hers. Sadie is curled onto her side on the bench, all of them looking weak and haggard.
I am going to have a lot to explain.
Katya grabs your hand.
Pridwen takes hers.
Almost.
Thank you. Thank you both. Thank you, all of you.
You know,
You open your eyes, all of you feeling that pulling sensation as you're being removed from the inner room, and bright lights greet you. Oh, thank God you hear from beside you. Can you hear me? Pridwen, can you understand me?
Pridwen,
There's a figure hanging over you, kind of their face is obscured by the brilliant lights around you.
Pridwen sits up and he kind of holds his hand in front of him and says, I can understand you just fine. What's going on?
You look around you and you're in the cabin. In the bathroom, it looks like. In the shower. They have been trying to actively warm you. You're freezing. Your body is trembling and you feel numb. Your extremities still are hard to control.
Bit brisk in here, don't you think?
Is that a joke?
Partially.
Draco comes into focus. Do you have any idea what I had to do to get you back here?
Unfortunately not. Are the others okay?
Pridwen, you were freezing to death in the middle of the lake when I found you.
Oh?
He's shaking you, smacking at your mask.
Pridwen's going to, like, hold up a hand to stop him.
You numbly try and grab at his wrist. He relents just a bit. I need you on your feet so you can help me with the rest of them, okay?
Yes, of course. Pridwen's going to pull himself up.
You're leaning heavily against the wall trying to get your bearings. You look over, and across from you in another shower stall is Soma and Katya. Soma's leaned back against the wall. Katya is curled beside him, her head kind of resting on his leg. She looks almost blue. He looks normal, considering what he is.
Oh, no.
You hear coughing from one of the stalls beside you as well. What the hell did you think you guys were doing? Going into a lake in the middle of spring in the mountains?
I needed a place to go into my inner room. How long were we out?
I hope it was worth it, he whispers. And he walks away from you to one of the other shower stalls, and you can hear him saying something urgently.
Are they okay?
He's not responding to you. Soma, you begin to sort of rouse yourself. Being what you are fine with temperature extremes.
He gets out of me. What happened? Why am I wet?
You look down and Katya's body is limp next to you and her skin is frigidly blue.
Oh no.
She's freezing to the touch and the hot water is pouring down on you.
Soma's gonna heat up his body.
You start to warm up. Her skin warms where it's touching you. Just a bit.
Pridwen immediately rushes to Katya's side, and he's already taken his helmet off. And he's sifting through his bag, and he pulls out the red Solo cup. I can fix this.
From the side, you hear, Pridwen, are you up yet?
Pridwen leans over. Yes, I'm up.
I need
helping
you
Katya.
Over here.
Oh, okay. Pridwen rushes over.
You come around the corner, and there's a lot of blood mingling with the water that is flowing down the drain.
Soma gets up and he's going to light a flame next to Katya and meet up with the rest of them.
You come around the corner and you stop next to Pridwen and you see what they're seeing. Draco is urgently talking with Pidge. I don't understand. How long were they out there? Pidge whispers. I don't know. maybe a day? Maybe a day and a half? They were out there so long, I didn't realize how deep they'd gotten.
Oh God.
You look down. In the shower stall to your left, you see Sadie. She is not quite as blue as Katya, but she's not great either, and she has a wound in her shoulder that is bleeding down the drain. She is sort of awake. She has managed to get herself completely under the hot water, and she's shivering violently. You look to your right. You can see your sister and Liam. Liam has a massive wound through his shoulder. And your sister, well, it's hard to tell with all the armor on. Her helmet's off, and it appears her shoulder and her side was wounded.
Oh, this is all my fault.
Someone puts his hand on his shoulder and says, "It's not your fault. We didn't know this would happen.
I still dragged them out there.
We chose to be with them."
Pridwen's urgently trying just to get me more glasses.
Soma lights.
I need
in each stall.
I need all the cups you can get.
Yeah. Soma lights a flame in each stall, and then he's going to go grab more cups.
You do so. At this point, Draco is on his knees in front of Minerva, and he's beginning to pull at her armor, just to try and see the wounds underneath of it.
Pridwen's going to help try and, like, remove the armored
You do, and for the first time in what feels like years, apart from the memories you just saw, you see your sister in normal attire. Just in what she normally wears under her armor. There is a deep gash that cuts from the top of her shoulder, deep down. It looks like it may have broken her collarbone, you're not sure. There's also possible broken ribs in her side.
Pridwen's desperately trying to give her water.
She's not really conscious, so she's not really taking it.
Damn it. I need someone to wield me.
You hear Katya's teeth chattering in the shower stall behind you.
Katya. Pridwen's going to rush over.
Her eyes kind of lazily half open, her teeth still chattering, her body curled as close to Soma's fire as she can get without burning herself.
Katya, I am so sorry.
For what?
This is all my fault. I dragged you out here, out into that lake, and I...
Dragged? I did this of my own choice. And I do it again.
That means a lot to me.
She looks down at her shaking hands and she gets this sort of wry, playful smile. She says, "Look, I'm kind of blue too."
I don't think that's healthy for someone like you.
Soma walks up and he says, "I mean, I wouldn't have any problem doing it again. I'm sort of immune to that temperature."
I would rather not drag you all back out to a lake to freeze half to death.
I wouldn't.
Katya, here, Katya, drink this water.
She tries, her hand is shaking so bad from the cold. She manages to get a little bit of it.
He's like trying to help her drink it.
She manages to get like a fourth of it, which is better than you know, what it could have been. So,
Yeah. Katya, do you think you can wield me?
now?
Most of us are critically wounded and suffering from severe hypothermia, and I
Honestly,
can't get enough water to them.
Okay, I'll try. She
Pridwen will.
tries to get herself up. She's very numb. She slams a hand against the side of the shower in irritation, forcing herself to her feet, staggering forward a bit.
Pridwen will hold out his hand to her.
She grabs it, leaning heavily into you.
I will do as much as I can
Okay.
for you and for everyone. Here, Pridwen's going to, before transforming, he's going to lead her over to where Minerva and Sadie are.
You do so. She's kind of standing, looking from one shower stall to the other, and that's when it really sinks in to Katya. That Sadie doesn't look too bad, but Minerva and Liam, they don't look great. No, she says, stamping her foot angrily. No, she points at Liam. I just saved you. You're not dying on me yet. She angrily holds her hand out.
Pridwen will take it and transform,
You're in your shield form.
and he is going to activate Effervescent Lantern Adept,
Mm-hmm.
because that allows him to target multiple people.
I'm
Let's
gonna
just...
say this once. You
Mhm.
better roll well.
a demon, I'm going to walk out of the.
Oh my god. 17. So I'm high, that's heals. Up to 3 nearby targets. He's going for Minerva, Sadie, and Liam.
Oh my god.
30 HP to each of them.
Okay, you watch as at least Sadie's wounds begin to close. Liam's shoulder looks a little less infected than it was. It's Minerva who's worst of all of them. And despite the fact that the wound seems to try to be closing itself, you can't even manage to close one. The bones are still broken, clearly in some places. The gash on her side isn't quite as deep anymore, but it's still present.
We need to keep going.
Pridwen, you're running low on energy.
We need to keep going.
Okay.
And 12. That's another 30 points. He's targeting specifically Liam and Minerva. He's going to put... Can he do multiple casts on a single person? Like, or does he have to target 3 separate people?
You can do multiple on the same person because I specifically wrote up to for that reason.
Yeah, so 60 points to Minerva and then 30 more to Liam.
You feel a quiver run through Katya, but you're too focused on Minerva. You see that the wound in her side slowly begins to close. The one in her
Katya,
shoulder looks a little better. The bones still possibly broken, but seem to be resetting themselves in place.
Katya.
You look over to Katya and you see a stream of blood trailing from her nose. You don't feel tired at all.
Oh no. I can't do this to you. Pridwen's going to turn back.
She is holding on to your shield form aggressively. You're going to have to roll to get back to your normal form.
Katya, I can't do this to you.
I can
Natural
take
one.
it. She doesn't let go of you.
Katya, just let me
Just
find
shut
someone else.
up, Pridwen. I can take it.
I can't do this to you.
I'm not asking. And she directs you at Minerva. And you feel energy beginning to flow through you.
Pridwen's gonna go one more time. 17. How's Liam looking?
With that last one between the two of them, you watch as Liam's shoulder finally closes.
He's putting all three into... Can he He's going to put 2 into Minerva and 1 into Katya.
You can't target Katya right now. Because
Oh,
she's
fuck.
directing your lantern.
Alright,
She
60,
is controlling you.
90 to Minerva.
You watch as the bones seem to fuse and reset. They look proper. There's a gnarly scar on her shoulder and her side. But for the most part, she looks okay. So does Liam, and her head is resting against Liam's shoulder still. They're
Katya,
both
that's enough.
unconscious, but they, they're alive. You turn slightly looking over your shoulder in your shield form because Kat's still not letting go of you, and you see that Sadie looks good too, if not freezing still.
They're going to be okay now.
She's not letting go of you. You
Katya,
feel
please.
nails beginning to dig into the inside of your gauntlet once more.
Katya.
Soma, comes up and says, "God damn it," and he is going to rush up to her and try to, I guess, hug her, keep her close.
Roll me a d20. What'd you roll?
17.
I fucking wish that was enough.
Can Pridwen do something? Anything?
So here's what happens. Soma, you realize what's starting to happen. You sprint in, you kind of move to wrap your arms around her, and she turns as if she expected this. Her elbow catching you directly in the nose, throwing you back against the wall behind you. You slide down next to Sadie. Her eyes open a bit and she looks up at you, worried, realizing you're hurt, and she kind of reaches a hand toward you worriedly. Pridwen, you're gonna have to roll to get out of Katya's grip.
Katya, get a hold of yourself. 18?
You manage, as Soma is getting clocked clean in the face, to finally slip out of her hold. Your shield clatters to the ground, and you transform. You find yourself on the ground itself.
He's going to grab her and hug her.
Roll me another d20.
Natural 20, baby!
She also tries to hit you, and there's something malicious in the darkness filling her eyes. Something disgusted with you. And then you just let it happen. You take the hit, and you take the second hit, and you take any hit until finally you can manage to pull her against your chest, curling your arms around hers to keep her from striking you anymore.
Even when my blade is shattered, even when my armor is sundered, even when my bones splinter, even when my flesh is in tatters, under the light of the moon, I vow to stand. To shield the weak, I will suffer the storm, so that any may bask in the light.
For a moment, she's frozen in place, and then her eyes begin slowly to return to normal. She coughs violently, turning her head to the side, and you notice something, Soma, that you've seen before. It's a trail of black blood from her nose. Sadie sees it too, and you feel her hand clamp down on your arm, trembling.
You're going to be okay.
Katya is silent in your arms.
The monsters of this world make horrible things happen, make people do horrible things. This isn't your fault.
Slowly, her eyes move up to your face. You don't mean that.
Pridwen stares down at her and he says, I made you a promise that I would be 100% honest with you. Always. A knight keeps his promises.
It's all my fault, Pridwen.
Katya, none of this is your fault. Like you, we do everything of our own accord. Katya, you are doing the best you can, but bad things happen despite what we try to do. I have been blaming myself time and time again because other people get hurt. But it isn't me who's hurting them. It isn't you who's hurting them.
Soma, your nose is bleeding and it hurts, but for the most part, your haze is beginning to fall. You see Pridwen clinging to Katya, trying to calm her, and you see a look of just like the pit has dropped in Sadie's stomach. She can't move. Her nails are dug into your arm.
He gets up, and he wipes the blood from his nose.
You do so. You hear Sadie whispering beside you. She's going too far. Douglas isn't here to bring her back. What did you say?
Then we'll just have to keep fighting.
Katya looks up at you, and you can see it yourself, the stream of black blood trailing from her nose. She looks at where she's just hit you, and her eyes well with tears.
Katya,
I didn't mean to.
of course you didn't.
Soma walks up to her and kneels down and wipes the blood from her nose. And he says, "It wasn't you, it was."
It was the monsters.
You will destroy them, I promise you.
She doesn't say anything to this. She looks over and she sees that look on Sadie's face, and something inside of her seems to break. She just hides in your shoulder, Pridwen.
Katya.
You hear coughing from behind you. You turn to look, and Minerva's slowly sitting up.
Katya, look. Pridwen's gesturing over to Minerva and scooting over to her.
Minerva winces heavily, reaching for her shoulder, and then realizes that there's no open wound. She scrambles and looks down, brushes her fingers on her side, and realizes that's closed too. She rotates her arm and looks at her hand, and everything is fine. She looks up at you in confusion.
Katya, you helped me save them.
I know.
And you are the bravest, smartest person I know.
Minerva wrinkles her nose a bit at that. You hear Liam grumbling something. Sounds like a load of shit to me, he mutters as he starts to shift beside Minerva.
Pridwen.
Like, shrug and be like,
Pridwen points at Liam and just says, "You shut up."
He starts to laugh a little bit, trying to, regain his senses, and he says, "Why am I soaking wet in a shower?"
That's what I had.
I would like to apologize to all of you for that. Apparently that dive took a lot longer than I had expected.
It also took us halfway into the lake.
Yes. You all nearly freeze to death.
Except for me.
And also apparently my, family managed to cause some pretty serious injuries.
Yeah, they're kind of
Minerva's looking at you in confusion and desperation, maybe.
Minerva. About our memories.
She reaches up and she brushes at your hair. How?
What do you mean, how?
You follow the motion of her fingers and you see the moon pin holding your hair back.
Pridwen pulls it and holds it out in front of him.
I thought she was dead.
I thought so too. I suppose she's still in there. One final gift.
Did you see her?
Yes. It was not exactly, I saw her a couple times. You remember when they danced? And when
She nods.
and the pendant.
He always used to kiss her hand when he put it on her.
Yes. Then I saw, and she died.
Her face falls immediately.
She spoke to me.
What do you mean? I thought you were just looking at memories.
She was there, though. You saw the light. It was her.
Are you sure?
I am beyond certain. She spoke. She said things. Said actual things to me. She showed me one of her memories.
What was it like?
It was how she died.
Minerva kind of freezes up on hearing this, and you see her internally struggling. This part of her wants to know, needs to know, and part of her doesn't.
Mother told me not to let it affect my opinions.
What is that supposed to mean?
Do you really want to know?
It's our mother, Pridwen.
You remember what Mother always said? Do you remember how they used to argue?
You see
Father.
her reaching up, almost mimicking the earphones over her ears, remembering.
Pridwen tightens his hand around the pendant. Father, that day when they caught me. Father made a decision.
She shakes her head.
We
I don't like this story anymore, Pridwen.
Do you want to know?
I guess I need to.
When I last saw her, Father, well, we hunt witches.
She nods.
But Mother understood she was innocent. Pridwen runs his hand along his scar. She didn't mean to do this.
I'm sorry. That was my fault, Pridwen. I'm the one who told them.
It's-
I
it's oh.
shouldn't have told them, and then maybe.
Pridwen just hugs her.
She freezes
not-
up when you do it.
It's not your fault. This war has made people bitter. It has clouded our judgments, witch and man. Mother protected her, and father he went to hunt.
Why? That doesn't make sense. He only hunts people that have hurt other people. He would have to
He-
have a reason, right?
This war has made people bitter. He remembered hundreds of years of torture and death brought down by witches. In his eyes, they were all guilty. He fought with Mother, and he won.
You see her just break as you say this.
She told me that he loves us. She told me not to hate him.
How can I not?
I don't know. I am trying so hard. But I can't help but feel. I just still can't understand. I am trying so hard, but I just can't understand.
Well, looks like we'll just have to hunt him down and ask him.
We are not hunting my father down.
It was metaphorical.
I suppose I do owe him a call. I did find something else, Minerva.
She is caught in that moment between she doesn't look like she knows if she can take more, but she knows that she needs to hear it.
That book that father had, that he loved almost as much as us. It was out in Ulfa's.
The founder, right?
Yeah. But it was a gift.
From who?
Forever yours, Aurelia.
She stops. That's not funny.
Not
It
a-
isn't.
That was the first witch he killed. That doesn't make any sense, Pridwen.
He didn't kill her.
What are you saying? He did. She stops.
This isn't a curse.
She just slowly puts her head into her hands. Oh my god, it's a birthright.
A piece of her passed down. Just like the shield.
There must be something else. There's gotta be something else you learned in there.
My friend. I think I know what the storm is.
Dare I ask? Liam says from beside you.
The witches want her.
Of course they do.
They want everybody. That's pretty basic line of thought. I mean,
You don't understand. Pridwen runs his hand along his scar again. She did this to me. She is the storm.
wait, Katya says from beside you. Wait, what did they say before they fought when they were in the cave? They said that if they could hide her until the event was over. Are they talking about...
Until the blood moon. Because if she helped them, if she produced a storm under the blood moon, she would be one of their greatest weapons.
I don't think she's the storm, Minerva whispers to you. Pridwen. She brushes her fingers on the moonpin. She's a lunar witch. That's why she did this to you. Did you not know? That's why she has such an effect on us. That's why the Luminescents have been sworn rivals of the Rhizostoma clan our whole lives. They're our kryptonite. I don't think she's the storm. I think she is the eclipse.
It all makes sense now.
Do you remember? We read about it together once. The Reckoning.
She could bring another one.
If what I read was correct, there was once a lunar witch then too. And she was the reason the Reckoning started. Kinda makes sense why your dad wanted her out of the picture, Liam says nervously, running a hand through his hair.
We are not killing her.
I didn't say you had to kill her. I just was saying that, shit's rough, and I kinda get where he's coming from, I guess.
Yes, I suppose. I suppose Soma's in a similar boat.
Yeah, thinking to himself, Soma's pacing, and he says, well, now that I think about it, if we want to find her, how about have her just find us?
I need to find her.
She can
However long that takes. If she's still where she was, I mean, I have no idea where that is. But if she is, I don't think she's gonna be able to just leave.
Pridwen, roll me
So,
a d20.
Oh boy. 17?
You feel something. Your hand is on that moon pendant, and for a moment, you feel an energy pulse through it.
Mother knows.
You close your eyes, and you see something. An image. You see a familiar face, but she's different now. Older. Her features are more defined. Her ears long and pointed, that beautiful white hair still laid out perfectly on either side. Her eyes are closed. She seems motionless, perhaps asleep. And then you hear those words again. Find her.
I need to find her. Think about it. If she's my friend. She's...
You see Katya look over at Liam with the finger quotes.
If we found her, if we could work together to make something better, we would have a witch who could change the moon. We would have a witch that could help us win this war.
exactly.
We could stop it from happening.
I need to find her. I need to see her again.
Well, you're not gonna do it drenched and exhausted. It's
Yes.
Sadie. She's standing behind you with a hand on your shoulder now. Come on. You need to at least let her rest before you go dragging her halfway across the world. You look over and Katya is like teetering, her eyes rolled back and just against Sadie's legs.
Yes, I don't want to drag you all on any more adventures. Especially considering I may have almost accidentally killed you all. Well, most of you.
You hear Katya murmuring under her breath. Another adventure? Where are we going this time? You're not
Some of
sure
it.
if she's awake or not.
We should... once everybody's okay, we should all get some sleep.
Yeah, that's kind of the plan.
I'm going to need a drink.
Count me in, Liam says, starting to take off his, like, layers that he has on that are already soaked.
You know what? I think I could mix something up for everybody before I go to bed.
You go into the rec room, I guess? To the bar?
Yep.
And you, go to make some drinks. You hear the sounds of laughter from the bathroom. Minerva, Liam, Sadie. Soma, are you going with Pridwen, or are you staying with your girlfriend to try and help deal with the fact that she's still partially blue?
Deal with that, and then he's gonna go to what is it, club rooms and support.
Hey, Kira.
Yeah?
I rolled a natural 20 on drink mixing.
Jesus Christ. Okay, so you are in the zone, and as you watch all of them come out of the bathroom together, Soma and Sadie together first, and then Minerva and Liam together. And they head your direction, minus Soma. And they're all wearing, they don't look like themselves. They're in whatever was around, sweats. Especially Minerva. It's odd for you to see her in sweatpants and like a t-shirt. A guy's t-shirt, no less. She sits down at the bar that you guys have had, and you have drinks made for each one of them. Either something you know that they like, or something that you think they will like. And as you watch every single person reach for their glass, as if they know that that specific glass belongs to them, they take a drink, and you watch their faces light up.
Also, Soma's going to slide a key under Pridwen's door and put it there.
Oh, by the way, when Soma's getting his drink, Pridwen kind of leans over and whispers, and he says, I think those two might be good for each other.
Right.
And Pridwen's looking over at Minerva and Liam.
She's laughing and smiling, and it's something you haven't seen since you were a kid. Always covered behind that mask, and she's still quiet, but she's so expressive with her features that she doesn't have to say anything. She just lights up. Liam is kind of doesn't know what to do with the attention.
I think they'll both be a bit less, of a lonery type, I suppose.
Soma, you turn in and see Soma's already gone.
Oh.
Cat is curled up on the, so you had started making drinks and you didn't even notice her. She came in and she curled up on one of the bar stools while she was, trying to watch you, and she's dead asleep on the bar stool.
Pridwen will even mix up a non-alcoholic drink for Katya.
Are you gonna try and nudge her?
Yeah.
So she sits up, and her eyes are like half open, and she looks around, and you see her nose moving, her nostrils flaring a bit, and you see her hand kind of hit the counter sleepily, and it moves over to whatever you made for Liam, which I'm assuming is strong as fuck, and before you can stop her, she drinks it. The rest of it.
That's bad.
Liam goes, "Hey! That was mine, you little twerp!" He looks at you and he points at you playfully and he says, "You're on cat duty tonight." And then he gets up and he grabs Minerva by the arm, and they walk out of the rec room, and you're hearing Katya giggling slowly in the background.
Katya, Pridwen's making some healing water. I am not poisoning you.
You should make another one of those.
I am not poisoning you.
Sadie goes, "I don't know, I think she's more fun this way."
She is 9.
Is it legal to give a 9-year-old... What was that anyway? She looks at Liam's empty glass.
Quite a few things.
At this point, Apollyon walks into the room.
Apollyon, you see Katya. She, by the way, you can sense an energy radiating from her that wasn't there before. It's almost distressing to you, being what you are. You can see her giggling. She's exhausted, and there's this empty glass of alcohol in front of her. Sadie is looking at it, and Pridwen seems to be freaking out.
He immediately fills it with healing water and tries to get her to drink it.
No, she's saying, batting at it.
You are not going to be drunk because I let you on into the bar.
It's about that time you look up and see Apollyon just standing there, and Abaddon, the wide grin is across her scythe again.
Ah.
What?
You're lucky. I made one for you two. And-
He walks up and takes it. He says, "What is it?"
It's your favorite.
It is, in fact, your favorite, Apollyon.
I remember what you always used to order.
He drinks it and then he puts it down and he says, "Not bad."
Oh yeah, by the way, Pridwen's still not wearing his helmet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Apollyon actually looks at you and he says, "Who are you again?"
Oh, you mean you don't recognize me?
No, I don't.
You see Katya, like, grabs you by the cloak and pulls you down. And the amount of strength this 9-year-old has in pulling you down to her level, and you see her hold her hands up, and she's like, imagine a helmet over here. And then a mustache. And she draws, like, the mustache that Lewis drew on his helmet.
God.
And he's kind of like, no, it's not. I have a gift for this. Hold on.
I don't think I can grow facial hair.
Oh,
That-
God.
This is the.
God.
Except I feel like Katya's the one on the left right now, and Apollyon's the one on the right.
Apollyon's the one.
God.
He's just like,
Are you telling me that you literally only recognize me for my helmet?
He's that. Yes.
I am wearing a full suit of armor.
He thinks to himself, imagining Minerva.
You saw a strange-looking girl you didn't know walking out of the cabin a moment ago.
Who was also blue.
Uh-huh.
He looks down and he says, "Honestly, I thought you were just armor."
That's dumb, Katya says, elbowing you in the ribs.
Honestly, the least surprising thing in the last.
No. You, you know, I'm actually part witch.
You know, he's actually blue, she says, pointing and giggling, and he's really pretty.
I am not pretty.
Sadie is slowly backing out of the room. She points to you, she points to Katya, she points to you again, and then she bolts out the door.
What's going on?
Oh.
What did you give her?
I didn't give her. I was trying to make something non-alcoholic, and then she stole Liam's drink.
Give me another glass, whatever that was. She taps on the bar aggressively.
Do you know what the percentage was on that alcohol?
I don't know the difference. I'm immune to alcohol.
That is the saddest thing I've ever heard.
I'm immune to alcohol too. Give me another one.
I am.
I don't.
Pridwen's going to say, fine, and then he's just going to hand her the water.
She. Hold on. She fucking drinks it!
Ha!
She wrinkles her nose as she swallows it and goes, that was terrible!
Well, unfortunately, I don't allow minors to drink at my bar.
I don't work in a cave. You're dumb.
Oh dear. Here, Pridwen's going to hand the drink that he was originally going to give to her that isn't alcoholic.
You're giving that to her now?
Yeah, it's very specifically non-alcoholic because he does not want to poison her.
She drinks it. She doesn't care anymore what you're giving her, as long as it's not whatever it was a second ago. And she drinks it all in like one go.
You are. Well, you have the courage of a knight.
She hiccups and looks
She's
at you.
Well, if she's anything like the tales of her father, I'm not surprised.
Indeed. Well, I suppose I should get her to bed.
Yeah,
It is. Pridwen, like, looks. Is there. What time is it?
It is. Let's see. You guys went into deep dive mode in the evening ish. Late
And we've been out there
afternoon.
for like a day.
Yes. So it is night. The following night.
It is very late. And I have a lot to process. Like, dating a witch. And then no longer dating a witch.
Soma spits out his-
She's pointing at you and snickering. I knew
Don't-
it! She's making the
don't
SpongeBob
you-
face at you again.
Don't you dare.
Apollyon spits out his drink and he says, oh my god, I feel so bad for you."
She was very nice, thank you very much.
She was blue too.
You're lucky. The witches I've dated. Oh my god.
You've dated witches?
Probably.
You
Abaddon?
see Katya like turns around fully in the bar stool and puts her hands on the bar and looks at you and she says, "Tell me everything."
Yeah.
Oh.
He smiles and he says, "Abaddon, do you remember when we were whole?"
Like I can forget that. I used to
Oh.
have legs back then and hands. Oh, I used to have hands.
Yeah, well, we were both the same person. We went by a different name, though also the same name. We have a few names, being a pretty old demon.
She looks at you and goes, "You're old?
We're both
Yeah,
old.
you don't
You
don't
don't look very old." She pokes at your ribs.
He
And
looks at you.
Abaddon does not behave very old.
He looks like he's older than you, she says, swinging a finger at Pridwen.
To you guys, he says, "Well, I'm a demon, so we kind of have a different physiology to the rest of you." But-
Fair enough, but Soma looks pretty normal, apart from the horn.
Well, I have a certain set of circumstances, including Sophia. God, I wish I never met that woman.
You hear Abaddon grumbling in the background.
What? How did that happen, if I may ask?
That's a long story. Abaddon, you're pretty energetic today. Would you like to?
Nope, this is all on you. I like
well-
watching you suffer. The grin widens on the scythe.
He looks up at everyone and he says, "Well, once upon a time, I was a single demon and didn't have this little shit pestering me. And
Hey!
was once known as the Angel of the Abyss. Then things happened involving some man I can't quite remember too well, and I lost control of him. Indeed. It wasn't until Sophia came, beat the ever-living shit out of me, and split us in two as a sort of shitty experiment to make our lives worse."
Does
She's
Angel of the
mean.
Abyss ring any bells?
Uh-huh.
Oh boy.
But you can't remember why. You know the name. You don't remember why, though.
You know, I think I've read about that name before.
Well, I was quite prolific back in my day, especially during a few of those blood moons.
Doesn't surprise me.
Katya leans forward and squints at you and she goes, How many people have you killed? Pointing at Abaddon.
I kind of track after a few hundred, I think.
Holy shit! She says, leaning back on the bar.
I'm not sure that's something to be proud of.
Well, I've changed in the time that I've been alive. And the time that I've been split in two.
I don't understand the split in two thing very well, but that sounds interesting.
Now, let me try to think about what witches I want. Any ideas, Abaddon? It's been a while.
Well, there was that one girl who was like totally obsessed with like jellyfish. That was really awful because she would sting us every time we tried to get handsy with her.
I'm sorry?
I forgot about the jellyfish witch.
You-
Whatever.
And then there was that other girl that was like with the jellyfish but wasn't really the jellyfish. She was like some weird, and she kept like sticking us with things, and then we'd have to deal with it, and it was really annoying. I don't know how we were supposed to deal with her.
Yeah.
You met Aurelia.
Is that her name?
I
That
don't know,
is-
really weird. She's kind of blue, and she had these weird tentacle things that were like really, really shocky.
That would be my, 50-some odd great-grandmother?
That would probably be her. It's been a long time.
But you said there was another witch that usually was with her?
Yeah, let me tell you, don't try to date sisters, alright? Just don't do it. It ends badly, especially not at the same time. Am I right, Apollyon?
I was around.
You tried to date... And she had a sister?
She was kind of freaky too. I wasn't into that.
Pridwen just kinda... His face, he is making a face right now, and you guys can actually see it.
And then there was that one demon lady at the bar.
Oh, don't even get me started on that one.
Oh, she was really hot, but like, she had issues.
Now that I think about it, I've come across a demon with pink hair, not I?
Maybe. I mean, there was that one who was like really obsessed with like, I don't know, like figuring out a way to get back at death. She was kind of too obsessive for my taste. Couldn't ever get her to focus on what was happening in front of her. She was always scheming about something.
Small world after all.
Sounds familiar.
The gang finds out that their resident demon tried to date all of the BBEGs at one point in his life.
Yep. God.
Hotline for him.
Man, everybody's playing a fucking depressing ass thriller, and Apollyon was just playing a fucking dating sim.
Oh my god. And then there was that, like, I don't remember. She was like this fiery bitch. She had all the feathers, and it was really awkward because she'd always, like, be tickling you with the feathers even when she didn't mean to because she couldn't, like, do anything about them.
You dated the Phoenix?
That sounds right. Right, Apollyon?
Yeah,
What?
that's about
How many ancient legendary witches have you dated?
I got around.
I had a bit of a payday back then.
What about... There was one called the Hex Knight. She was, well, she wore heavy armor, sort of like me, and she stabbed people more than casting magic.
Well, there was that one girl who we could never get to take her clothes off. Maybe that was her.
Yeah, honestly, that sounds about right. Does that sound familiar to you?
Great. I believe he was 30th great-grandfather killed her.
Ah, I was wondering why she didn't get back to me.
Honorable duel.
I was wondering why she didn't get back to me. Oh my god.
You know, one of my ancestors was beheaded by the Pope.
You don't say.
Yes, during the Crusades.
Oh,
Didn't really want to actually do any crusading because he was busy hunting witches. Of course, the Pope wasn't a big fan of that, so he put out orders to have his head. And he got it.
wow.
Plus a civil war.
Katya is just staring at both of you with enormous eyes, like her pupils are dilated all the way.
The person who knows history and the person who lived history.
God. Just two nerds talking about fucking history.
Yeah, he looks to Pridwen and says, well, if you have any questions about these people, feel free to ask. I could try to remember.
I mean, I would love to learn more about Aurelia, considering she's, related to me.
Feel like our dating tips wouldn't really help, considering she slapped the shit out of us last time we saw her.
I'm not looking for dating tips. I think I did a decent enough job.
That's right. You already have a little blue thing that you've got figured out, apparently. Katya's giggling in the background again.
Years ago, did you last see her?
What?
Oh, how many years ago did we last see her, Abaddon?
When was the last, like, blood moon?
I believe that was... How long ago was that? Like about... It was definitely a couple hundred years ago.
Yeah, it was like 300 years ago, I want to say.
The last blood moon was 300 years ago.
That sounds about right.
Yeah, I remember this one.
Maybe she's still around.
Who knows? She wasn't quite fond of me last time I saw her.
She wasn't really fond of anybody, to be honest with you. It was really weird because, like, she and her sister used to be all tight and everything, and then, I don't know, you never saw her around anymore. She kind of stopped doing the whole social thing.
I think I may have a theory about why. I mean, I can't imagine that if she had a sister, her sister would be very fond about her dating a weapon.
Wait a minute, are you telling me that she rejected us for a fucking weapon?
Well, Pridwen, like, manifests the shield and says, yes, I mean, I could go in there to ask him, but he's, a bit...
Not the demon shark god, Katya says under her breath.
Yes, he's, a bit scarier than I was hoping.
Ooh, I want to meet a demon scary shark god. Can we go? Can we go, Apollyon?
I don't think you do.
I think it would be fun. I would have legs.
I have a feeling
I
there's
don't.
an ancestral grudge against us for showing a few of them up.
You're probably right.
I don't think you would have legs for very long if you went in there.
You'd be surprised. I can run really fast.
Yes, but those. My family is very cunning. I mean, they've had to hunt witches for generations.
Yeah. Blood Moon sort of drifted off in popularity. You see, humans started fighting back a lot with their weird weapons and shit, and so people just kind of forgot about the demon of fear and destruction.
All lonely and forgotten.
But it did help us stay in the town more for a while.
But that's boring.
Be executed to death.
Sounds better than sitting alone and hiding for centuries.
You realize the amount of crimes you've done in an instant.
She nods. I want to commit more crime.
Maybe once our debt is up.
I would prefer if you avoid committing crime.
You stay out of this, she says, pointing at you with the tip of her scythe.
He just holds up his hands.
Katya at this point has like rested her head on the bar like more and more as you guys have been talking, and now it's like fully face down on the bar.
Well, if you do remember anything else about my great, I don't even think I can sit here to say all the greats. If you can remember anything about my grandmother, let me know. I am going to get this one to bed.
You do that.
Pridwen, puts away all of his stuff and picks up his helmet under one hand and picks up Katya like a football in the other.
It like cargo carries her. Actually, yeah, if you cargo carry her, that'll be an interesting reaction.
Yep.
So you wrap your arm around her and pick her up. Oh, where are you taking her?
He's going to be taking her back to her room.
Okay, so you start walking and you hear her mumbling under her breath, completely drunk. Dad?
Oh.
You've been all this time.
You need to go to bed.
You're gonna have to hang out with Mom for a little bit, cause I met this really funny guy.
Really?
Yeah. And I have to be his partner until we go find his girlfriend, who's really blue. So I have to stick around a little longer until I can find the blue girl and then make him happy. And then we can start doing things together again, okay, Dad?
Of course.
She's grumbling something else under her breath, but it just kind of just turns into nonsensical gibberish.
By the way, considering Liam's been staying in that room, he's going to make sure to knock before he comes in.
Oh, it's empty. That room is empty. Which, the second you walk in, makes you really sus.
Your sister.
I think they might be moving a bit fast.
the interesting reaction with the poly.
Yeah, hold on, what is this? Oh, Apollyon, are you just following them?
No, he's still in the kitchen.
Right, okay.
Pridwen will tuck Cat in.
You
And say,
you go to tuck her in and you hear her mumbling under her breath. You're not gonna leave this time, right?
he'll be back, I'm sure.
You're dumb, she says under her breath.
Pridwen will turn off the light and close the door.
You do so, and then your mind flashes to Liam for a second, and you're just filled with this just burning sensation.
I really hope that they're... I'm trying not to be too overprotective.
Apollyon, you just see Pridwen standing in the hallway like having an internal panic attack or something.
He's trying very hard to compose himself.
So, I mean, Napoleon calls out, is he fighting your internal demons, or...
Why are you freaking out like that?
I am fighting my brotherly instinct.
Oh.
Brotherly instincts? Wait, he's blue too! Isn't he the same color as that one girl who walked out a minute ago?
Oh, man. Come, sit. Explain your struggles.
They only just met. And I am very worried.
Abaddon and Apollyon looking at each other slowly and then looking back at you.
I am incredibly worried because they're not in the room.
Well, like, Deerwood may have taken a trick or two from one of my books. History books, that is.
I don't even want to know what that means.
You really don't.
I'm going to go to bed before this drives me crazy.
Good luck not thinking about it! Abaddon's grin is just spreading across the scythe.
I really don't want to.
Well, at least it's not me.
You know what? Fair enough.
She was giving me quite a bit of attention earlier, actually, the last week or so I'm honestly glad it was the softball.
What are you talking about? She was totally looking at me, Polly.
That's worse.
I think she's concerned about your,
Devilishly good looks.
I suppose that's one way to put it.
The grin widens even more across the scythe.
I'm just gonna go to bed. I don't like the images that you're putting in my head.
I could do much worse. Do you want me to?
I just said that is the last thing I want you to do.
I think he wants it, Polly.
I will beat the shit out of your scythe, Apollyon.
You can try!
I will absolutely let you.
You are incredibly lucky that you didn't get hit with any lightning back when I was healing Katya.
She's just squinting at you.
And remember, you saw what I did to what became of Lewis.
Now she's really squinting at you.
So I would recommend not doing that.
Oh, I swear to God, one of these days when I have legs.
Yeah,
If
Paul,
you
yeah.
want to go, I would be totally into it.
Oh, he'd be into it, would he? Oh, now I'm even more interested.
I made a slip of the tongue.
What do you think your little blue girlfriend's gonna say about that, huh, buddy? I'll be sure to tell her if we see her.
I will punch you so hard.
Napoleon is laughing, and he's just like, "Wow, you must be really angry, Abaddon. He's insulting one of the former kings of hell."
I have no fear of you. You have Apollyon. I mean, no offense to you when I say this, but your scythe has the personality of a bag of Skittles
Oh, trust me, I
mixed
know.
Skittles are
Mixed with-
amazing!
battery acid.
That makes them taste better.
She likes some weird things.
I'm going to bed.
So
And
you
Pridwen.
start walking towards your room, and there's the burning image of Liam again.
He stops, walks all the way back to the rec room, grabs like the hardest liquor he can find, and then goes back to his room.
You get into your room and you sit down with this bottle of alcohol. Yeah, you
Also,
just
as you feel the clink of a key into your foot.
He picks it up
there's a key.
and he examines it.
Is there anything with the key?
Nothing with the key, but Soma was quite in a hurry to rush out the door.
I guess he wants to talk to me again.
He
Pridwen.
looking at the key, looking at the alcohol, looking at the key, looking at the alcohol, sighs.
He points at the bottle and says, "I will be back for you." And he's going to step outside and
Roll
try to
me
see-
a d20.
Oh boy. 13?
Did you leave any clues, Soma?
No.
So you just left him a key without any explanation as to where the key goes?
I mean, yeah, but yeah, it's a rather old key.
I am too tired to try to piece together your shenanigans.
So with that 13, as you're standing outside, you're holding a key, you have no fucking clue what you're supposed to do with this, and you hear a soft laugh from somewhere to your left.
He looks over.
You have to really peer to see it, but it looks like there's a figure on the roof a few cabins down.
And they seem to be chuckling at me?
Not at you. You just hear gentle laughter, and it sounds kind of familiar to you.
Pridwen's gonna start walking over there.
You start walking, and you get closer, and you recognize your sister's voice.
Minerva?
Why are we up here? You hear her voice saying softly, and he says, just trust me, just trust me.
Your sister's being swindled.
You two.
They don't
Apollyon's
seem
gonna walk-
to have noticed you.
Apollyon's actually out of the door right now.
Yeah, so you walk out, and Pridwen is like walking and squinting.
He looks up at where he's looking.
You can see what looks like two figures on the roof a few cabins down.
Please tell me that this isn't part of your textbook.
I may have done it a few times.
He gives you a look. By the way, the helmet's back on.
Oh god!
He's outside.
I was only ever the romantic type with one person, though I can't quite remember their name.
You were romantic with somebody?
It was a long time ago.
That's... Considering everything you just told me, that's quite shocking.
Yeah.
Do you have any idea where Soma went?
Soma? I don't know, but I noticed that he was taking some time over at the clubhouse earlier yesterday.
Pridwen looks down at the key. I suppose that's worth checking out. I suppose thank you for that. Pridwen's going to start heading over to where the club houses are.
You hear more giggling coming from the roof as you walk. You feel your ears like starting to turn a little red. So you make it to the academy. It's not locked, but it is dead empty.
It is a very different place at night.
It is almost eerie as you start climbing the stairs and you go further and further until you finally make it to the top floor where the clubhouses are listed on your directory.
Is there like a number on the key or something to like indicate which one it's for?
Nope, but as you're looking at the different like rooms, there's flourish in all the ones. Like the photography club obviously has like very big evidence of it being a photography club. Gardening, like there's all kinds of plants everywhere and gardening tools and stuff like that. It's like that type of stuff with clubs. So when you see the one in the very back that just has nothing, I don't know, looks kind of suspicious.
Pridwen goes over to the back and he tries the key.
It fits.
And he's going to step inside.
Soma, homeboy just stepped in.
See Soma passed out when he finally.
Soma,
He's asleep.
he's gonna step over and like pat you awake.
He's still pretty out. We have to get him awake.
Pridwen's going to generate a tiny bit of electricity in his hand. And he's gonna zap him.
See if I wake up. Okay. I roll a natural 20. I definitely wake up.
You feel like like a static shock, basically.
No, see what happens is you generate this shock. You're about to touch him when his eyes just open wide and he looks at your hand and he's like, "Don't touch me."
Yeah, no, he immediately gets up and he's like, what were you planning to do with that?
I was going to wake you up. You probably could have given me some directions with this key.
I was just going to give it to you so you could have it. I was on a rush out, so I didn't really think about it.
I assumed that it was because you wanted to see me.
Well, just wanted to let you know that this is the place I'm probably going to have us intervene from now on.
A new meeting place?
Yes. A place that's sort of out of the way. We always go to the same place, and since there's another mole on campus, I can't exactly trust it.
That's fair. Soma, I wanted to ask you something.
Yes.
I am going to need to find Lunala. That much is certain. I wanted to know. Will you have my back?
He points down at the brand on his wrist.
Of course. Furthermore, tomorrow I may need to have a talk with Lady Death about ethics. Preferably one-on-one, but you know, I'm always afraid of the likelihood of death.
On the plus side,
Yeah.
at least she likes Pridwen for the moment.
Yeah. Oh boy, but I mean, when Pridwen tells her what he has to tell her, I'm not sure she's still gonna like him.
Yeah, I don't know how that's gonna go.
Yeah.
Maybe pretty intriguing.
I feel like it's important to know where she stands about my nature, and considering she's let you live this long, even with your incredible lack of decorum, I'd
Oh, you
hope.
know I'm choking on my food right now. I'm just eating.
I'd hope that she would, at the very least, not vaporize me. However, I suppose if you had anything to say to her, then perhaps we could go together.
Well, I have nothing to say, and quite honestly, she doesn't really like anything I have to say, but I'll be there to back you up.
I think you should try being a bit more respectful to her.
That's what all of this is for. He says that he's like pointing to all of like the dozens of different paperwork.
Yes. Trust and respect go both ways. You've got to give to receive.
He's like dozing off and falls down on his desk.
I'm gonna go back to my room. Have a good night.
Yeah, he's like snoring at this point. I'm surprised you aren't trying to like check out his paperwork.
He notices it, and he takes a peek.
Documents. But you see one second. Put it in. One that would specifically catch your eye is a list of people who he thinks he can trust. Something who to or who not to trust.
Pridwen kind of looks at this, and oh, Soma, I wanted to talk about one more thing.
He's dead asleep at this point.
Pridwen builds up static electricity in his hand
Oh,
again.
not again.
Let's see if I wake up. I rolled a 4.
See, you're getting zapped.
You getting zapped.
And here, let me see if I can. I'll roll to see if 18.
Oh
it
my
definitely
God.
wakes you up.
Yeah, that's gonna shock the shit out of you. That didn't feel good.
Yep. He gets up. He's like, oh,
Soma, we quite literally just woke up.
I'm quite tired.
I am too, but I had something important I wanted to talk about as well.
Continue.
Katya. She's losing herself. And I am trying incredibly hard to try and keep that from happening, but I really don't want to kill a 9-year-old.
Definitely not on my bucket list either.
I made her a promise, but I really need to figure out a way to deal with that black blood.
Suppose we'll just have to get stronger and figure it out.
We're on limited time. I hope we can figure it out soon. Either that or find her father.
Disappear.
I'm going to leave you to your work. I recommend you get sleep in a more comfortable place.
At this point, he's already passed out.
Oh boy. Pridwen's going to head back. He's going to make sure to, like, lock the door behind him.
Mm-hmm.
Did you look at that list?
Yeah, did you send it somewhere?
Did send it. I wanted to make sure your character actually looked up at it.
Pridwen kind of smiles to himself. And he, heads back to his cabin.
Oh my god, I'm gonna cry. Trust, I hope.
Oh, man.
Oh my god. Shit, man. Shit, man.
Man.
Trust with life, protect. I'm over here sobbing for no reason, bro. Come on.
God.
You're walking back to your cabin and you cannot help yourself. You get to the walkway where you could turn to go into the cabin where your alcohol waits, or you could walk a little further and maybe see what was happening.
You know, of all the things that I wanted to know today, I think this is the one that's going to hurt me the most. Pridwen's.
Apollyon is still standing out there just watching.
Still standing there? Abaddon's like, you should really take notes. This seems to be working pretty well. If it's not in our book, it needs to be.
Pridwen's gonna walk up to them and say, "Why are you two peeping on them? That's incredibly creepy, even for you."
What did you say, Dylan?
I think his. He looks over. He says, sort of brings back memories of the old days.
I really don't. Please tell me they're not doing anything egregious up there.
You sure you really want to know?
I really don't.
What did I see?
You want to know?
Yeah, I want to know.
So, you watched as Liam led a very nervous at first Minerva up onto like the apex of this roof, and he sits her down and he sits kind of behind her, and they're just looking up, and it's right about this point that like the sky has just finally cleared, and you can see now that all the lights are off all of the stars that are out. And Minerva's eyes have just lit up. And she slowly just leans more and more into him. And finally, there's this moment where, right before Pridwen got there, where you see Liam looking down at her as she's kind of tucked against his chest. And she's like, oh, here it comes! Here it comes! Which is kind of what you were hearing when you walked up, Pridwen. He's gonna make a move. Pollyan's like, nah, he's not. He's gonna make a move.
No, he's not.
He's totally gonna make a move.
Flip a coin on it.
Okay.
Are you seriously taking bets?
Why not?
Yeah?
He got a coin and flips it.
That is my sister.
There's a coin flipping in the air, Pridwen. Do you want to do anything about it?
Oh no, I am not. I am not. Pridwen just like throws his hands up and walks into the cabin.
Apollyon, you watch as he leans down and then he shifts his shoulders and takes his hoodie off that he's wearing and just lightly covers Minerva with it, and then looks back up at the sky. Abaddon cursing under her breath. God damn it! What is with men moving so slow nowadays? 5 centuries ago, people moved a lot faster.
Pridwen leaning out from the door frame. That is perfectly reasonable. Don't you dare. Don't.
Weren't you, like, going to bed or something? She glares over at you.
Yes.
After this all happens, Apollyon looks down and has like a soft smile as he walks away.
Aw.
Good night, Apollyon. Abaddon, I hope you have a terrible evening.
Up yours too, buddy!
Pridwen goes to bed.
With your alcohol bottle.
Yep.
Oh, man. Yeah. And your night is going to end. At which point I can say we can stop if you're tired. Or you can get up in the next morning.
God.
I'm going to.
You're gonna what?
Dylan, you are roboting. You're like fading in and out so bad.
I am finished.
God, yeah, I don't think I can emotionally handle anything else.
That's
We got
fine.
We actually got some actual development for Apollyon.
Holy shit. I just...
So Liam,
The
how you
funny-
feeling, friend?
Pridwen's... Oh my god, I mean... Oh, fuck. Pridwen thinks that it was worth it.